You just said, the king of the competition goes to battle, and not a blade of grass grows, which scared all the new students at the military academy into processing their withdrawal procedures overnight. Just because you, a freshman, have embarked on a path of competition that leaves all new students baffled, even former comrades willingly become your subordinates. And all of this was already within your expectations because you have a special ability. As long as you undergo extra training or tasks, you can gain competition points to enhance your physical abilities. At this moment, class leader Chen Yu brought you to the military academy dormitory. Inside the dormitory, 3 classmates were fiddling with their newly acquired items. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, "Everyone, attention!" Chen Yu's voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable penetrating power. "Now, put all the prohibited items you brought on the table." Immediately, Lu Meng placed a small MP3 player on the table. With a hint of reluctance on his face, there was no movement from Gao Han's side, as if he hadn't brought such things at all. You could see a flicker of hesitation on Guo Fei's face, and then he took out a pack of beef jerky and a few bags of spicy strips, somewhat unwillingly placing them on the table. At that moment, Chen Yu's gaze fell on you. "You, Wang Chang." You instinctively straightened your body. "You are the Wang Chang who scored first in the entrance examination for the electronic countermeasure technology major of our School of Information Engineering?" Chen Yu looked at you, his eyes filled with scrutiny. "Report, class leader." You answered crisply. Chen Yu responded indifferently, shifting his gaze away from your face, and continued, "This is a military academy. Past achievements, no matter how glorious, mean nothing. Here, everything starts from scratch. Obeying the rules is the only thing you need to remember right now." Just then, Guo Fei beside him couldn't help but interject, "Class leader, when are we getting our blankets?" Before he finished speaking, Chen Yu's expression instantly darkened, like the sky before a storm. "Who told you to speak?" A stern shout exploded in the dormitory like thunder. "If you want to talk, submit a report first. You unregulated thing, stand up." Guo Fei was startled by the sudden reprimand. His face turned pale, and he hurriedly jumped off the bed, standing there at a loss, his face burning, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Chen Yu snorted coldly and turned to shout at the door, "Li Feng, take them down to assemble." Everyone filed out, and you followed Lu Meng. But unlike the others who were anxious or complaining, you felt a bit of anticipation. Just when Guo Fei was reprimanded, you keenly sensed the sharp aura from class leader Chen Yu, which was completely different from his gentle and polite demeanor when receiving parents downstairs. This contrast made you even more certain that life in military school would definitely not be easy, and the more difficult it was, the more beneficial it seemed for you. Not long after, all the new students were brought to the open space in front of the dormitory building. The captains of each district began issuing orders, organizing the new students to collect supplies and tidy up their living quarters. However, just as other classes were preparing to disperse and head back, Chen Yu stood up, his gaze coldly sweeping over everyone, finally locking onto Guo Fei. Guo Fei shivered, straightened his body abruptly, his voice trembling. "Because of your indiscretion, violating discipline, our class's overall image has been damaged. One person makes a mistake, the whole class is punished." Upon hearing this, the faces of several new students, except for you, changed slightly. Many people began to resent Guo Fei in their hearts, but dared not show it on their faces. "Everyone, attention!" Chen Yu raised his voice. "Destination, the playground, armed cross-country 3 kilometers. Execute immediately." "No way." A subtle stir and low murmurs arose in the ranks, but soon, under Chen Yu's icy gaze, it quieted down. "Any objections?" Chen Yu's eyes sliced through each person's face like a knife. Other classes' new students in the open space had already begun to leave one after another, many casting curious or gloating glances this way. Being punished to run in front of so many people was definitely not a pleasant experience. Lu Meng gritted his teeth, keeping his head down. Gao Han still had no expression, but his brows furrowed slightly. The other few roommates who had just met and hadn't had a chance to speak looked particularly grim. No one dared to touch the bad luck at this moment. The air once again fell into a stifling silence. Just when Chen Yu thought things were settled and was about to give the order to depart, a hand suddenly raised without warning. Almost everyone's gaze, including Chen Yu, Li Feng, and all the students in class 2, as well as the students and class leader from other classes who had not walked far away, instantly focused on that raised arm. "And you are the owner of that arm." You stood straight, with a calm expression and clear eyes. Chen Yu's brows furrowed deeper, a hint of displeasure and confusion flashing in his eyes. "Are you trying to plead for Guo Fei, or are you questioning my orders?" Guo Fei was also stunned, looking at you in disbelief, thinking you were going to speak up for him, and a complex emotion surged in his heart, filled with both gratitude and worry. "What do you want to say?" Chen Yu's voice carried a hint of danger. You looked straight ahead, your voice clear and loud. "Report, class leader." "Can I?" You paused, facing everyone's astonished, confused, and even slightly amused gazes, and calmly continued, "Can I run a few more laps?" In an instant, the whole world seemed to fall silent. Guofei opened his mouth wide, his eyes nearly popping out. Run a few more laps? Did he hear that wrong? Lu Meng also looked confused, instinctively rubbing his ears. Even the usually aloof Gao Han turned his head slightly, giving you a couple more glances, his eyes filled with a hint of curiosity. The vice-class leader Li Feng's mouth twitched, seemingly wanting to laugh, but he forced it down. Chen Yu was even more stunned. He had imagined countless possibilities, but never thought you would make such a request. Is this kid serious? Or just trying to show off? Or does he not even know what a 3-kilometer armed cross-country run means? Do you know what you're talking about? Chen Yu's voice became a bit deeper. You answered decisively. I want to challenge myself. The slight displeasure in Chen Yu's heart was gradually replaced by a sense of scrutiny and doubt. Do you really have any exceptional abilities? Or are you just an ignorant young fool? He was silent for a few seconds, then coldly said, Since you want to improve, I have no reason not to support you. Chen Yu's lips curled into an ambiguous smile. But remember, you must complete the basic 3 kilometers, not a meter less, and you will bear the consequences if you can't finish. As for your desire to run a few more laps, that's your own business. As long as you can keep up with the team to complete the basic tasks, I won't care how long you want to run. Yes, thank you, squad leader, you replied loudly. Ding! The system has detected that the host, during the collective punishment task of armed cross-country running for 3 kilometers, has actively requested to increase the training volume, which meets the preconditions for the definition of involution. The additional training portion will start calculating the involution value after completing the basic task. The system's prompt sounded just right in your mind, making you feel certain. The gazes of the others around you had completely shifted from shock to a kind of sympathetic bewilderment. Attention everyone! Chen Yu no longer paid attention to the reactions of the crowd and shouted sternly, Target the playground, start running. With that command, the 10 new students from Class 2 of Team 1 began to run towards the playground under the leadership of Chen Yu and Li Feng. Their figures appeared somewhat tragic under the varied gazes of other classes, especially the one in the team who had actively requested to add more. The team quickly ran onto the track, and Chen Yu deliberately slowed his pace, running at the side and back of the team. His gaze intentionally and unintentionally remained fixed on you. He wanted to see whether this new student, who dared to request extra training in front of him, truly had the strength or was merely being young and reckless. The 3-kilometer armed cross-country run is not as easy as it sounds. The heavy breathing mixed with the dull sound of combat boots hitting the plastic track, along with the occasional shouts of class leaders from other punished classes, forms the torturous symphony of the training for new students at the National Defense Science and Technology University. A lap on the track is a standard 400 meters. The first lap is manageable, but by the second lap, some people start to fall behind, their breathing noticeably heavier. By the third lap, the distance between the team members has widened, and sweat begins to roll down in large beads from their foreheads, soaking the collars and backs of their camouflage uniforms. By the time they reach halfway through the fourth lap, which is close to 2 kilometers, most of the new students' stamina is nearing its limit. Their steps become unsteady, their chests heaving like a bellows, and their throats feel dry, carrying a hint of a metallic taste. Guofei has long fallen to the back of the line, his face pale, and every step feels as heavy as if it were filled with lead. If it weren't for the vice-class leader Li Feng occasionally shouting no falling behind beside him, he would probably have collapsed on the ground by now. However, at the very front of the team, there are a few figures who still maintain a relatively stable pace. Lu Meng, who seems to have good stamina, and Gao Han, who has been silent but possesses incredible endurance. Yet even Lu Meng and Gao Han have beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, and their breathing has quickened significantly. Only you, although your breathing is also hurried from running, maintain a steady rhythm and firm steps, and even appear to have some energy left. Chen Yu, who is running at the side and back of the team, has his sharp gaze almost entirely fixed on you. At first, he approached it with the mindset of watching a rookie make a fool of himself. A 3-kilometer armed cross-country run is definitely a severe test for freshmen who have not undergone systematic training, not to mention that this kid arrogantly demanded extra practice. But as time went on, seeing you consistently stay in the first echelon, even showing a tendency to lead, and your condition being far better than the others, the scrutiny in Chen Yu's eyes grew increasingly intense. Could this kid really not be just putting on a brave face? The entrance examination is the first, and the physical ability is so impressive? For the first time, Chen Yu truly looked at this new production with a sense of admiration. The 5th lap, the 6th lap, the 7th lap. When the team reached the halfway point of the 7th lap, which meant they were about to complete the 3-kilometer basic task, almost everyone was on the verge of collapse. Guofei was almost being pushed forward by Li Feng, while Lu Meng's steps began to falter. Only Gao Han still maintained a blank expression and gritted his teeth to persevere. but his speed had also slowed down. The finish line was in sight, as long as they could run the last 200 meters. Everyone was holding their last breath, thinking about crossing the invisible finish line, and then immediately collapsing on the ground. However, just when everyone thought the punishment was about to end, the figure that had been running at the front, after crossing the line symbolizing 3 kilometers, showed no signs of slowing down. He was still running. Oh my! I don't know who was the first to exclaim, "He really has to run more. This is too intense." 3 kilometers of armed cross-country. Just after crossing the finish line, Lu Meng, who was bent over and gasping for air, suddenly looked up, staring wide-eyed at your back as you continue to run forward, his face full of disbelief. He knew that Su Ming had applied for extra training, but the impact of seeing this scene with his own eyes was still too strong. Hua Fei even directly sat on his butt on the ground, his mouth wide open, even forgetting to breathe, just stupidly looking at the back of that fading away. He previously thought that Su Ming was deliberately trying to be strong in order to stand up for him, but now it seems that this is really powerful. Or is it really stupid? Even Gao Han stopped in his tracks, turned his head in a rare manner, and took a deep look at Su Ming's back, and a slight fluctuation seemed to appear on that iceberg face that had remained unchanged for 10,000 years. Not only the freshmen of the second class, but the students of the other classes on the runway next to them and the lead class president also noticed the bizarre scene. "Hey, Chen, what's wrong with that kid in your class? He's done his laps and he still won't stop? Did you penalize him?" A lean squad leader with a squad of teams ran over and asked curiously. Looking at the rank, he was also a veteran squad leader, and his tone carried a bit of familiarity. The class presidents of several other classes also cast inquiring gazes, all of them assuming that it was Chen Yu who had additionally imposed a harsher punishment. Chen Yu stopped and looked at Su Ming's back as he ran alone. His face still had little expression, only the corners of his mouth seemed to tug slightly upwards, and he said in a tone that was flat but loud enough to be heard by everyone around him, "It wasn't me who punished him. He asked for it." There was instant silence around them. That first squad leader froze and pulled out his ears to make sure he had heard correctly. "He asked for more laps of armed cross-country himself?" "Aha," Chen Yu faintly answered. His dash. That squad leader sucked in a breath of cool air and looked at Su Ming's back like a monster. "Are all of this year's freshmen this curly? Or is a mean one?" Several other squad leaders were also shocked and looked at each other. Requesting additional armed cross-country training on their own? What the hell kind of operation is this? Unheard of. For a moment, the gazes of all those in the playground who were in the know focused on that lone running figure, filled with wonder, disbelief, and a hint of awe. And at this moment, Su Ming was completely immersed in his own rhythm. 3 kilometers of basic tasks completed. His body did feel tired. His muscles were sore and sweat flowed like a stream. However, thanks to the system's initial strengthening of his physique, this exhaustion was completely within his tolerable range. More importantly, ding! The basic mission, armed cross-country 3 kilometers, has been completed. Extra training activated. Inside role status activated. Host detected undergoing additional armed cross-country training. Almost at the instant the system prompt fell, a crisp and pleasant prompt rang out in Su Ming's mind. Inner role value +1. Here we go. Su Ming's heart was revitalized, and it was as if the steps under his feet were a little more powerful. He continued to run, and with each additional distance, the beep in his head would go off right on time. Inner role value +1. Inner role value +1. Inner role value +1. This monotonous beep was at the moment like the most beautiful music, constantly stimulating Su Ming's nerves and dispelling his body's fatigue. As long as he runs on, the inner role value will keep increasing. Feeling the power that seemed to be surging within his body once again, Su Ming's eyes became even more determined. Run. Keep running. For inward role value. To get stronger. Roll it up. His figure, in the large playground, looked a little lonely, but with a kind of determination to go forward. Chen Yu stood in place, his hands clasping his chest, his gaze complexly looking at that tireless figure for a long time without moving away. This freshman called Su Ming seems really a bit interesting. Chapter 5 Singing can be rolled? The wind on the playground seemed to carry a burning heat, scraping across Su Ming's sweaty cheeks. Inner role value +1. Inner role value +1. The beeps in his head were still ringing steadily, but Su Ming could clearly feel that his body's energy was being drained out at a rapid pace. The legs felt like lead, each lift unusually heavy, and the lungs were on fire, as if each breath was tearing at the windpipe. He knew that he was nearing his limit. The system-enhanced physique was indeed powerful, but it wasn't infinite. This was a fully armed cross-country run, and the exertion from weight-bearing far exceeded that of ordinary running. After holding on for another small half-circle, when gusts of blackness began to appear in front of his eyes and his feet were so weak that he almost fell, Su Ming took a deep breath and forced himself to stop. "You can't run anymore. It's too late. If you hurt your roots, it's not worth it." detected the host stopping additional training. Enroll status is over. The total value of internal scrolls gained from this internal scroll, 367 points. Phew. Su-ming propped up his knees, panting heavily, sweat dripping down his chin and smashing out a dark-colored mark on the plastic runway. 367 points. For a first attempt, this gain was already quite substantial. He could feel that with each increase in his internal scroll value, there seemed to be a faint warmth that blended into his body. It's not obvious, but it does counteract fatigue and repair muscle damage. This guy finally stopped. When Lu Mang saw Su-ming stop, he exhaled as if he was relieved, and then he looked at him with the eyes of a monster. Ran almost 4 kilometers, didn't he? Armed cross-country. Is he made of iron? Guofei had already climbed up from the ground and walked over to Lu Mang, patting the dirt on his body and smacking his lips. I take back what I said before. He's not stupid. He's really good. Just a little too scrappy. Gao Han was still standing not far away, his eyes lingering on Su-ming for a few seconds before he silently turned back and began to move his wrists and ankles as if everything just now had nothing to do with him. But that slightly accelerated movement seemed to give away a hint of unease within him. Chen Yu walked over and stood in front of Su-ming, looking him up and down a few times. His eyes were no longer only stern and scrutinizing like they were initially, but there was a hint of something more complicated and difficult to understand. How does it feel? Chen Yu's tone was still flat. No joy or anger could be heard. Reporting to the squad leader, it's okay, just a little off. Su-ming took some even breaths and stood up straight to answer. Aha. Chen Yu nodded his head and didn't say anything more, only saying, get back in line and organize your dress code. However, Chen Yu's heart is far less calm than the surface. The first in the electronic countermeasures technology professional examination means that Su-ming's brain is absolutely top-notch. And now, he has shown a physical ability and willpower that far exceeds that of ordinary people. Such a soldier, if he can be properly polished, his future achievements are unlimited. For the first time, Chen Yu had such a strong feeling of cherishing talent for a freshman who had just joined the school. This kid is a good seedling, and is the top good kind. Right at this moment, at the edge of the playground, 2 figures attracted Chen Yu's attention. He immediately straightened his back, his gaze averted. That's First Lieutenant Zhang Xian and his guard Yang Yi. Zhang Xian was a tall, stalwart-faced middle-aged officer, and the 2 bars and 3 stars carried on his shoulder were particularly eye-catching. He was looking at the training ground, his gaze sharp as an eagle. That kid who just ran across the finish line and didn't stop. What class is he in? Zhang Xian's voice was not high, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. Yang Yi, who was next to him, quickly replied, reporting to the first captain, it's from the 2nd class of recruits, and the lead squad leader is Chen Yu. Oh, kind of interesting. The corner of Zhang Xian's mouth curved with interest. It's not often that a new recruit has that kind of hustle. Yang Yi paused and added, Senior Captain, that soldier is called Su-ming. Not only does he have outstanding physical abilities, he is also the first-place winner in this year's Electronic Countermeasures Technology Specialization Test. When Zhang Xian heard this, he raised his eyebrows slightly and the interest in his eyes intensified. Professional first? Kind of interesting. Really kind of interesting. Focus on it. Yang Yi. Yes. The freshmen on the playground did not realize that they had been noticed by the higher-level leaders. Under Chen Yu's orders, the freshmen of the 2nd class dragged their tired bodies and began to organize their attire and equipment that were somewhat scattered due to the strenuous exercise. After a short break, the teams from each class began to assemble and prepare to be taken to the cafeteria. All hands, target, cafeteria, together, go. 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1. The procession began to march, accompanied by neat footsteps and loud and clear military songs. Unity is power. Unity is power. This strength is iron. This strength is steel. It's a troop tradition. A song before meals. Having just finished running an armed cross-country, everyone was out of breath and the singing voice seemed a little shriveled. Su-ming had only sung along with everyone at first, but soon, the system's beep sounded in his head once again, detecting that the host is participating in a group activity, singing a military song. The intensity of the host's singing voice was detected to be higher than the team average. Inward roll status, loud voice, activated. Inner roll value +1. Aha! Su-ming froze for a moment. Singing can be inwardly curled too, and it's still just louder than others? This system is really out of the ordinary. Discovering the new pathway of inner scrolling, Su-ming was instantly energized. It was as if he had recovered quite a bit of the physical strength he had expended from running just now. He took a deep breath, adjusted his breath, and then jerked up the volume. Harder than steel, stronger than steel dash. Su-ming's voice was already clear, and at this moment, it exploded out with all its might, just like a thunderclap on the ground, instantly overshadowing the entire 2nd class, and even vaguely trending to overpower the chorus of the next few classes. Fire at the fascisti. Let all undemocratic systems die dash. His singing voice was loud, impassioned and full of power, as if he wanted to shout out all the emotions in his chest. Inner roll value +1. Inner roll value +1. Inner roll value +1. The beeps pulsed merrily, and the involution values began to grow slowly but steadily again. Su Ming's voice directly confused the people around him. Guo Fei, who was walking next to Su Ming, was so frightened that he almost abducted his ankle. He twisted his head around and looked at Su Ming dumbfounded. Ming brother, what are you doing? Do you need to be so excited? Lu Mang also had a strange look on his face. Holy, Su Ming, are you playing chicken blood? Aren't you tired after running? Can't you save your energy for dinner? Freshmen from other classes also looked sideways and pointed at the second class. Hey, who's that dude, singing like he wants to fight for his life? I guess it's trying to perform, isn't it? But this way of performance is a bit unique. King roll, definitely the roll king, can't run away. And now you're going to roll us even if you sing? Various murmurs and strange gazes were projected over, causing the rest of the second class to feel a bit of heat on their faces. However, the squad leaders leading the team had a different view. Chen Yu walked in front of the group, and when he heard Su Ming's loud and somewhat abrupt singing voice, the corners of his mouth once again imperceptibly rose upwards. It was a bit rash in its way, but it was a fine spirit, and he liked it. That's the kind of oldish soldier the army needs. The squad leader of the next class came over and laughed in a low voice. Old Chen, this kid in your class is really a living treasure. He has to be first in everything he does? It's good to have energy. Chen Yu responded indifferently, but there was a hint of appreciation in his tone. Several other squad leaders exchanged glances, although they felt Su Ming's behavior was a bit stupid, but his drive and spirit of defiance were the qualities they valued most in veterans. This kid, he's a prick, but he's also definitely good soldier material. Amidst the gazes of surprise, speechlessness, and admiration, Su Ming was oblivious, still immersed in his own great work of internal scrolling, pulling out his voice and singing every lyric with a strong and powerful voice. Soon the group arrived at the cafeteria. In the spacious and bright cafeteria, there were already neat rows of stainless steel food trays containing steaming hot meals, steamed buns, rice, braised pork. There is also a big pot of hot seaweed and egg drop soup. The aroma of the nose, so that after running all afternoon, already hungry freshmen mouth-watering, teams are taken to their designated areas and stand according to their class. Attention! Chen Yu drank. Everyone stood up straight with a swish. At ease. Looking at the tantalizing meal in front of him, Guo Fei couldn't help but gulp and his stomach growled. He sneaked a glance at Chen Yu and saw that the class president was turning his back to them and didn't seem to be paying attention to this side, so he couldn't hold back and quietly reached out his hand, wanting to take the nearest white bread bun. His fingers just touched the bun. Guo Fei, what are you doing? A roar like thunder rang out in the cafeteria. Chen Yu turned around violently, his eyes like electricity, staring dead on Guo Fei's hand that was hanging in midair. Guo Fei was so scared that his body was jolted. His hand retracted as if electrocuted, and his face instantly turned white as he stammered. Benji, I'm hungry. Chen Yu took a few steps to Guo Fei's face. His face was blue, and his voice was so cold that it looked like it could drop ice. Hungry? Who's not hungry? Did I mention that no one is allowed to move without my orders? Did you take my words for granted? This is the army, not your home. You have to sing the military song before the meal. You have to line up for the meal, and you have to wait for orders before eating. Only when everyone is present and the chief officer announces the start of the meal can you move your chopsticks. This is the rule. Do you understand? Chen Yu's voice was harsher and harsher by the sentence, and spittle was almost sprayed onto Guo Fei's face. In the army, there is also discipline in eating. Eat without speaking, sleep without speaking is the basics. Look at what you all look like now. All of you are slumped over, your eyes almost growing into the food. When you get your food, do you have to gobble it up right away? Remember, as long as you are still in the barracks for 1 day, you have to abide by the rules here for 1 day. If anyone dares to violate it again, don't blame me for being rude. Chen Yu's stern gaze swept across the class, and everyone was silenced, not daring to take a breath of air, and the mind that had just been foolish was instantly doused. Guo Fei was even more ashamed with a red face, lowered his head, wishing to find a crack in the ground. Su Ming stood in the line and watched the scene, and his heart was in awe. He knew that the military was highly disciplined, but he didn't realize that even a small thing like eating had so many rules. It seems that this military life, everywhere is a test, but also everywhere, can be inwardly rolled off. He silently straightened his back and stared ahead, waiting for the next order. In the cafeteria, apart from Chen Yu's stern reprimand, only the suppressed breathing of the freshman remained for a while. Chapter 6, still up at 2 a.m. Still rolling? Guo Fei was sprayed with spittle by Chen Yu. His head drooped and he couldn't wait to disappear in place immediately. The other freshmen were also silent. The cravings that had just been aroused by the aroma of the meal were completely silent at this moment, each standing like a javelin, their eyes not daring to glance at the dinner plate. Su Ming stood in the queue, and his heart was also in awe. The rules of the army were indeed engraved in one's bones, and even such a small daily matter as eating was permeated with an unquestionable majesty. He straightened his spine and leveled his gaze ahead, but his heart was secretly alive, since everywhere is a rule. Doesn't that mean that everywhere can be inwardly rolled? The oppressive atmosphere lasted for a few minutes until the first Captain Zhang Xian and a few other officer-like people walked into the cafeteria. Only then did Chen Yu collect his almost cannibalistic gaze and regain some calmness. "Sing the military song," Chen Yu ordered. 1, 2, 3, 4. Unity is power. Unity is power. This strength is iron. This strength is steel. Guo Fei, who had just been admonished to the point where he didn't dare to take a breath, was now pulling out his voice and singing louder than anyone else, as if he wanted to wash away the embarrassment he had just experienced with his song. The other freshmen also riveted their energy. Singing echoed in the empty cafeteria. After the song, we finally waited for the order to eat. Class 2, follow me. Chen Yu led the way, walking towards the designated window to beat the meal. The line was still neat, and the action of taking food was extraordinarily swift. No one dawdled or picked and chose. Returning to their seats, all of them held their dinner plates, their backs straight, but no one moved their chopsticks, all waiting for the final order. Until everyone had finished their meals and sat down, Chen Yu swept the circle before he spoke in a deep voice. "Eat." Wow! As if they had been pardoned, everyone immediately picked up their chopsticks and buried their heads in bitter food. After starving all afternoon and experiencing that reprimand just now, this meal was extraordinarily flavorful and silent. Su Ming quickly picked up his meal while keeping an eye out. He realized that even when it came to eating, the squad leaders were different from them. They ate quickly, but with poise and made little noise. Sure enough, there are no small matters in the barracks, Su Ming muttered in his heart, but his hands didn't stop moving, and he resolved the meal on his plate in 3 tries. After eating, the group reconvened and was taken to a large classroom in the school building. In the classroom, there were old-fashioned wooden tables and chairs, and a curtain hung in front of it, and the projector had been turned on and was playing the 7 p.m. newscast. "Sit down and watch carefully," Chen Yu ordered. The new students sat down as they were told, but after running all afternoon and having just eaten a full meal, many of their eyelids had already begun to fight. Guo Fei sat next to Su Ming, his head little by little, obviously sleepy. Lu Mang was holding on strongly, but his eyes were also a bit mesmerized. Only Gao Han, still with an expressionless look, stared at the screen, not knowing what he was thinking. Su Ming was in good spirits. After all, his physique had been strengthened. He watched the national events and international storms broadcast on the news, but there was nothing rippling in his heart. To him, all of this was too distant. The most important thing right now was still how to maximize the inner scroll value in this military camp. The newscast ended and the team was brought back to the dormitory building. Just as he entered the dormitory door, Chen Yu followed him in, holding a brand new army green quilt in his hand. "Come here, all of you, and watch." Chen Yu threw the quilt towards the empty bed. The sound was not loud, but it lifted everyone's spirits. "Today I'm going to teach you how to fold a quilt. Don't look down on this quilt folding. This is the first lesson of your military career. It's also a test of your patience and meticulousness," Chen Yu said as he began to demonstrate. He picked up the brand new quilt and shook it. The new quilt was thick and soft, and the cotton inside was so fluffy that it was not easy to deal with at first glance. "Look sharp. First step, lay it flat. Straighten all 4 corners. No creases." Chen Yu's movements are clean and his explanations are very detailed. Then, triple fold, even width. Then fold in half. Note, the edges should be pinched out. It has to look like a knife cut. Finally, organize it, pat it flat, and make it a square tofu block. A few minutes later, a quilt that was originally fluffy and soft turned into an angular and square green square in Chen Yu's hands, which was soothing to look at. "See?" Chen Yu asked. "See?" the freshmen answered sparsely, but with skepticism in their eyes. "It looked easy. It must be hard to do. You can't just watch. You have to practice." Chen Yu pointed to their respective beds. "Now, start practicing. I'm going to check before lights out. Anyone whose quilt doesn't pass, fold it for me until it does." At the word of command, the dormitory immediately resounded with rustling sounds. The new students picked up their new quilts and started drumming them up, following Chen Yu's example. "Oops, how come it collapsed again?" Guo Fei's hands were busy. The quilt seemed to come alive in his hands, and he couldn't get it leveled. Gao Han didn't say anything, just frowned and tried again and again, but the effect was equally unsatisfactory. Su Ming also encountered the same difficulty. The new quilt was so elastic that it was hard to compact, and the edges were always soft and collapsed. and could not be pinched with that sense of stern lines, but instead of being discouraged, he had a flash of excitement in his eyes. The harder, the better. The harder it is, the more rolled up the means. Inside role quest trigger, quilt folding training. Completion of standard requirements within standard training time with no enroll value. Additional training outside of the standard training time will result in an endoscopic value. Su-ming took a deep breath and sank his heart, carefully recalling the essentials of each of Chun Yu's movements, trying over and over again. Lay it flat, straighten it, measure the width, compact it hard, and pinch the edges. Time passed by, and the atmosphere in the dormitory gradually turned from the initial panic to some anxiety. Finally, the lights out horn sounded. Lights out. Chen Yu's voice rang out in the hallway. The lights in the dormitory went out in response, leaving only a bit of faint moonlight coming in through the window. Squad leader, report. In the darkness, Su Ming's voice suddenly rang out. Chen Yu was about to leave when he stopped at the sound and walked to the entrance of the second-class dormitory. What is it? Reporting to the squad leader. My quilt isn't folded yet, and I was wondering if I could practice a little longer in the hallway? Su Ming asked, his tone carrying a hint of request. In the dormitory, Guofei and Lu Mang were stunned. Did I hear you right? Brother Ming still has to practice? Guofei muttered in a small voice. Crazy, right? Not sleeping when the lights are out and practicing folding the quilt? Is he that energetic? Lu Mang also found it unbelievable. Gao Han didn't make a sound, but in the darkness, he also seemed to glance in Su Ming's direction. Chen Yu froze for a moment and walked over to Su Ming's bedside, looking at the still unformed quilt through the moonlight, and then at Su Ming. This kid, running roles, singing roles, and now he's even folding quilts? No movement in the dormitory after lights out. It's discipline, Chen Yu first said seriously, then his words changed. But there's no one in the building to mind you. But, you have to get up early tomorrow for training. Are you sure you want to sacrifice sleep? He was a little worried that the kid had a drive, but if he screwed up his body, it wouldn't be worth it. Don't worry, squad leader. I'm just looking for the feeling again. I'll sleep after practicing for a while, and I promise it won't affect tomorrow's training, Su Ming hurriedly assured with a sincere tone. Chen Yu stared at him for a few seconds, as if he wanted to see something on his face. But this kid's face was serious and his eyes were full of persistence, not like he was joking. All right, Chen Yu eventually loosened up. Keep track of your own time and don't practice too late. Troops need this kind of tenacity, willing to study the soldiers, although the way a little stupid, but the spirit is commendable. Thank you, squad leader. Su Ming was delighted in his heart. Getting permission, Su Ming immediately hugged his quilt and walked out of the dormitory lightly. The hallway was empty, with only a few dim emergency lights providing a faint light. Su Ming found a relatively spacious and clean corner and spread the quilt that still had body heat on the cold concrete floor. Detected the host performing additional training during breaks. The involution state has been activated. Folding quilt in training. Int roll value +1. Folding quilt in training. Int roll value +1. The cold ground did not affect Su Ming's enthusiasm. He knelt on the ground and time again, spreading, folding, pressing, and pinching the corners. The movements became more and more skillful, and the control of the force became more and more precise. The only sound left in the hallway was the quilt rubbing the ground and the subtle sound made by Su Ming adjusting the quilt. Every unsuccessful attempt means improvement for the next time. Every small improvement is accompanied by the satisfaction that comes from the system beep. Time slips by in concentration. I don't know how long it was, maybe 10 minutes, maybe longer. Inner roll value +1, current in roll value, 501 points. Detected the host's involution value exceeding the 500-point milestone. Congratulations to the host for completing the milestone quest, a first glimpse of the doorway. Milestone reward distribution, 100% spiritual enhancement. Boom! An indescribably cool feeling instantly surged into Su Ming's mind, as if he had poured down a bottle of ice-cold soda on a hot summer day, and his entire brain became incomparably clear and sharp. The slight fatigue that had arisen from practicing earlier seemed to have been dispersed for the most part at this moment. Spiritual enhancement, 100% basic enhancement of the host's spiritual energy. Effect, significantly improves mental toughness and concentration. Speeds up energy recovery. Even with only a short rest, most of the mental energy can be recovered, effectively resisting fatigue. Spiritual enhancement? Su Ming's heart stirred. This means that, from now on, even if he sleeps little, he will still be able to stay awake and focused? This reward was simply tailor-made for him. With this, the bottom of his inner roll was even stronger, feeling his brain clearing up like never before. Su Ming's energy to fold the quilt was even stronger. He even began to try to close his eyes and find that square, hard feeling by feel alone. After an unknown amount of time again, the door to the restroom at the end of the building slammed. The sound of footsteps came, and Chen Yu yawned and walked out, sleepy-eyed, obviously up for the night. As he swept the hallway out of habit, his entire being instantly sobered, only to see the dim light. Su Ming is still kneeling on the ground, and the quilt in front of him has been folded in a decent way, although it is not up to the standards of the class leaders, but the angles have come out. And now, Chunyu raised his hand and looked at the watch, and the pointer was pointing to 2 o'clock in the morning. Su Ming. Chunyu walked over quickly, his voice lowered but filled with shock and a hint of disbelief. Are you still folding? What time is it? Su Ming stopped moving and raised his head, and although his face was a bit tired, his eyes were exceptionally bright, with no trace of sleepiness. Reporting to the squad leader, I felt like I was getting the hang of it, so I practiced a little longer. Chunyu looked at Su Ming's energetic appearance and then looked at the time. His heart simply turned over. Is this kid made of iron? Running from afternoon to night, singing and yelling so loud, and now folding quilts in the hallway until 2 a.m. Isn't he sleepy? 3 more hours to get up. Chunyu frowned tightly, his tone carrying an unquestionable command. Now, immediately, go back to your dormitory and sleep right now. He really couldn't understand Su Ming's behavior. It was certainly good to work so hard, but this was a complete overdraft of the body. If you don't rest properly at night, can you keep up with the training during the day? Isn't this inner volume a bit too much? This kid, what the hell is he up to? Chunyu shook his head. Amazement and incomprehension intertwined in his heart. Squad leader. Seeing that Chunyu was serious, Su Ming no longer insisted, nimbly picked up his own quilt and quickly returned to the dormitory. Watching Su Ming disappear into the dark dormitory entrance, Chunyu stood in place, his brows locked for a long time. This new recruit called Su Ming had brought him too many surprises. Chapter 7 New Inside Volume Opportunities. The sky was still dark, and the dormitory was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, with only a few steady or slightly snoring breaths coming and going. The sharp, piercing wake-up call slammed through the quiet of the early morning hours, like an invisible whip lashing at the nerves of every slumberer. Almost at the first syllable of the trumpet, Su Ming, who was originally lying straight, sat up as if a spring had been installed. The movements were swift, without a trace of procrastination, and the eyes were clear and bright, without the slightest trace of the confusion of having just woken up from sleep. Spiritual enhancement, 100%, effect is continuously in effect. Host's current spiritual state, excellent. The system's prompt rang out in his head at the right time, and the corners of Su Ming's mouth ticked imperceptibly. 3 hours of sleep, under the effect of spiritual enhancement. The effect was comparable to an ordinary person sleeping for a full 8 hours. Well, on the bed next to him, Guofei let out a groan of pain, struggling to bury his head under the covers against the devilishly loud horn. Lu Mang and Gao Han are similar, tossing and turning, full of waking up, moving slowly, fumbling to sit up, eyes lax, obviously still in a half-dream, half-awake. At this time, the dormitory door squeak was pushed open. Class President Chunyu walked in with an iron face, his eyes habitually swept. When he saw Su Ming, who was already sitting upright and had begun to put his hands to work organizing his housekeeping, his entire body froze for a moment, and his eyes almost stared out. Su Ming? Chunyu subconsciously raised his hand and looked at his watch, confirming that it was now 5 a.m. sharp. Yes. He rubbed his eyes and incredulously looked at Su Ming again, his voice all slightly changed in tone. Didn't you go to bed at 2 o'clock? Why the hell are you acting like nothing happened? This kid is a monster. He was caught at 2 in the morning still in the hallway fighting. This is only 3 hours of sleep. Get up faster than anyone else. The spirit is more than anyone else? Chunyu feels that his worldview has been impacted. It's not scientific. Su Ming stopped the movement in his hands and turned his head to look at Chunyu, showing his teeth in a sunny smile. Reporting to the squad leader, feeling pretty well slept and refreshed. He wasn't lying, the effects of the mental enhancement were that dominating. As he spoke, Su Ming had already skillfully spread out the quilt and started folding it. After last night's extra practice in the middle of the night, although the time wasn't long, the effect was remarkable. His fingers flew, pushing, pulling, pressing, and stroking, with a sense of rhythm between his movements. Soon, the quilt in his hands gradually molded, although the legendary tofu block is still far from the gap, but has a clear corners, a good shape, more than a grade better than yesterday. Good. Chunyu was choked for a moment by Su Ming's very energetic reply, and then turned his anger towards the other three who were still dawdling on the bed and roared. Guofei, Lu Mang, Gao Han, what time is it? Why are you still in bed? Look at Su Ming, get the hell up. His roar was like thunder from the flat earth, scaring Guofei so much that he almost fell off the top bunk. Lu Mang and Gao Han also instantly sobered up for the most part, and began to put on their clothes with their hands and feet. All learned from Su Ming. Chunyu pointed at Su Ming's quilt that was already taking shape and said with hatred, if you all had his self-awareness, how much heartache would I have saved? Get your housekeeping in order. Meet in the hallway in 5 minutes. Guofei muttered in a low voice as he scrambled to fold the flimsy, not at all formed quilt. Squad leader. This is not an exciting comparison. Su Ming, this guy is simply not a human being. Livestock are not as capable of boiling as he is. Lu Mang also echoed, face full of I do not understand, that is, we are at least with the ability to get into the National University of Science and Technology of the Pride of God, but not really come to be a drudge. He to so roll it? Make us so stressed out. Gao Han didn't say anything, just silently accelerated the speed. But looking at Su Ming's side of the tofu block that was almost finished, his eyes were also full of complexity. This guy, too hard. No, too curly. 5 minutes later, in the dormitory corridor, the freshmen of the first class stood in a row askew, with their respective masterpieces in front of them. In addition to Su Ming's quilt can barely look square and angular, the others are simply miserable. Some are like hairy steamed buns, some are soft and wrinkled, and others are simply a pile of unknown objects. Chunyu blackened his face and looked over from one to another, his face becoming more and more sullen. Look at this, you guys are folding. He pointed at Guofei's pile of quilts that were obviously not awake and angrily rebuked. Soft as, it'll fall apart in the wind. And you, Lu Mang, where's this horn? Gnawed by a dog? Gohan, is that a square? It looks like a triangle bag to me. The reprimanding sound echoed in the hallway, and the freshmen all lowered their heads, not daring to breathe. Only when they walked up to Su Ming, Chen Yu's tone eased a little, but only a little. Su Ming, a bit of progress, but not nearly enough. The corners aren't distinct enough, and the lines aren't hard enough. Keep up the good work. Aye, squad leader, Su Ming answered aloud, but in his heart, he was calculating how long he would train more during the next break. After disciplining the quilt, Chen Yu took a deep breath, suppressed his fire, and pointed to a large table posted on the wall at the end of the building. All come with me. The crowd immediately followed and stood in front of a weekly work schedule filled with words and tables. Chen Yu pointed to the table and began to explain seriously. All of you, look carefully. This is our class's training and rest schedule for this week. Every morning, 6 o'clock wake-up call, 6:30 o'clock to organize the housekeeping building to meet for morning drill, 7:30 for dinner, 8 o'clock to meet and take to the training ground, 4 hours of drill in the morning, with a 10-minute break in between, 12 o'clock lunch break of 1.5 hours. Training begins at 2 o'clock in the afternoon and ends at 5:30. Dinner at 6. Watch the news at 7. And from 7:30 to 9 it's political study or housekeeping and squad meetings. Lights out at 9:30 to get ready for bed. His fingers traced over the densely packed points of time, and his tone was undeniable. The time is accurate to the minute. The training includes formation, physical fitness, basic light weapon operation, etc., and will be adjusted later according to progress. Remember, this is a military school. All actions are under command. Anyone, no late arrival, early departure, or unexcused absence. Do you understand? Understood. The new students responded in unison. And looking at the schedule that was so full that there was hardly any personal time, many of them had a look of gravity and even a hint of despair on their faces. Only Su Ming, with his eyes shining brightly, looked at the table and silently calculated in his heart. An hour and a half lunch break, and a half hour of free time before lights out in the evening. Well, there's a lot of time to enroll. Kinda. Detected that the host is familiarizing himself with the high-intensity training program. Enroll potential assessment in progress. The system's beep sounded quietly once again, as if it was confirming Su Ming's thoughts. A new challenge, and a new opportunity for in-scrolling, has been set before us. Chapter 8. This Su Ming, not simple. Chen Yu's words had just fallen, and before the crowd could fully regain their senses from the shock of that devil's timetable, he cleared his throat and added, oh yeah, there's one more thing. According to the instructions from the higher-ups, considering that everyone is new to the school and needs to prioritize building a solid foundation, this week's training plan, make a slight adjustment. Fine-tuning? All the freshmen's ears perked up, and a hint of a bad premonition faintly rose in their hearts, especially when he saw Chen Yu's expression that had little expression, and even the corners of his mouth seemed to be turned downward. This week, the scheduled morning and afternoon drill components have been cancelled for the time being, Chen Yu said slowly. Oh yeah. Many people were just about to cheer in their hearts, thinking it was pie in the sky. Replace them all with indoor housekeeping training. Chen Yu's next sentence was like ice water poured over his head. Specifically, folding quilts. In the morning, for 4 hours, fold quilts. In the afternoon, from 2 to 4:30, continue folding quilts. After 4:30, the whole group is taken to the playground for 3 kilometers of basic physical training, also known as running. In the hallway, there was an instant dead silence. If that densely packed schedule just now only makes people feel stressed, then this fine-tuned version is simply outrageous. His mother to outrageous open the door. Outrageous to the home. One day down. in addition to eating, sleeping and running, the rest of the time. Is all ing used to die with a bed of quilts? Benji, you're not kidding, are you? Guofei's chubby face was wrinkled into a bitter melon, his voice carrying an incredulous tremor. 7 or 8 hours a day, just folding quilts? Yeah, squad leader. Lu Mang also couldn't help but wail. We are here to go to college, not to work in a quilt factory. Does this make sense? The faces of the crowd of freshmen were written with everything from shock to bewilderment to a vague breakdown. Which one of them was not the top student in their hometown school? The pride of heaven? Who would have thought that the first week they were admitted to the National University of Defense Technology, a top school, would be an endless battle with quilts? Complain? Chen Yu's face sank, his eyes sharp as knives as he swept through the crowd. Who gave you the guts to question the order? This is a military academy. It is not your homes. Obeying orders is a soldier's vocation. Can't you understand? His voice rose steeply. If you have an opinion, keep it to yourself. If you have an idea, keep it in your stomach. Now, get your asses back to the dormitory. Grab your quilts and start practicing. Practice until I'm satisfied. Being yelled by Chinyu, all the complaining voices came to an abrupt end. Freshmen were silent, no longer dare to say a word. Gray turned around. Each returned to the dormitory, ready to meet this quilt hell the first day. Only Su Ming's face remained calm, and even a trace of undetectable excitement flashed through the depths of his eyes. Folding the quilt? Yeah. Isn't this the perfect opportunity to brush up on your inner role value? While others find it boring, he can enjoy it. A change in training content has been detected, and the internal role task, basic housekeeping, quilt folding, has been updated. Repetitive standardized movements continue to generate in-role value, and increased accuracy will result in additional in-role value rewards. The system beep sounded at the right time, reinforcing Su Ming's thoughts. Soon there was a rustling in the various dormitories and the occasional suppressed sigh. Time. In this boring pushing, pulling, pressing and stroking slowly passes. 4 hours in the morning is a day in the life of the vast majority of freshmen. They're quilting the ravages of time and time again. Instead of turning into the imaginary tofu block, but more and more like a mess cannot help the mud. At 12 o'clock noon, the call to order was sounded. The crowd was so amazed that they practically dropped the covers in their hands and rushed to the cafeteria. Only Su Ming, after quickly finishing his lunch, didn't immediately pounce on his bed like the others to enjoy that precious 1.5 hour lunch break. He returned to the dormitory, looked at the bed of the three has fallen into a coma state of the roommates, silently again spread his own quilt, push, press, pinch corners, smooth out. He was so immersed in his world that his fingers seemed to come to life, constantly feeling the thickness and direction of the quilt, adjusting every detail. Inner role value +1, inner role value +1, inner role value +1. The system's beeps were like pleasant background music, constantly ringing in Su Ming's mind. Sweat slid down the corners of his forehead, but he didn't care. His eyes focused and bright. Lunch breaks, every second of it, should not be wasted. An hour and a half of extra food passed quickly. When the assembly horn blew at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Guofei and the others rubbed their sleepy eyes and struggled to get up. And when they saw the neat, angular, almost standard tofu block quilt on Su Ming's bed, their eyes were almost glazed over. Asterisk. Su Ming, you didn't sleep at noon? Guofei shouted out of breath. Lu Mang and Gao Han also had a look of having seen a ghost. This guy, does he really not need to rest? Su Ming just smiled faintly without much explanation and picked up his hat. Let's go, gather. In the afternoon's quilt folding training, Su Ming clearly felt that his skills had refined a lot more, and his speed and quality were far superior to the morning. 4.5. All, gather in the building and prepare to be taken to the playground. Chen Yu's voice came out. New students are relieved. Hurriedly put down the hands of the torture instrument. Organize the dress. Run to the building. Su Ming carefully placed his already perfect tofu block on the bedside before following the team to leave. The dormitory building grew quiet. However, just as the freshmen of the second class stepped onto the playground, ready to start the afternoon's 3-kilometer run, two figures appeared on the floor of the dormitory they had just left. Walking in front of him was a middle-aged officer with a straight figure and a tough face, carrying the rank of major on his shoulder, and it was Zhang Xian, the chief captain of the National Defense University of Science and Technology's Recruit Training General Unit. Following him was a young officer with glasses and an elegant temperament, with the rank of major, who was the counselor of the 1st Battalion of Freshmen Yan Yi. Old Zhang, is this the sharp second class you were talking about? Yang Yi pushed up his glasses and looked at the dormitory door that still had some traces of busyness left in the hallway and smiled. Aha! Zhang Xian nodded with a serious expression. Whether the spikes are spikes or not, it's too early to tell. But I heard that the overall quality of this class of freshmen is good, especially since there are quite a few pricks as well. Let's go in and take a look. The first day of housekeeping. Let's see what kind of toss this bunch of heaven's favorites can be tossed into. Without knocking, the two pushed open the door of the second-class dormitory. The dormitory was empty, with quilts in various shapes and sizes strewn across the bed. Some were barely in some shape, while others were simply still a mess. Zhang Xian and Yang Yi looked over from bed to bed and shook their heads slightly. Well, expected. Zhang Xian commented. It's hard to start everything. Housekeeping is basic and the most temperamental. You have to take your time. Yeah, it's really, to be able to fold it in one day. Yang Yi's words suddenly stopped in mid-sentence. His eyes, firmly locked on a bed by the window. Zhang Xian followed his gaze and his pupils also shrunk slightly, only to see that the bed, a bed of military green quilt, was folded squarely, angular, straight and hard lines, like a piece of green tofu block that had been carefully measured with a ruler and cut carefully with a knife, quietly placed at the head of the bed. Against the backdrop of those crooked, this quilt simply stands out, exuding a rigorous, sharp military aura. This, Zhang Xian quickly walked over and bent down to take a closer look. The quilt top was flat, without a single unwanted crease. The four corners, standard 90-degree right angles, are so crisp that the lines seem to cut. When viewed from the side, the thickness is even and the edges are straight. Good folding. Zhang Xian couldn't help but let out a sigh of praise, a hint of surprise and appreciation on his serious face. Now that's what I call a quilt. That's what you call a military standard of housekeeping. Yang Yi also walked over and pushed up his glasses, looking closely at the name on the bedside card. Su Ming. He pronounced the name softly, amazement and intense interest in his eyes. This soldier, it's a bit interesting. The two of them glanced at each other, and both saw in each other's eyes a strong concern for this new student named Su Ming. On your first day, you can fold a quilt like this? That's never something you can do with talent alone. How much extra effort and sweat must go behind it? This Su Ming is not simple. Chapter 9. Are you Su Ming? Gee, that's crafty. Zhang Xian couldn't help but let out another praise as he reached out his hand and brushed his fingers over the hard edges, feeling the tightness and flatness. Yang Yi, you've led so many classes of recruits. Have you ever seen one who can fold a quilt like this on the first day? Yang Yi pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose, and his gaze behind the lenses flashed with amazement. Reporting to the chief captain, it's extremely rare. It's not just the dexterity of the hands, but more importantly this heart. This willingness to work hard. He bent down and double-checked the name on the bedside card. Su Ming is really him. Yang Yi repeated softly, with a tone of surprise like finding a treasure. In the morning, I heard Chen Yu report that a new recruit named Su Ming's housekeeping was particularly outstanding, and I thought it was just relatively unexpected that it was truly outstanding. Zhang Xian's face, which was always serious, could not hide his appreciation at this moment. It seems that our National Defense Science University has picked up a treasure this time. This kid, being able to achieve the utmost in something as boring as internal affairs shows that he has tenacity, perseverance, and even more ruthlessness in the pursuit of perfection. This kind of soldier, if guided well, will definitely be a talent in the future. The two men looked at each other in silent agreement. This new recruit named Su Ming must be focused on. Come on, let's go to the playground. Zhang Xian was the first to turn around. Let's see how this diamond in the rough fares in other ways. Meanwhile, the broad playground of the National University of Defense Technology. The 3-kilometer run has begun. On the plastic track, a group of freshmen wearing camouflage training uniforms are running hard. The queue is still neat, but the breathing has begun to become heavy. Su Ming mixed in with the group and adjusted the rhythm of his breathing. His stride was steady and strong, with no sign of fatigue. Just a moment ago, at the end of the lunch break and before the assembly, he glanced at his system panel. Host Su Ming, rank, Cadet, physical fitness, 206, general, 100, spirit, 203, general, 100, skills, none, inside roll value, 731. Looking at the number 731, Su Ming's heart moved slightly. Lunch break folding quilts, 1.5 hours, added almost 200 points of inner roll value. Efficiency is good. Physical and mental fitness has more than doubled. No wonder I feel like running 3 kilometers is like a game now. The internal scroll value is already over 700. I wonder if there will be any special rewards for breaking 1000 points. When I broke through 500 points before, the system seemed to have prompted a base reward to be claimed, although I haven't had time to see what it is yet. There must be one. That 1000 points. There's no reason not to give it, right? Thinking of this, Su Ming's eyes lit up. Dry up. Strive to rush the inner scroll value to 1000 by this afternoon. With a certain thought, the frequency of Su Ming's footsteps quietly accelerated by a few points. Instead of sprinting hard, he increased his speed to a level that put a slight strain on his body while maintaining his formation. Inner roll value +1. Inner roll value +1. Sure enough, the familiar beep sounded again. although you only add a little bit at a time. As long as you maintain this state of working a little bit harder than others, you can continue to gain. Su-ming was immersed in the thrill of running and obtaining the inner scroll value, and didn't notice in the slightest that his performance had already attracted the attention of the other class presidents next to him. Hey, old Chen, look at that soldier in your class. A squad leader with a class 6 armband poked Chen Yu at his side and nudged him. Running is quite easy. You don't blush or gasp. Your stamina is fine. The other class president of the third class chimed in with a sour tone. Chen Yu, you're so lucky. Where did you get such a treasure? Look at his vigor. It's completely different from those wilting brats in our class. That's it. The fifth squad leader chimed in. Old Chen, let's talk about something. Give me your soldier, and I'll trade you the 2 best physical fitnesses in my squad. How about that? Chen Yu listened to the ear chirping envy and jealousy, the heart that called a beautiful, but the face of a serious plate. Go go go. Get the hell out of here. All of you. Don't get any ideas about my soldier. This is the top soldier of our second class. Want to change? No way. He spoke forcefully, but his gaze couldn't help but fall on Su-ming, and the more he looked at him, the more satisfied he became. This kid, what a surprise. Not only is the interior great, but the fitness looks pretty solid as well. However, just when Chen Yu secretly complacent, the other class leaders have Cha Lemon. A sudden change, a figure, like a cheetah, accelerated violently from the side and back of the group, and in a few large strides, it rushed next to Su-ming. It was a youth with dark skin, not particularly tall, but with extremely pronounced muscle lines all over his body. His eyes were sharp, with an unconvincing ruthlessness, and it was clear at a glance that he was a practitioner. Hello, are you Su-ming? A slightly hoarse voice rang out with undisguised provocation. Su-ming slightly turned his head sideways and looked at the uninvited guest that suddenly appeared beside him. He didn't recognize the other party, but he could feel the strong aura of competition in him. The black-faced youth grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. My name is Chai Gaoshang. I came up from the gymnasium. I had a bit of a fever when I reported yesterday and didn't make it to the touch test. Letting your kid steal the show. As he ran, he kept a close eye on Su-ming, his speed not decreasing at all, and even had a hidden tendency to speed up. But it's okay. Chai Gaoshang's voice rose steeply, carrying a strong sense of wariness. Today, right here on the runway, I'm going to show everyone who, in this class of recruits, is the real number 1. Chapter 10 1000 points of inner scroll value. Just around the corner. The air by the playground seemed to freeze for a moment because of Chai Gaoshang's declaration, which was full of gunpowder flavor. Everyone's gazes, with a swish, all focused on Su-ming and the black-faced youth who had suddenly killed him. Su-ming met Chai Gaoshang's eyes that were like those of a hungry wolf, but the corners of his mouth curved slightly. Challenge? He, Su-ming, was most unafraid of challenges. Not to mention, competitive behavior from Chai Gaoshang is detected, and the involution effect is slightly increased. Inner roll value +2. Inner roll value +2. The sound of the system beep caused Su-ming's mood to instantly become happy. It's like having a pillow sent to you when you're sleepy. He was worried about how to rush the inner roll value to 1000 faster, and this elite gymnasium took the initiative to send him to the door. Yeah, then run for it. No unnecessary nonsense, not the slightest hesitation. Su-ming's reply was crisp and clear. The frequency of his feet once again slightly increased, steadily keeping up with Chai Gaoshang's pace, the two of them almost shoulder to shoulder, just like two arrows off the string, driving side by side on the runway. One had a calm and steady breath, and a pace that didn't seem fast, but contained amazing endurance. One was slightly short of breath, his muscles churning with an explosive sense of power. No one will let anyone. No one is convinced of anything. Instantly, the eyes of the entire playground were firmly attracted by these two figures. Ooh, there's a good show. Who's that black kid? So fierce? It seems to be from class 4, called Chai Gaoshang, specially recruited from the gymnasium, said to be fierce batch, battling Su-ming? This is interesting, the recruits whispered excitedly, and what had been a somewhat boring 3-kilometer run instantly became sparkling. For the veterans on the sidelines, the mood was more subtle. Xia Liqiang, you kid hiding such a fierce man? Before Chen Yu could say anything, the class leader of the third class next to him shouted in a direction first, only to see a young squad leader with a similarly robust figure, but with a bit of arrogance on his face walk over. It was none other than Chai Gaoshang's squad leader, Xia Liqiang. Xia Liqiang and Chen Yu is the same batch of soldiers. The two from the beginning of the new recruits are not very deal with, openly and secretly fight do not know how many times. At this moment, Xia Liqiang clasped his hands on his chest, his chin slightly raised, his eyes swept over Chai Gaoshang, who was leading on the runway, and glanced at Chen Yu, whose face did not look too good, with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Ha, what do you mean hide? Xia Liqiang slowly opened his mouth. His voice was not loud, but it was loud enough for the several squad leaders around him to hear clearly. Our family, Gao Shang, was originally the top level in this class of recruits. If he didn't have a fever yesterday when he reported to the police and wasn't feeling well, the so-called number 1 in the bottom test would have been your turn in the second class? The smell of gunpowder instantly intensified at those words. You fart. Chen Yu exploded on the spot, glaring at Xia Liqiang. Su Ming's strength is there. The internal affairs standard bearer. Physical ability is also top-notch. Who are you to say that the limelight is yours? On what grounds? Xia Liqiang snorted and pointed to the runway. Just by now. See? Our Gao Shang has already begun to run over that precious lump of yours. This is just the beginning. When it gets to the back, that Su Ming of yours, what can he compare to our Gao Shang? You. Chen Yu was so angry that his face was red, but looking at the runway as indeed Chai Gao Shang vaguely occupy a hint of initiative. For a time actually some speechless. What? Not convinced? Xia Liqiang pressed on step by step, his eyes full of provocation. Dare to bet with me? Just bet. Who's afraid of who? Chen Yu was also a stubborn person, and by Xia Liqiang's provocation, where could he still hold back? Say, what's the bet? Xia Liqiang waited for these words, and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. Let's bet on the two of them. Who can hold out until the end? Whoever can't hold out first will be considered a loser. The bet is, on our living expenses this month, $2,000. How about it? Mr. Chen, do you dare to take it? $2,000 a month to live on. That's an absolute fortune for a cadet soldier with a modest allowance. The surrounding class leaders all sucked in a breath of cool air and looked at Chen Yu. Chen Yu's chest rose and fell as he stared dead at Xia Liqiang's beaten face, and then looked at Su Ming, who was being pressed hard on the runway, but his pace was still steady. On that kid's face, there wasn't the slightest bit of panic. Bet on it. Chen Yu gritted his teeth and squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth. 2,000 is 2,000. Whoever wimped out is a grandson. Good. Have guts. Xia Liqiang laughed as if he had already won. Everyone can hear you. Testify. The atmosphere between the two squad leaders was tense. The bet had been made, and everyone's heart hung in the air, their eyes locking more closely on the two entangled figures on the runway. And just then, at the entrance to the playground, 2 figures walked in side by side. It was the Chief Captain Zhang Xian and Counselor Yang Yi who had just finished checking the housekeeping. The two had just stepped into the playground and were immediately attracted by the hot scene in front of them, especially at the very front of the runway. The 2 figures that were clearly separated from the main group and were fiercely battling it out. Zhang Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. What's with those 2 soldiers? So fast? A cadet cadre in charge of playground discipline next to him immediately ran over and saluted in report. Reporting to the Chief Captain and Counselor. That's Su Ming from Cadet Class 2 and Chai Gao Shang from Cadet Class 4. The 2 are having a physical competition. Immediately afterward, this cadre then reported the matter of the bet between Chen Yu and Xia Liqiang just now briefly in a low voice. After listening to the report, a hint of surprise flashed in Yang Yi's eyes. Then he looked at Zhang Xian with interest. Lao Shang, you see this matter. These 2 squad leaders, the courage is not small actually dare to openly set up a bet on the training ground. Zhang Xian, however, waved his hand, his gaze falling on Su Ming and Chai Gao Shang, and instead of getting angry, a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Young people, it's good to have a little bit of fire, a little bit of competition, as long as it doesn't interfere with training. This little incident is harmless. He paused, his gaze roaming back and forth between Su Ming and Chai Gao Shang, seemingly assessing something. Seeing this, Yang Yi's heart moved and said with a smile, seeing the 2 of them in this situation, it's really impossible to tell the winner from the loser for a while. Old Zhang, how about, we also put together a lively event? Zhang Xian looked at Yang Yi. Oh, how do you want to get it together? Yang Yi pointed at Chai Gao Shang, his tone was certain. I'm betting on that black kid, Chai Gao Shang, to win. The reason is very simple. Su Ming's internal affairs are so outstanding. He must have sacrificed his lunch break to practice, and yesterday he ran such a long distance. His physical strength must have been greatly depleted. Now that he's being pushed so hard by Chai Gao Shang, who came from a gymnasium, I think he's in trouble. Yang Yi's analysis was justified and it did sound like Chai Gao Shang had a better chance of winning. Zhang Xian listened, but smiled non-committally, his gaze finally landing on Su Ming's calm and resolute face. That I am. Zhang Xian reached out and pointed at Su Ming, his voice steady and strong. Let's bet on this Su Ming to win. Yang Yi was a bit surprised. Oh, you don't believe my analysis? Your analysis makes sense. Zhang Xian nodded. Then his words changed. But I see an energy in this kid. He narrowed his eyes, recalling the angular tofu blocks in the dormitory, and Su Ming's calm but unquestioning eyes. A ruthlessness that defies defeat, does not resign itself to fate, and dares to push the limits. I'm sure he won't let me down. The 2 leaders, surprisingly, were also excited to place their bets. For a while, the atmosphere in the playground became even hotter. Everyone's eyes converged on the two running figures on the track. Su Ming, Chai Gao Sheng. One is a housekeeping standard bearer with high expectations. One is an elite, gifted man from the gymnasium with a determination to prove himself. Needlepoint. This 3-kilometer run has not only been a simple physical training, but also evolved into a battle of dignity, a peak showdown in the limelight. The runway is sweaty. Su Ming felt the power rushing through his body and listened to the system beeps that kept ringing in his ears as +2 and +2 sounded, and his eyes grew brighter and brighter. 1,000 points of inner scroll value. It's just around the corner. As for Chai Gao Sheng beside him, he felt an unprecedented pressure. This Su Ming, what's going on? He had clearly raised his speed to the limit, but the other party, surprisingly, was still able to keep up without changing his face? This guy, is he really human? Chapter 11 Housekeeping Competition. Everyone's eyes, like searchlights, were locked onto the two figures on the runway that had begun to sway. Su Ming, Chai Gao Sheng, all eyes on the world. One lap, another lap. The speed that was originally as swift as the wind slowed down with the naked eye. Sweat had long soaked through the camouflage training uniforms of the two men, clinging tightly to their bodies, outlining the lines of muscles trembling slightly from exhaustion. Hoo, ha, hoo, hoo. Chai Gao Sheng's chest rose and fell violently, like a worn-out bellows. His eyes began to blacken in gusts. His lungs felt like they were about to explode, and every breath he took was tinged with searing pain. I can't, is almost at its limit. Chai Gao Sheng gritted his teeth and glanced at Su Ming, who still maintained a slight lead next to him. Is that guy still human? Internal affairs are so sick, and physical fitness is so horrible? When did the National Defense Science University produce such a monster? He clearly felt that Su Ming's speed had also slowed down, and his footsteps were heavy as if they were filled with lead. But that face was still horribly calm. There was no pain, no grimace, just an almost numb toughness. This calmness made Chai Gao Sheng feel more desperate than any grimace. He must be holding on hard too. There's no way he still has strength. Chai Gao Sheng shouted frantically in his heart, trying to inject himself with the last bit of strength. However, the limits of the body cannot be broken through by will alone. After holding on for another half a lap, Chai Gao Sheng only felt a sharp jerk in his leg and stomach. The pain that drilled through his heart caused him to stagger a bit, and his speed plummeted sharply. He let out a low growl and tried to power up again, but his legs were like rusty machinery, no longer able to take coordinated steps. In the end, under the gaze of countless eyes, Chai Gao Sheng's legs went limp, braced his hands on his knees and bent over, panting heavily, sweat dripping down his chin on the plastic running track. He stopped. Chai Gao Sheng has stopped. I don't know who shouted. Su Ming. Su Ming has won. Asterisk. Really winning. After a short period of silence, thunderous cheers erupted on the playground, especially in the area where the second class was located. Winning. Su Ming is awesome. Chen Yu jumped up violently, his face flushed red, waving his fists, so excited that he almost rushed into the runway. Xia Liqian's face, on the other hand, instantly turned iron blue, so ugly that it looked like he had swallowed a fly. He stared at Chai Gao Sheng, who had stopped, and then looked at Su Ming, who was still moving forward, his lips trembling, unable to say a word. On the runway, Su Ming had also finally reached his limit after surpassing Chai Gao Sheng's stopped position by about half a lap. He felt the sky spinning in front of his eyes, and his legs were as limp as noodles. If he hadn't forced himself to stabilize his body at the last moment, I'm afraid he would have fallen straight to the ground. He slowed to a stop, again bracing his hands on his knees, panting violently, sweat blurring his vision. Ding! Detected the host completing an excess physical confrontation. Inner volume value +15. Ding! The internal scroll value has accumulated to 1,000 points. The system beeps that sounded one after another in his head were like heavenly music. The corners of Su Ming's mouth couldn't help but curl up into a tired but satisfied smile. Finally, to 1,000 points. Good boy. At the edge of the playground, Chief Captain Zhang Xian's eyes flashed with brilliance as he whispered a word of praise, his face carrying undisguised admiration. He had won the bet, but that wasn't important. What was important was that he saw the tenacity and potential in Su Ming that was far beyond the ordinary. Next to him, Counselor Yang Yi shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. Old Zhang, your vision is really poisonous. Looks like I won't be able to keep my cigarette money this month. Zhang Xian laughed. Young people, it's all about the courage to fight. Let's go and have a look. As Su Ming and Chai Gao Sheng's duel was divided into winners and losers, this extraordinarily long 3-kilometer run was finally nearing its end. The class captains began to organize the team and count the number of people. This sudden summit matchup undoubtedly added an extremely strong splash of color to the boring freshman training. Second class, all of you, look right, in unison. Forward, look. Chen Yu's voice was loud and excited as he walked to the front of the group, his gaze sweeping over a face that also carried excitement and admiration before finally landing on Su Ming, who was being supported by Guofei and Lu Mang due to his dislocation. Su Ming, good job. Chen Yu did not mince his words of praise. Today, you gave our second class a big face. Su Ming smiled weakly and nodded. All right, all hands, bring it back. The team left the playground with a fairly neat step, passing by the fourth class team. Chen Yu intentionally straightened his waist, casting a sidelong glance at Xia Liqiang, whose face was still ugly, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a provocative smile. Xia Liqiang glared back fiercely, but the defeated general was ultimately a head weaker in terms of momentum. In the cafeteria, after a simple lunch, there was a short lunch break for free time. In the dormitory of the second class, the atmosphere was unusually warm. Guofei, Lu Mang, and Gao Han gathered around Su Ming, chattering about the spectacle on the playground just now. Brother Ming, you're too fierce. You weren't able to see. Chai Gao Sheng's expression at the end was as if he had eaten. Lu Mang gesticulated and spat. That's right, the whole playground was watching you too. Even the chief captain and the counselor came, Guofei added, his tone full of excitement with honor. Gao Han pushed his glasses, relatively calm, but the admiration in his eyes could not be faked. Su Ming, this physical ability of yours is hidden deep enough. Su Ming leaned against the side of the bed, his strength recovered a bit, and just waved his hand, humbly saying, just a lucky fluke win. At that moment, the door of the dormitory was pushed open with a bang. The crowd was startled and turned around to see Chen Yu, the squad leader, walking in with a big paper box in his arms and a red face. Squad leader? Chen Yu hemmed and hawed, put the cardboard box to the center of the ground, issued a thud sound muffled. Look, what's this? The crowd curiously approached, only to see that the cardboard box was filled with a variety of snacks, Coke, potato chips, chocolate, beef jerky, a wide range of things that they, the trainees, usually coveted but couldn't afford to buy. Wow, squad leader, you're rich? Guofei's eyes went straight. What a fortune. Chen Yu proudly patted the cardboard box. This, all sponsored by a certain kind fourth-class president. He deliberately emphasized the words kindly and sponsorship. The crowd instantly understood. Ha ha ha, is it that guy Xia Liqiang who lost the money? Lu Mang let out a loud laugh. That's right. Chen Yu waved his hand. $2,000. All bought snacks today. This is all the honor Su Ming earned back for our second class. Everyone eat openly. If you don't have enough afterward, I'll go buy more. Oh yeah, long live the class president. Su Ming is awesome. The dormitory was in an uproar, and everyone's gazes toward Su Ming were filled with gratitude and admiration. This snack is not only the satisfaction of appetite, but also a symbol of collective honor. Su Ming, by himself, not only won the game, but also brought real benefits to the class. Su Ming also didn't expect Chen Yu to do this, and looking at everyone's happy appearance, his heart was warmed. However, the fun didn't last long. After distributing the snacks, Chen Yu cleared his throat, the smile on his face tightened a bit and his expression became serious. Okay, everyone, settle down for a moment. I have an announcement to make. Seeing the change in the class president's expression, the dormitory immediately quieted down and everyone looked at Chen Yu. Chen Yu swept his gaze across the crowd and said in a deep voice, I've just been informed that the school will organize the first housekeeping competition for the entire grade of freshmen this Friday afternoon. Housekeeping judging? Everyone's hearts thumped, thinking of the scene of being criticized in the morning, and Su Ming's tofu block that stood out from the rest. Chen Yu continued, his tone carrying a hint of gravity. This evaluation is for real. Every class will be scored and ranked on their housekeeping end. He paused, intensifying his tone. The class at the bottom of the rankings will be punished. The exact punishment wasn't said, but it certainly won't make things easy for you guys. Punishment. Those two words were like a stone that slammed into everyone's heart. The atmosphere in the dormitory, which had just been relaxed and happy, instantly became somewhat depressing. Everyone's eyes, subconsciously, once again focused on Su Ming. Or so, the focus was on the neatly folded quilts on Su Ming's bed that could be called a work of art. This time, can they avoid becoming the worst one class? I'm afraid, they still have to count on Su Ming. Chapter 12 volume and it's done. As night fell, the freshman dormitory building at the National University of Defense Technology grew quiet. The hustle and bustle and excitement of the day receded like a tidal wave, leaving only the occasional chirping of insects outside the window and the blur of slogans from the distant training ground. In the second shift dormitory, the bags of snacks had been packed away, and a hint of sweet and fried food still lingered in the air. Guofei, Lu Mang, and Gao Han have long since climbed onto the beds, exchanging low voices about today's shock, and every now and then a burst of suppressed laughter will erupt. Their eyes will always unconsciously drift to the beds diagonally across the room. Su Ming lay on his own bed, eyes closed, feeling the unprecedented exhaustion coming from the depths of his body. The soreness of the muscles was like fine pinpoints that stuck all over the body. That 3 kilometers this afternoon was not just a win over Chai Gaosheng and the 4th class. It was also a crazy squeeze on his physical limits. The final sprint was a stretch where he was running almost by a force of will. His lungs were on fire and his heart felt as if it was going to jump out of his chest. This level of exertion, even for him whose physical quality had improved after crossing over, he felt a bit overwhelmed. Therefore, tonight, Su Ming made a perverse decision. He didn't intend to continue inward scrolling. When the lights out signal sounded, he was to go to bed on time, like everyone else, and recover his strength properly. Of course, that's only one of the reasons. The more important reason was that deep within his consciousness, that cold mechanical beep had announced an exciting news the moment he crossed the finish line in the afternoon. The internal volume value has finally broken 1,000. Su Ming's mind moved and his consciousness sank into his mind. Ding! Detected that the host's involution value has successfully exceeded the 1,000-point milestone. King of Soldiers Inside Volume System upgrade in progress. Upgrade completed. New feature unlocked. System Mall. Milestone reward issued. Endurance plus 100%. A series of beeps exploded in Su Ming's consciousness like fireworks, dispelling some of his physical exhaustion and bringing about mental exhilaration. System Mall. Finally. Before, the inner roll value could only be watched dryly, but now it's finally useful. Holding down his excitement, he gently clicked on the brand new System Mall icon. In a blink of an eye, a vast array of virtual interfaces unfolded in his consciousness, with countless categories of goods clearly listed, from top to bottom, from left to right, densely packed and almost endless. Su Ming's gaze quickly swept over. Living goods area, ordinary toothbrush, 1 roll value, special soap, 3 inner rolls worth, quick drying towel, 5 internal roll value, basic training area, military dagger, standardized 50 scroll value, weighted undershirt, 10 kilograms 100 in roll value, basic physical restoration potion, small 80 in scroll value, skills knowledge zone, basic firearms maintenance manual, 200 in roll value, introduction to fighting arts, military 300 scroll value, battlefield first aid bandaging techniques, 150 in roll value, black tech zone, portable energy block, standard type 5000 in roll value, one-man exoskeleton armor, experimental 50,000 in scroll value, drawings of a small anti-gravity engine, inside roll value, starship designs, disabled, inside scroll value, finished annihilator, available for immediate extraction, inside roll value. Su Ming was so dazzled by the sight that his heartbeat accelerated and his breathing became a little short. From the most basic toothpaste toothbrush, to military equipment, to those starships that only exist in science fiction movies, the System Mall is simply everything. But soon, he calmed down, as his eyes fell on those god-level items that could easily cost thousands of dollars, or even a series of question marks, and then looked at the current scroll value, 1,000, displayed on his personal panel. Su Ming couldn't help but slightly twitch the corners of his mouth. The difference is too great. With his current internal scroll value, at most, he could only exchange it for some higher-level household items or buy a few basic physical recovery potions. The slightly more extravagant ones, like that cool-looking military dagger, would cost 50 points. As for those black technologies, don't even think about it. It seems that this inner scroll value still has to be spent sparingly. Su Ming secretly thought to himself, good steel should be used on the blade of a knife. Now this bit of family money can't just be wasted. A mosquito is neat even if it's small, so keep it for now. It will definitely be of great use in the future. After making up his mind, Su Ming put his attention on another game, the milestone reward. Endurance plus 100%. That's a real physical improvement. Claim your reward. Su Ming read silently in his heart. Confirmation of receiving milestone reward, stamina plus 100%. Confirmed. Buzz. An indescribably warm air current, as if it had arisen out of thin air, instantly surged out from his heart area, like a rushing river, instantly flowing all over his limbs and bones, moisturizing every cell. The original heavy and aching legs that were like lead, the soreness that made people grimace, actually faded rapidly at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Exhaustion, like sun-drenched snow and ice, melts away quickly. The spirit, which had previously been somewhat dim from exhaustion, was also violently revitalized, as if it had been injected with a clear spring, becoming extraordinarily clear and resilient. Phew! Su Ming took a long breath of relief, only to feel his body soothed. The original tiredness had disappeared by at least 70 to 80%, and he could clearly feel it. It was as if my body had become stronger, not only in terms of fatigue resistance, but also in terms of willpower and mental endurance. This, endurance plus 100%, the effect was far beyond his imagination. It didn't just make his body more resilient, it seemed that his mental toughness had been increased as well. Just as Su Ming was feeling the surprise brought about by the changes in his body, the system interface once again flickered slightly, refreshing a new tip. The next milestone goal has been updated, reach 2,000 points of internal volume value. Current progress, 1000/2000. Su Ming's eyes stared slightly. 2000 points. The span of this milestone has directly doubled. It seems that the challenge has just begun on the path of this king of soldiers' inner scroll. However, feeling the surging, more abundant strength and resilience within his body, the corners of Su Ming's mouth hooked up into an arc full of confidence. 2000 points? The roll is done. Chapter 13 give us a way out. Su Ming only felt that his body was filled with inexhaustible energy. The improvement brought about by endurance plus 100% was far more than simply eliminating exhaustion. He could clearly feel that his muscle fibers seemed to have been quenched by some kind of mysterious energy, becoming tougher and incredibly strong in recovery. After last night's 3-mile run and a little celebration, my body should have been in a period of fatigue. But at this moment, Su Ming only felt refreshed and energized. 2000 points. He looked at the brand new milestone goal on the system panel, and the corner of his mouth curved up with a hint of confidence. Then keep rolling. At 5 o'clock in the morning of the next day, the sky was still light, and most of the people in the freshman dormitory building of the National Defense University of Science and Technology, DUST, were still in deep sleep. However, the lights were on in dormitory 302. Su Ming thundered as he began to organize his housekeeping. The quilt was skillfully spread out and flattened by him, and then began to shape it with an almost demanding standard. Every corner, every edge, all strived for perfection. Swish, swish. The sound of fabric rubbing together was extraordinarily clear in the quiet dormitory. It had become a habit for him, an instinct deep in his bones. Extra criteria detected in housekeeping. +1 to the value of the internal scroll. Extra criteria detected in housekeeping. +1 to the value of the internal scroll. Subtle beeps sounded in his head like pleasant background music. Just then, there was a rustling in the bed next to him. Guofei rubbed his sleepy eyes and sat up, looking at Su Ming in a daze. Ming, you started again? Su Ming didn't lift his head, focusing on the quilt in his hands. Well, the early bird gets the worm. Lu Mang and Gao Han were also woken up, and the two of them were wearing chicken nests on top of their heads, with a lifeless look on their faces. No way. Su Ming, do you really intend to carry this inner volume to the end? Lu Mang yawned, a hint of helplessness in his tone. Didn't the class president treat us to snacks yesterday to celebrate? Can't we relax a little bit for a day? Gohan echoed in a small voice. Yeah, brother Ming, you're making us so stressed out. Feeling like a salted fish, Su Ming finally stopped the movements in his hands, turned his head, looked at the three sleepy-eyed housemates, and smiled. Relax? Let's wait until the judging is over. Have you forgotten what the class president said? In this housekeeping competition, the last place will be penalized if our dormitory drags its feet. He paused deliberately, his eyes sweeping over the trio's obviously somewhat disheveled beds. Guofei, Lu Mang, and Gao Han were instantly jolted, and their sleepiness instantly dissipated for the most part. Penalized. The word was like a pot of cold water that doused them from their lazy pre-weekend fantasies. They had seen with their own eyes how other classes punished training laggards, and it was definitely not pleasant. Moreover, Su Ming was right. Their dormitory now relied almost entirely on Su Ming alone to hold up the facade of housekeeping, just in case the instructor inspecting one day had sharper eyes. If the three of them were found to have done a tofu dreg project, the whole class would be disgraced. Guofei gritted his teeth and violently lifted the quilt. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Roll. Isn't it just folding the quilt? I'll fight you to the end today. Saying that, he also followed Su Ming's example and began to clumsily but seriously organize his bedding. Lu Mang and Gao Han looked at each other and also saw the determination in each other's eyes. Count me in. Lu Mang also got out of bed. Can't really be a drag. Gohan sighed silently and followed suit. Ugh, who let us get a roommate who was so curly? Admit it. For a while, the 302 dormitory was brightly lit, and in addition to Su Ming's skillful swish 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 sound, there were three more slightly raw, but equally full of determination, organizing sounds. The same changes are happening on the playground in the early morning. The 3-kilometer run begins. After the starting gun went off, Su Ming was still rushing at the front like a stringed arrow, but this time, it was no longer just the top students from the other classes that were close behind. Guofei, Lu Mang, and Gao Han, although their speed was far inferior to Su Ming. However, they gritted their teeth and desperately followed in the second echelon that Su Ming was in, no longer falling to the end of the line at the beginning like before. When he ran to 2.5 kilometers, Guofei felt like his lungs were going to explode and his legs were as heavy as lead. He saw that Su Ming in front of him had already begun to turn back and was preparing to go the extra mile. Is this guy still a human being? Guofei wailed in his heart, almost wanting to give up. Just then, he felt someone beside him tap his shoulder. It was Lu Mang. Lu Mang's face was equally pale and sweating like rain, but his eyes were firm. Flyboy, hold on. Think about the judging. Think of the punishment. Gohan also panted and caught up. Right, can't be left behind. The three of them cheered each other on and stiffly squeezed out another ounce of strength as they continued to move forward. On the other hand, Su Ming had already finished the standard 3 kilometers. He didn't stop. His breathing steady, his stride still strong. Completion of basic training, 3-kilometer run, detecting the host continuing to train for running. In-roll mode on. Inner roll value +1. Inner roll value +1. Inner roll value +1. The beeping continues like a tireless drumbeat. The freshmen from the other classes were dumbfounded as they watched the figure that continued to gallop on the track like a perpetual motion machine. Holy, isn't that Su Ming from class 2? He's doing it again. This guy is an Iron Man, right? He just finished running with Chai Gaosheng yesterday, and he's practicing extra today? Pervert. It's so stressful being in the same school as him. Not only that, look at the ones in their dormitory. They are also like chicken blood today, running much faster than before. Amidst the murmurs, many people silently accelerated their steps. An invisible roll intention seemed to be quietly spreading among this group of new recruits. And so the days passed. Fold the quilt and roll. Run. Roll. Even wiping the table, sweeping the floor, and organizing his personal belongings. Su Ming demanded himself with standards beyond the norm. And by the way, he also drove the level of housekeeping of the entire 302 dormitory to skyrocket. Guo Fei's trio had been forced to inwardly roll from the beginning, but later on, they had also gradually gotten used to this high-intensity rhythm, and even occasionally took the initiative to seek out Su Ming to ask for advice on how to fold quilts. Although still screaming, but looking at their more and more neatly made beds, the heart also has a hidden sense of accomplishment, and Su Ming's inner volume value also grew by leaps and bounds in this kind of persistence day after day. Extra criteria detected in housekeeping, +1 to the value of the internal scroll. In running training, exceeding the standard mileage, +1 to the involution value. Utilizing breaks for physical consolidation, +1 to roll value. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed by quietly. Su Ming's inner scroll value soared like a rocket. That evening, after finishing the day's training, Su Ming lay on his bed, his consciousness sinking into the system. He glanced at his personal panel. Host, Su Ming. Binding system, King of Soldiers internal volume system. Current roll value, 1620. Next milestone, 2000, not achieved. Unlocked function, system mall. Rewarded, endurance +100%, 1620 points. A brilliant light flashed in Su Ming's eyes. Only 100 points short of 2000. These days of intense enrolls, along with driving housemates along, seem to have made the acquisition of enroll values a lot more efficient as well. Very good. Just about on the verge. Su Ming clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within his body and the sense of anticipation that he was about to make another breakthrough. However, right at this moment, the dormitory door was pushed open, and class president Shen Yu walked in with a serious expression. All of them. Shen Yu's voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. All cheer up. Tomorrow, it's the day of the big freshman housekeeping competition for the whole school. Swish. The atmosphere in the dormitory, which was still somewhat relaxed, instantly froze. Guo Fei, Lu Mang, and Gao Han immediately bounced up from the bed and stood straight, tension written all over their faces. Tomorrow, the ultimate test, at last, is coming. Shen Yu swept his gaze across the crowd and finally landed on Su Ming's near-perfect bed, nodding his head slightly. Then he looked at the others and said in a deep voice, I've seen the progress over the past few days. However, the judging criteria will only get stricter. I don't want our second class to be last. Do you all hear me? Got it. The four responded in unison, their voices booming. In the air, there was a tense air of a great battle to come. Friday, it's here. Chapter 14 Begin Inspection. An unusual air of tension pervades the freshman camp at the National University of Defense Technology. The air seems to be a little heavier than usual. The sunlight pours down through the sparse clouds, but it doesn't drive away the solemnity that shrouds the playground and dormitory buildings. Today is the day of the big freshman housekeeping competition for the entire school. This is not just a simple inspection, but a test of the results of the past week's training and a test of the collective honor and discipline of each class. More importantly, the results of the competition are directly related to the best class and housekeeping champion honors. At the edge of the playground, a line stood in perfect order. At the head of the group was the stout, tough-faced freshman battalion commander Zhao Hu. His eyes were as sharp as eagles. He was not angry, and just by standing there, he exuded a powerful sense of oppression. Right behind him was political instructor Yang Yi. He wore glasses and had an elegant demeanor, but at this moment, his face had also put away its usual gentleness and appeared extraordinarily serious. Further back, there was Chen Yu and Xia Liqiang as the leaders, the class presidents of all the freshman classes. Everyone straightened their backs, but there was more or less a hint of apprehension in their eyes. Comrades, Battalion Commander Zhao, whose voice was loud and clear, piercing through the early morning mist. Today's big housekeeping and hygiene evaluation is an important test of the results of your training since you joined the school. There is only one standard, and that is the standard of a soldier. Tidy, standardized, meticulous. He swept his gaze over the group of squad leaders. The judging committee will consist of me and Instructor Yang, as well as all of your squad leaders. We will score the housekeeping of every class, every dormitory, and even every recruit. In the end, the best class and standard bearer of housekeeping of our freshman class will be selected. Is that clear? Understood. The squad leaders responded in unison, their voices loud but unable to hide the pressure in their respective hearts. Good. Now start checking. Starting from class 10 forward. Zhao Hu waved his hand and took the lead in striding towards the dormitory building. The judging has begun. The first to be inspected was the 10th class. Battalion Commander Zhao Hu pushed his way in, and his eyebrows instantly knitted into a pimple. As far as the eye could see, it wasn't dirty, but it was by no means tidy. There were a few spots of dust on the floor that hadn't been swept up, and the trash can by the window was stuffed with waste paper and even bags of uneaten snacks. Look at the beds again. The quilts are all folded, but the shape can only be said to be barely outlined. Some are floppy, some are crooked to one side, and the edges are not even close. A bed in a position against the door. The edge of the quilt even showed half. A gray sock? Zhao Hu's face sank, pointing at the sock, his voice tinged with anger. This is what? This is your level of housekeeping? Using the quilt like a trash can? The 10th squad leader was sweating profusely. His face reddened, and he wanted to find a crack in the ground. Report. It's my negligence. I'll have them rectify it right away. Negligence? Zhao Hu snorted coldly. Looks like indiscipline to me. Next. He didn't say much, but the look of disappointment and displeasure had been like a whip on the heart of the 10th class president. Instructor Yang followed behind and looked at the scene, but also shook his head helplessly, recording something quickly on his book. The next 9 and 8 classes are in much the same situation, even Judas. In one of the dormitories of the 9th class, toiletries were laid out in a sprawling manner, and towels rested wetly on the edge of the bed, emitting a faint musty odor. The 8th class is even more outrageous. Halfway through the inspection, Zhao Hu, the battalion commander, under the pillow of a recruit, actually touched an unfolded underwear. Asshole. Battalion Commander Zhao Hu was genuinely angered this time, and directly flung the pair of underwear onto the ground. This is a military school, not your doghouse. Look what you all look like. Sloppy, sloppy, you have no military image. The battalion commander's growl could be heard throughout the building, and the squad leaders following behind were silenced and blanched. Many people secretly grumbled in their hearts that the situation in their own classes was not much better. I'm afraid, the atmosphere was oppressive to the core. A week is indeed a bit of an imposition for these new recruits, who have just left local life and have not yet fully adapted to the rhythm of the military camp, to meet the strict standards of housekeeping. But the sight in front of me was also really too much. It was in this suffocating atmosphere that the jury arrived at the dormitory area of Class 4. Xia Liqiang, the leader of the 4th class, took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He knew that the only hope for their class lay in Chai Gaoshang. Push open the door of the dormitory where Chai Gaoshang is staying. Zhao Hu and Yang Yi's footsteps slightly lurched. This dormitory, obviously, is quite a bit better than the previous one. The floors were swept fairly clean and items were arranged in a relatively organized manner. It still feels a little messy overall, but at least it's not outrageously stuffed with socks and underwear. The gazes of the crowd coincidentally fell on Chai Gaoshang's bed. That quilt, it does fold with style. Square. The corners also came out, although not quite straight. The lines are also slightly hard, but compared to the front of those steamed bread, has been too strong. Well, Battalion Commander Zhao Hu's tightly locked brows finally stretched a little. This Chai Gaosheng quilt is still folded decently. Instructor Yang Yi also nodded and looked closer. Not bad, much better than the first few. A bit of a veteran, though, still a bit short of the mark. He pointed to a not-so-subtle crease in the side of the quilt. Look here, it's still not flat enough. When you fold a quilt, it should not only be square, but also straight, with no gaps in it. Despite the deficiencies noted, this was the first time since the inspection began that the leader had given a relatively positive assessment. Xia Liqiang quietly breathed a sigh of relief. The cold sweat on his forehead was a little less. He gratefully glanced at Chai Gaoshang, and the other party also slightly raised his chin, revealing a hint of imperceptible smugness. When the other class leaders saw this, they were even more envious and jealous. Damn, this kid, Chai Gaoshang, does have 2 tricks up his sleeve. Ugh, if we had one like that in our class, we wouldn't be cursed. Okay, stop looking and pray that nothing happens to our class. Inspection continues. Time passed little by little, and finally, it was the turn of the second class. The tension in the air climbed again as Battalion Commander Zhao, who led the jury in a vast procession towards the floor where the second class was located. Chunyu stood in the line, his palms already covered in sweat. He secretly glanced at Su Ming behind him and realized that the other party was still in the same clouded look, as if it wasn't their dormitory that was about to be inspected. Hua Fei, Lu Mang, and Gao Han were even more tense, to the point that even their breathing was deliberately slowed down. They stood side by side, their bodies tense like drawn bowstrings, their eyes filled with trepidation and a hint of anticipation for the unknown. They know how much progress they have made in the past few days, but whether they can withstand the battalion commander's pair of fiery eyes test, who have no idea in their hearts. Finally, the line stopped at the entrance to Dormitory 302. Chapter 15, The Biggest Hang-Ups in Housekeeping Competitions. Report! Chunyu took a deep breath and shouted with all his strength, his voice slightly trembling due to nervousness. Come in. Zhao, whose voice still carried an unquestionable majesty. Chunyu pushed open the dormitory door. Swish! The moment the door opened, a fresh, clean air came out, very different from the dormitory that had been inspected before, that more or less with some sweat, mildew, or dusty air. Then, there's the visual impact. The first thing that comes into view is the ground, glossy as a mirror. That's right, it's polished as a mirror. The concrete floors of the dormitories were spotlessly cleaned. It even vaguely reflects the light coming through the windows, and is so clean that you subconsciously want to wipe the soles of your shoes before you walk in. Then the eyes of the crowd snapped to the bed. The 4 beds, as if measured with a ruler, were neatly arranged, and the quilt on the bed. Hiss! I don't know who it was, but I sucked in a cold breath. That's not a quilt. That's 4 perfect blocks of tofu. The color was a uniform military green. The shape was a standard cube. The angles were so sharp that they looked like they had been cut by a knife, and the surface was flat and straight. Not a single crease could be seen. The sunlight pours on it, and you can even see the clear right-angled edges. This is no longer a good stack. It's a work of art. Look at the other details again. The windowsills were polished and not half as dusty. On the table, 4 sets of toiletries, toothbrushes, cups, and towels are arranged according to uniform specifications and orientation, like soldiers waiting to be inspected. It was ridiculously neat. Even the size of the folded squares of the towel looked exactly the same. The brooms and mops in the corners, too, lean straight, as if carefully measured. The entire dormitory, from the floor to the ceiling, from the beds to the personal belongings, reveals the ultimate standardization. Neatness and rigor. Quiet, deadly silence. The hallway, which a moment ago had been filled with the sounds of the battalion commander's reprimands and the nervous breathing of the squad leaders, was awfully quiet at the moment. Everyone on the jury, including Battalion Commander Zhao Hu, Instructor Yang Yi, and the group of squad leaders following behind, all stood frozen in the doorway, one by one, as if they had been cast in a stasis. Their eyes were glazed over, their mouths slightly open, and disbelief written all over their faces. A squad leader subconsciously rubbed his eyes, wondering if he had misread it. Holy, this is where people live. The other squad leader muttered. Xia Lichang is more like being struck by thunder. Dumbfounded 302 dormitory. And then think about the bed of Chai Gao Sheng in his own dormitory, which was just now also felt good quilt, is simply a joke. Even Instructor Yang Yi, who had always been known for his composure, couldn't help but push the glasses on the bridge of his nose at this moment, leaning his body forward slightly as if he wanted to see more clearly, his eyes filled with astonishment and inquiry. And Battalion Commander Zhao Hu, who stood at the front, had the most wonderful expression on his face. He was shocked, then puzzled, and his brow furrowed, but this time it was no longer anger or disappointment, but pure confusion. He subconsciously took a step back, and another, and exited directly outside the dormitory door. Instructor Yang Yi also followed silently. All eyes were on the 2 leaders. He only saw Battalion Commander Zhao Hu raise his head and look carefully at the sign with black letters on a white background hanging on the doorframe. Freshman Class 2, Dormitory 302. He even reached out and touched the sign, as if to confirm its authenticity. That's right. Battalion Commander Zhao Hu turned his head to look at Instructor Yang Yi, who was also dumbfounded, his voice carrying a trace of imperceptible trance. It's the freshman dorm, 2nd class. Instructor Yang Yi also laughed bitterly and shook his head, stating that he was also unable to explain this beyond normal scene in front of him. After confirming that there was no mistake, Battalion Commander Zhao Hu took a deep breath and once again stepped into the 302 dormitory. This time, his pace slowed noticeably, and his eyes became sharper and more scrutinizing. And behind him, Instructor Yang Yi and the other squad leaders, with the same complex feelings, fishtailed in. The reason they acted so out of character, It was because the level of housekeeping presented by the dormitory in front of them had far exceeded their perception of the concept of freshmen. It's not simply clean and tidy. It's the standard. It's the norm. It's the extreme. Every detail here, from the spotlessness of the floor, to the angularity of the quilt, to the uniformity of the arrangement of the items, is achieved. It may even surpass the standards of veterans who have been in the military for years. And it's not just one person who stands out. Look at those 4 identical blocks. Look at those 4 sets of toiletries that seem to have been copied and pasted. This means that every single person in this dormitory has reached this almost perverse level of housekeeping. How is that possible for a group of new recruits who have only been enrolled for less than 2 weeks? It's a no-brainer. In the air, there was an eerie atmosphere of mixed shock, doubt and disbelief. Chen Yu stood in the center of the dormitory, looking at the dumbfounded expressions of the leaders and fellow officers. His nervousness quietly dispersed, and was replaced by an unspeakable sense of pride. His back, without realizing it, straightened. Su Ming, on the other hand, was still standing in the line with a calm expression. He could clearly feel the various gazes cast around him, but he didn't care. His consciousness sank slightly into the system, glancing at the inner volume value that had soared to 1620, and the corner of his mouth curled up in a faintly undetectable arc, not far from the 2,000 point milestone. And all of this is just a small footnote on the road to his inner volume. Battalion Commander Zhao Hu and Instructor Yang Yi looked at each other and both saw a strong shock and a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. Inspections, it goes on. But everyone knew that perhaps the biggest suspense of this housekeeping competition had been revealed early. Chapter 16. Is this still human? Battalion Commander Zhao Hu's sharp gaze, like a falcon, swept over every corner of the dormitory. His vision eventually settled. Not the 4 beds as a whole, but the one of them by the window. That was Su Ming's bed. If anything, the other 3 beds in this dormitory have been up to the level of good veterans, making them feel impeccable. Then Su Ming's this one is simply the physical incarnation of military housekeeping regulations. Bed sheets. The white sheets were without a single wrinkle, and the 4 corners were pulled and tucked tight to the hilt. Forms a perfect right angle and fits tightly to the edge of the mattress as if it had grown there. The pillows are placed, not a penny more, not a penny less, at a textbook distance from the front of the comforter. Even the pair of combat boots under the bed, with their toes facing and spacing, had a mathematical beauty that was so rigorous as to be breathtaking. Although the other 3 beds were also extremely excellent, when compared to Su Ming's, it was like fine handmade goods meeting industrialized precision instruments. It always feels like it's a hair short of absolute, cold, standardized perfection. Hiss. Battalion Commander Zhao Hu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. And this time it wasn't because he was shocked at the excellence of the whole, but rather by the extremity of this individual copy. Subconsciously, he reached out, his fingers hovering above the prongs of the quilt but hesitating to drop them, as if it were not lint and fabric but a fragile work of art. He slowly turned his head to look at Instructor Yang Yi beside him, his voice carrying an incredulous dryness. Lao Yang, to be honest, this degree, you and I, can guarantee to do it every time? Instructor Yang Yi shook his head with a bitter smile and pushed down his glasses, his gaze behind the lenses equally filled with awe. It's hard, very hard. It's not just skill, it's a focus and self-discipline that borders on paranoia. It takes an unimaginable amount of time and effort to reach that level. The conversation between the two was not loud, but in the silence of the dormitory and the hallways, it clearly reached everyone's ears. The squad leaders, who had followed, were once again collectively petrified. Both the battalion commander and the instructor thought to themselves that they couldn't do it. Is this still human? Xia Liqiang's face turned white, and he secretly glanced at Chai Gaosheng in his own class. That kid was shrinking his neck, itching to find a crack in the ground. The previous complacency and fluke were now gone, leaving only groundlessness. Chun Yu, on the other hand, standing in the line, only felt a rush of hot blood going straight to his head. Pride like never before. This is my soldier. That's our soldier from class 2. 302. His chest puffed out even higher, his chin lifted slightly, and there was pride in his eyes, as if he had made that too perfect to be true bed with his own hands. After a short period of silence, the shock and confusion on Zhao Hu's battalion commander's face receded like ice and snow melting, and was replaced by undisguised admiration and a kind of ecstasy like discovering a diamond in the rough. Good. Yes. He slammed his thigh, his voice so loud it shook the window panes. What a way to get to the top. He looked excitedly at Instructor Yang Yi, his eyes glittering. Lao Yang, I think that it's not enough for us to just watch. This is simply a benchmark for the housekeeping of our freshmen at the National Defense Science University. A living textbook. Instructor Yang Yi immediately understood Zhao Hu's meaning and a spark of excitement lit up in his eyes. What does the battalion commander mean? Whole school visit, Zhao Hu said firmly, waving his hand as if he had already seen that scene. Organize all the freshmen, no, and the older students. All come over and take a look. See what it means to have real housekeeping standards. See what it means to have a gap. I agree. Instructor Yang Yi nodded his head vigorously, his thoughts instantly following and immediately adding, not only are we going to visit, but we're going to have this student. Well, which student's bed is it? Chun Yu immediately stepped forward and stood at attention to report. Reporting to the battalion commander and instructor. It's Mr. Su Ming. Su Ming? Zhao Hu and Yang Yi glanced at each other, both seeing a hint of realization in the other's eyes. It was this Su Ming again. That Su Ming who had won the 3-kilometer run against Chai Gaoshang. Good. It's Su Ming. Instructor Yang Yi held up his glasses and his tone became firmer. Not only are we going to organize a tour, but we're also going to ask Su Ming, in front of the entire battalion or even the entire school's freshmen, to hold an exchange session on housekeeping. Let him personally talk about his insights and demonstrate the essentials of movement. Call on all cadets to learn from Su Ming. That's a great idea. Battalion Commander Zhao Hu clapped again. Theory connects to practice. Role models drive the whole group. Lao Yang, this idea of yours is brilliant. The more the two spoke, the more excited they became, as if they had already seen the sight of the entire school's cadets skyrocketing in their housekeeping standards under Su Ming's drive. Immediately after that, a sharp light flashed in Battalion Commander Zhao Hu's eyes as he added, learning is not enough. There must be rewards for such individuals with outstanding performance. Lao Yang, as I see it, let's announce it on the spot when Su Ming's classmates are sharing their insights, and give him a circular commendation, as it should be. Instructor Yang Yi agreed without hesitation. This spirit of striving for excellence and pursuing excellence deserves to be strongly recognized. Everyone must be made to know that at the National Defense University, effort and excellence will be seen and recognized. The gazes of the two men met again, filled with anticipation for the future and joy at discovering Su Ming's treasure. Su Ming, who was standing in the line, remained calm. Only he himself knew that the systems beep in his head at the moment, although it didn't ring out with the physical rewards. But the public recognition from the two top leaders and the upcoming school-wide tours, sharing of insights, and awards, is certainly a bigger picture. Volume. He could sense that a large wave of enroll values was on its way. Enroll value, 1620. The corners of Su Ming's mouth imperceptibly rose slightly. It looks like the breakout to 2,000, or even hitting a higher target, is coming sooner than expected. And around them, the eyes of the other class leaders looking at Chen Yu had changed from the envy they had before to naked jealousy. Why did all the good things fall into the hands of this Chen Yu kid? First a fierce man came out of running, and now a demon came out of housekeeping. What about the other classes? Xia Liqian's fists quietly clenched. The inspection continued, but as everyone expected, Dormitory 302, especially Su Ming's performance. Already, a huge, gleaming golden exclamation point has been drawn in advance for this housekeeping and hygiene competition. Chapter 17. Where did the pervert come from? Battalion Commander Zhao Hu and Instructor Yang Yi decided to visit the entire school to learn about the internal affairs of the Su Ming. Like a huge stone thrown into the surface of a calm lake, it quickly set off a furor in the land full of steel and sweat of the National Defense University. Orders, conveyed with great speed. The first to be notified were, naturally, the various leaders of the freshman district teams. What the hell? An assembly? Going on a tour of a freshman's housekeeping? Which class? So bullish? Can make the leader give such an order? I heard that it was Su Ming from the second class who won the 3-kilometer run against Chai Gaoshang. The second class. Hiss, it's him again. This guy is a demon, right? Great at running and topsy-turvy at housekeeping? The new students were murmuring, with curiosity, doubt, and even a hint of defiance. Under the leadership of their respective class presidents, they marched towards the dormitory building where the second class was located in a vast manner, class by class. For a while, the hallway leading to dormitory 302 became crowded. Chen Yu stood at the door of the 302 dormitory, his waist straight, and on his face was an overwhelming excitement and pride. He felt his blood race as he watched the line of freshmen who had come to visit and listened to their muffled exclamations and murmurs as they approached. Look closely at all of them. This is the standard. Chen Yu cried out in his heart, but his face remained serious, directing the visiting team to enter in an orderly manner. His eyes swept over the 3 soldiers in his own dormitory who were still trying to straighten their backs, but couldn't hide the honor they had in their eyes. Hua Fei, Lu Mang, and Gao Han. Well, today, these 3 boys, they're all more energetic than usual in their military postures. One by one, the new students probed past Su Ming's bed. Then, ********. This is a quilt? Mom, what do I see? The corners, the flatness, is flatter than my table at home. It's ing folded with a ruler, isn't it? I feel like I've been folding a quilt for 3 months and it's all gone to the dogs. There were gasps, huffs, and low cries of disbelief. Many people subconsciously rubbed their eyes, wondering if they were blind. The army green quilt on that bed was square and angular as a knife and axe, the surface flat and smooth, not even a single wrinkle could be found. It was as if it wasn't a quilt, but a carefully polished piece of jasper. The other squad leaders following the group had different faces. Envy and jealousy? No, it's more of a feeling of powerlessness now. How the hell can we compete? The housekeeping judging contest hadn't even officially begun, and someone else's second class had already booked the title ahead of time, and in such a crushing, desperate way. Xia Liqiang's face was especially ugly. Chai Gaosheng in his class had been wilting ever since he lost to Su Ming in running, and now that he saw this housekeeping, he even buried his head low, probably wanting to die. This dog Chengyu, his ancestors' graves are smoking, aren't they? Xia Liqiang cursed viciously in his heart, but when his eyes touched Chen Yu's sideways face that could not contain his smugness, he could only sigh helplessly. It can't be helped. Who let a Su Ming come out of his class? And that's just the freshman. Soon the orders reached the older classes as well. National Defense University of old students, that are at least 1 year after the hammer old oil, for the new students of a variety of moths, has long been strange, and even some disdain. What? Let's go look at a freshman's housekeeping? A second-class sergeant squad leader, just back from leading a training exercise and sweating profusely, wrinkled his brow into a pimple when he heard the notice. Is there a mistake? What's so great about freshman chores? You can't even fold a block of tofu properly. It was the battalion commander and the instructor themselves who gave the order, naming all the men, saying they were housekeeping standard bearers. The clerk who delivered the order also had an odd look on his face. Benchmark? What kind of benchmark can a new recruit who's been in school for less than a month be? The other veteran snorted. And so it was, with a few slights, a few curiosities, and even a few nitpicks, that the veteran contingent kicked off. They don't fuss as easily as freshmen, with a calm pace and serious expressions. However, when they walked to the door of dormitory 302 and saw the legendary bed, hiss dash, the neatly organized huffing and puffing was louder than on the freshman side. The veterans' eyes instantly rounded. Many of them are the best in housekeeping in their respective classes and have even participated in military district-level housekeeping competitions. They consider themselves to have an extremely deep understanding and confidence in the standards of housekeeping. But this quilt in front of me, this can't be. A 3-year veteran, known for folding quilts, lost his voice and whispered, his hands even trembling slightly. He subconsciously tried to go up and touch it to make sure it was a model, but was pulled back by the squad leader behind him. The angle, perfect, flat, mirror-like, edge, sharp as a knife blade. I've been a soldier for 5 years, folded quilts for 5 years, and consider myself in the top 3 of my regiment. But compared to this, a veteran squad leader with dark skin and sharp eyes said in a dry voice. They looked more carefully, more professionally. They could see that it wasn't just neatly folded, but that every detail was as extreme as humanly possible, even beyond the extremes of their perceptions. How much practice does it take? What patience and perseverance is required? What horrible concentration is required? A new recruit? Where is this pervert coming from? What's the name of that new recruit? A veteran couldn't help but ask. Su Ming. Chen Yu's voice rang out at the right time, carrying an incomparable pride. Su Ming. This name, like a brand, was deeply engraved in the hearts of all the veterans present. The eyes they looked at Chen Yu no longer had the contempt they had before, only a strong shock and a hint of heartfelt admiration remained. To be able to lead such a soldier, this young squad leader, is not simple. And at this moment, Su Ming was standing in the corner of the dormitory, watching all of this with a calm expression on his face. Inner roll value +1, inner roll value +1, inner roll value +1. In his mind, the system's beeps were as continuous as fine rain. It's not a high single increase, but it can't be helped by the number of people. The whole school freshmen, plus some of the old students. This number of people who visit, afraid to run into thousands. In roll value, 1, 852. The corner of Su Ming's mouth, a few imperceptible curves. It's just a foot away from 2,000. And judging from this situation, I'm afraid that the subsequent exchange meeting and award announcement are the real big head. However, just as the tour of the boys' campus was in full swing, Su Ming's big name began to spread rapidly in the entire group of male students in the National Defense Science University, almost to no one knows when no one knows, a news that no one expected, as if on wings, flew over the symbolic Chu River Han boundary, to only a wall, but relatively independent management, girls' campus. Chapter 18, The Stirring Up of the Storm. The National Defense University is not only male cadets, but also a group of valiant female cadets, who are equally proud in their respective fields. Women's campus, an office. Captain Lin, the female officer in charge of female cadet management. A female officer in her 30s with a competent temperament and the rank of captain on her shoulder. Just put the phone down with a playful smile on his face. The call was from Instructor Yang Yi from the boys' battalion next door, who was slightly excited to share that they had found a housekeeping benchmark and had organized a school-wide visit to learn from it. A freshman whose housekeeping makes both Xiao Hu and Yang Yi rave about it and even admit to themselves that they can't do it? Captain Lin's index finger gently tapped on the desktop, a curious glint in his eyes. This Su Ming is a bit interesting. The female soldiers she took with her were always known to be meticulous and conscientious in their housekeeping, even better than the male soldiers in some respects. However, listening to Yang Yi's description, this Su Ming's internal affairs seemed to have reached a certain realm of Dao. Captain, what's so delightful? The female officer on the sidelines asked curiously. Nothing, Captain Lin smiled. It's the boys' battalion next door that has produced a man of God in housekeeping, a freshman named Su Ming, and Battalion Commander Zhao and the others are organizing a tour of the entire school. Boys' housekeeping? Or a freshman's? The female officer was a little surprised, then bristled. How powerful can it be? I'm afraid it's not a general inside a dwarf, is it? The male soldier's housekeeping, in the minds of most female soldiers, is generally a bit brown. No, Captain Lin shook his head, his tone carrying a bit of seriousness. According to Instructor Yang, it's at the artwork level. Even Battalion Commander Zhao is ashamed of himself. Ha! The female officer completely froze. Battalion Commander Zhao, who was known to be strict, could he make him say such words? Captain Lin's gaze flickered, and a thought surfaced in his mind. Since it's a benchmark, a role model, it shouldn't be divided into men and women. It's better to see the good than the bad. She picked up the internal phone on her desk and connected her to the office of the chief captain in charge of cadets. Hello, is this Chief Captain Zhang? I'm Lin Xiulan. There's something I'd like to ask you about. Captain Lin gave a brief report of the situation and concluded with his thoughts. I think that this is also a good learning and motivational opportunity for our female cadets, and I would like to organize a visit for them to learn as well. You see, on the other end of the phone, by everyone privately known as Zhang Yanwang, known for strict discipline, strict military commander Zhang Xian, after listening to the report, silent for a moment. Su Ming, he seemed to be chewing on the name, and he had heard about the 3-kilometer test 2 days ago. Internal affairs benchmarking. Zhao Hu and Yang Yi both said so. Yes, Chief Captain. Well, Zhang Xian mused for a moment and suddenly smiled. Good, that's a great offer. It's to show all the trainees what it means to strive for excellence. What is the pursuit of excellence? Approved. Make arrangements on your side. Pay attention to order. And don't interfere with the normal arrangements on the men's side of the camp. I promise to complete the mission. Captain Lin snapped to attention and saluted, even though the other man couldn't see it. After hanging up the phone, Captain Lin immediately said to the female officer, Notify down. Afternoon training plan adjustment. Organize all female cadets, in batches, to the men's battalion, Company 1, Dormitory 302. Visit to learn housekeeping benchmark. Yes, once the news spread, the entire girls' campus exploded as well. What? Let's go over the boys' quilts, or a freshman one? What the hell kind of airplane? What does Captain Lin think? I heard that freshman's quilt was folded like a fake. It was extra special and awesome. Seriously? Male soldiers can be that good? The female cadets chattered with curiosity and disbelief. And in the ranks of the second company of girls, a clean-looking female soldier with a sharp ponytail instantly lit up her eyes when she heard the news. Her name is Xiaoya, is recognized as one of the girls' campus company flower. More importantly, a status, the second class President Chen Yu's girlfriend. Dormitory 302 of the second class? Su Ming? Xiaoya's heart thumped and a proud blush spread across her face. When Chen Yu called yesterday, he also sighed and said that the new recruits in the class are not good to lead, except for one named Su Ming, who is more economical. Today, this Su Ming had directly become the benchmark for the whole school, and was going to organize a visit for all the cadets, including their female soldiers. It's okay, Chen Yu, you've got a big bully in your class. Xiaoya's heart was happy, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. Now, let's see who dares to say that her boyfriend's soldiers are not good. This was simply a heavenly face. Xiaoya, you look happy? Know that Su Ming? The female companion next to him snickered. Don't recognize it. Xiaoya puffed out her chest and said in a calm manner. But that 302 dormitory, it's my boyfriend, Chen Yu, who leads the class. Wah dash. The surrounding female soldiers let out an envious gasp. Yes, you can, Xiaoya. Your boyfriend is awesome. Close to the water. Let your boyfriend pass on some secrets to us. Xiaoya was surrounded by flocks, listening to the compliments and envy in her ears, and only felt that her entire body was about to float. She couldn't wait to see what kind of amazing quilt the soldier who had made her boyfriend look so good had folded. And at this point, the boys' campus tour is nearing its end. The shock brought by the new and old students had not yet completely dissipated, and the myth about Su Ming's housekeeping was being fermented and upgraded by word of mouth. Zhao Hu and Yang Yi stood downstairs and watched the last batch of male trainees leave, both with satisfied smiles on their faces. The effect of this on-site teaching far exceeded expectations. Old young, it seems that Su Ming has set the right benchmark. Zhao Hu was in a soothing mood. Yeah, battalion commander, look at the look in those cadets' eyes. They're all turned on. Yang Yi also smiled and nodded. Just when they thought that today's big scene was about to come to an end, they were ready to arrange Su Ming's housekeeping exchange meeting in the afternoon. A footstep, neatly organized, yet slightly different from the male soldier's pace, came from far away. Ta, 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 crisp, sharp, with a different kind of Englishness. All the male cadets, class leaders, and even Zhao Hu and Yang Yi, who had not dispersed yet, subconsciously looked at the sound, only to see that under the sunlight, a team of female soldiers wearing fitted military uniforms with ponytails or short haircuts were walking towards the dormitory building in a neat formation and with a sturdy stride. They were upright, their faces serious with curiosity, their eyes burning in the direction of the 302 dormitory. That valiant posture made the air around them seem a few points fresher. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Women soldiers? Why are they here? No way. Even the female soldiers are coming to visit Su Ming's housekeeping? The front of the dormitory building, which had just calmed down, instantly clamored again. The gazes of all the male trainees focused in unison on the beautiful and rigid green figure, with shock and incredulity written all over their faces. And Captain Lin Xiulan, who was leading the group, walked up to Zhao Hu and Yang Yi and snapped a salute, reporting to battalion commander and instructor. By order of the commander-in-chief, cadets from the girls' campus have come to visit and learn the housekeeping standards. Please instruct. Zhao Hu and Yang Yi glanced at each other, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes, which then turned into a trace of a knowing smile. Well, the commotion. It's getting bigger and bigger. Su Ming, this kid, is going to be completely famous throughout the National Defense Science University with a quilt. Chapter 19, Class President's Girlfriend? The boys' side of the camp blew up, while the women's side, which had just arrived, made just as many waves. Stand still. Captain Lin Xiulan, who was leading the group, gave the command, and the female soldiers stopped in unison. Their movements were crisp and clean, just like one person. Despite the strict discipline, curious eyes couldn't help but glance toward the fabled 302 dormitory, really looking at the boys' housekeeping. Ha! I heard that the one called Su Ming folds the quilt like a block of tofu with sharp edges. Really? That's too much, isn't it? Wait and see. The chief captain has approved it. How can it be fake? The line, with its subdued murmurs, was full of youthful energy and the search for the unknown. Xiaoya stood at the front of the line, straightening her spine, her face beaming with undisguised pride. She could feel the envious gazes cast around her. After all, the internal affairs benchmark, Su Ming, who was about to be visited, was a soldier under her boyfriend Shen Yu. She was proud of this honor. However, at the back of the entire line of female soldiers, one figure looked a little different. Her name is Qin Yuma. Height in a crowd of female soldiers is also considered outstanding. Posture upright as a pine. A clean face with clear lines. Sharp eyes, even if wearing the same uniform, but also through an ineffable valor and toughness. Qin Yuma is the best of the new female soldiers, whether in formation, physical fitness, or theoretical learning. She is among the best, is recognized as all-around rising star, but also many instructors secretly optimistic about the seedling. When she heard the order to visit the 302 dormitory of Company 1, Su Ming's housekeeping, even Qin Yuma, who was known for her calmness, couldn't help but have an extremely subtle flash of surprise on her face. Su Ming? This name, of course she remembers, more than remember. If the National University of Defense Technology is her dream goal, then the name Su Ming is the spark that ignited her dream and supported her to come here through thick and thin. The amazement lasted less than half a second. Qin Yuma's sharp eyes were instantly replaced by a more complex and fiery emotion. It was a mixture of surprise, anticipation, and an almost dogged determination. That's him, the figure who had forever pressed her in all competitions in high school, whether it was the Olympiad, the physics competition, or that final model United Nations debate that determined the guaranteed spot. Taking all the light with a near-crushing presence, she has been treating him as a target to catch up with, or even a nemesis. In order to catch up with him, in order to prove that she is not worse than him, she has put in unimaginable efforts, studied and trained desperately, and finally entered the National Defense University with extremely excellent results. She had thought that, going into college, she would finally be able to compete with him on the same level, in a dignified manner, but she never imagined that their reunion would be in this way, that she, and the entire school's female soldiers, would be visiting to learn about his quilt. What is this? A downward spiral? Or has he even gotten as far as folding things like quilts since he entered military school? Shin Yuma slightly clenched her fists, her knuckles a little white from the exertion. He was indeed still the same Su Ming, no matter which field he was in. He seemed to want to be the best, to be the one that shone the brightest. Su Ming. Shin Yuma recited this name silently in her heart, but her eyes became more and more determined. You probably forgot who I am a long time ago. After all, in high school, she shone and was always overshadowed by him. But it's okay. Here, at the National Defense Science University, I will make you remember my name again, Shin Yuma. This time, I won't let you have it all to yourself. Her gaze pierced through the crowd and locked firmly on the window of room 302 of that ordinary dormitory building, as if she wanted to see through there. Folding the quilt, right? The housekeeping benchmark, is it? That's good. Let me see. You, Su Ming, what kind of tricks you have played with a quilt? The appearance of the women's square was like a stone thrown into the surface of a calm lake, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves in the boys' camp, which was already a bit tumultuous. Asterisk. It's really coming. Look. It's Valiant. The attention of the male soldiers, who had just been slightly nervous and even a little disconcerted by the fact that they were going to be given a tour of their internal affairs, was instantly diverted at the moment. A pair of eyes staring straight at the olive-green landscape. Under the sunshine, the female soldiers' posture is upright, and their faces, though tender, are characterized by the military's perseverance and seriousness. Their arrival added a splash of color to this masculine camp and brought an unspeakable sense of freshness and impact. Some recruits with a little less determination even subconsciously opened their mouths wide, and the corners of their mouths were vaguely reflecting crystal and liquid. Ahem! The squad leader next to him promptly reminded with a cough, and only then the man snapped back to his senses and hurriedly wiped the corners of his mouth, his face reddening, drawing a low cackle from the surroundings. In the midst of the crowd, Su Ming's gaze also joined the masses and landed on the group of female soldiers. Unlike the sheer curiosity or amazement of the others, his eyes snapped to a halt as they swept over the queue. He saw a face that wasn't quite as stunning as it could have been, but was definitely impressive. The well-defined silhouette, the tightly pursed lips, and especially the eyes, bright and sharp, as if harboring a defiant flame. It's her? Su Ming was slightly stunned, and in the depths of his mind, some fragments of memory that had long been somewhat blurred were quickly activated and pieced together. Shin Yuma. The name almost came out of my mouth, though only in my mind. Of course he remembers her. Same high school, different classes. One always firmly occupied the first grade throne. All kinds of competition awards to get soft. Is the teacher's mouth other people's children of the ultimate version? The other, like his shadow that follows him around, is always second in his grade. Whether it was the fraction of a point difference on the final exam report card, or in physics competitions, mathematical modeling, or even the final model United Nations competition, she always came in second by a narrow margin. Su Ming's impression of her was more of a name, a symbol, a chaser who was always behind him. He wasn't even sure if the two of them had said more than 10 words combined in their 3 years of high school. He knew that she worked hard, very, very hard, and that she put her best foot forward in a way that even he, the number one, would occasionally look at her sideways. However, he never really put her in his heart, not to mention the perception of archenemy. After all, for him, beyond himself is the eternal theme. Unexpectedly, she even came to the National Defense University, and become a female soldier? This is really... The corner of Su Ming's mouth hooked up into an arc that he didn't even notice. Karma. He subconsciously looked at Shin Yuma twice more, and the other party seemed to sense something and swept his gaze over sharply. Su Ming moved his eyes away as if nothing had happened, but a strange feeling flooded his heart. This has been chasing their own behind the perennial second. Seems to become more aura? However, Su Ming's brief lapse in concentration did not attract the attention of the housemates around him. At this moment, the entire attention of the three living treasures, Guo Fei, Lu Mang and Gao Han, was focused on their own squad leader, Chun Yu, as well as the smiling Xiaoya who was at the forefront of the women's ranks. Hey, look, it's the class president's girlfriend. Guo Fei lowered his voice and poked Lu Mang next to him with his elbow, a gossipy smile squeezing his face. Lu Mang's eyes widened. Asterisk. Seriously? The class president can deeply hidden. Gao Han also poked his head in and sked. I said how the squad leader is always springy lately. So there is a situation. And, the girlfriend is right next door to the women's barracks? This is simply a geographical advantage. Not only the three of them, but also the other recruits in the surrounding classes, all those who were aware of the situation, were all casting gazes mixed with envy, jealousy, and perhaps a little bit of hate towards Chenyu at this moment. In a place like the National Defense University, where there is a serious imbalance between men and women and strict management, it would not have been easy to have a girlfriend, not to mention the fact that the girlfriend was a female cadet from the same school, looking up and down, which was just enviable. Shen Yu felt the attention from all directions, trying to straighten his waist, maintaining the majesty of the class president, but the corner of his eyes cannot help but glance at Xiaoya again and again. The corner of his mouth cannot control the slight upward. Xiaoya likewise felt her boyfriend's gaze, her cheeks slightly red, but the pride and sweetness in her eyes could not be hidden. Su Ming looked at this scene and smiled a little in his heart. Shen Yu, the class president, usually looked quite serious, but I didn't think there was such a side. But, girlfriend is in the camp next door. For some reason, in Su Ming's mind, Shin Yuma's stubborn and sharp face from earlier had once again clearly surfaced. If he and Shin Yuma were like Shin Yu and Xiaoya, the thought ran through his brain like an electric current without warning, startling himself. Hiss. Chapter 20 Potential Rivals, Shin Yuma. What a mess I was thinking. Su Ming hurriedly shook his head, throwing this untimely and even somewhat ridiculous thought out of his mind. Him and Shin Yuma? We didn't know each other in high school. And now there's a male soldier and a female soldier. So what else is there except for the friendship of the same school and the first and second past? He must have been imploding so hard lately that his mind is a little off. Yeah, that must be it. While Su Ming was engaged in his self-criticism, the process of the tour had officially begun. After a brief handover between Captain Lin Xiulan and Shen Yu, the female soldiers lined up in a neat line and began to enter the floor where the 302 dormitory was located. The building was immaculately cleaned, and the air was filled with the faint smell of disinfectant mixed with soap, a scent unique to military barracks and representative of tidiness and discipline. As the women stepped through the door of dormitory 302, the first thing that caught their eyes was the near-perfect neatness. The floors were bare, the windows were bright and clean, and even the wash basins and towels were placed as if they had been measured with a ruler, presenting standard straight lines and angles. Wow! I don't know who was the first one to let out a low gasp, and then a succession of intakes of breath and suppressed murmurs followed. Geez, that's too clean, isn't it? Much cleaner than our dorm, a female soldier muttered in a low voice, drawing approving nods from her companions. You guys, look at that quilt. Finally, everyone's eyes focused on the bed that was located in the window position, Su Ming's bed, the army green quilt, lying quietly on the bedpan. Hiss, is this really stacked? The angles? They're too much. How does he do it? How many hours a day must it take? This isn't folding a quilt. This is making art. The female soldiers gathered in front of Su Ming's bed, chattering and discussing excitedly, their voices crisp and pleasant, truly as Battalion Commander Zhao who had described earlier, like a group of swallows entering the nest. They reached out their fingers and carefully, and with intense curiosity, gently touched the edge of that quilt, feeling the unusual hardness and regularity. Xiaoya stood in the crowd with her chin slightly raised, accepting the marvels and compliments from her comrades with honor, as if she had folded that quilt. Shin Yuma, on the other hand, stood a little farther away and didn't gather around like the others. Her gaze, like a searchlight, scrutinized the quilt, sparing no detail, from the overall shape of the quilt, to the angle of each corner, to the flatness of the fabric. The more she looked, the tighter her brows knitted. An insider's view. As a fellow cadet, she naturally knew how much time and effort it took to fold a quilt like this, and how much patience and control it required. This guy, sure enough, it's still the same as it was in high school. Either you don't do it or you do it to the extreme, to the point where it's out of reach. Folding quilts can be a school-wide benchmark. Shin Yuma took a deep breath and suppressed the complex emotions that were churning in her heart. She didn't say a word, just silently engraved the bed of tofu cubes in her mind. The tour didn't last long. After all, there were other arrangements later. Soon after, Captain Lim Su-lan gave the order to assemble. Although the female soldiers could not get enough of it, they could only follow orders and reluctantly left dormitory 302 and the male dormitory building that had opened their eyes. Walking through the group, you could still hear their muffled discussions. That's Su Ming. He must be a compulsive person, right? It's just folding a quilt. Is that all? But, is truly awesome. Admirable. I'm going to try that when I get back and see if I can fold it like that. Shin Yuma listened silently. His footsteps were steady, but his eyes were sharper. Try? No, she's not trying. She was going to do it, and, well, do it better. The women's square quickly disappeared from the sight of the men. In the camp, the excitement and agitation brought about by the appearance of the opposite sex just now receded like a tidal wave, leaving a brief period of silence, as well as the obvious loss and frustration on the faces of many of the male soldiers. Ugh, just go. Guo Fei sighed, his tone filled with regret. Lu Mang rubbed his chin. It feels like, haven't seen enough. Gao Han patted Chun Yu's shoulder. Squad leader, when are you going to organize another fellowship? Chun Yu glared at him. Nonsense. Go train. Right at this moment, Battalion Commander Zhao Hu and Counselor Yang Yi, who had been standing on the side observing and not interfering too much, finally walked out. Battalion Commander Zhao, whose loud voice rang out, instantly pulling everyone's attention back. All right, all hands, silence. His sharp gaze swept across the room, and the atmosphere, which had been somewhat diffused just a moment ago, immediately became serious. Counselor Yang Yi also stepped forward, holding a list of names in his hand. Everyone subconsciously straightened their backs and held their breath. They knew that the visit was just an interlude. What comes next is the business of the day. Housekeeping judging results are announced, as well as awards. Who is excellent? Who needs work? Rewards, and who will they go to? Everyone's heart, in their throats, especially the people in Dormitory 302, as well as their class president Chen Yu, were even more nervous as their palms were a little sweaty. As for Su Ming, after a brief flutter of thoughts, he also quickly collected his mind and looked calmly ahead. Housekeeping judging? For him, it's just part of the daily enroll. The system's beep, though, seemed about due to go off, didn't it? He can feel, just now when the female soldiers visit, those or marvel, or scrutinize, or curious eyes, seems to also contribute a lot of, well, invisible value for him. Inner roll value +5, inner roll value +3, special attention detected, from a potential competitor, Xin Yuma, +10 in scroll value, current scroll value, 1870. The voice that resounded in his mind caused the corners of Su Ming's mouth to rise slightly once again. That's good. Another entry. Xin Yumo is a bit interesting. Chapter 21, a good opportunity to brush up your scores. Counselor Yang Yi stepped forward and cleared his throat, the thin list in his hand. But at the moment, it seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, weighing down all the recruits present a bit breathless. A pin drop can be heard. Only a few old trees along the edge of the playground. The cicadas are still tireless, adding a few points of anxiety to this austere atmosphere. Next, the results of this housekeeping competition are announced. Yang Yi's voice traveled through the loudspeaker throughout the entire square, clear and powerful. Outstanding dormitory, Dormitory 302. As soon as the words fell, Hua Fei, Lu Mang, and Gao Han all breathed a sigh of relief almost simultaneously, their faces instantly crawling with ecstasy and relief. It's a done deal. Relying on Su Ming's thigh, their dormitory really did get an excellence. Chen Yu's fists, quietly clenched at his side, the corners of his mouth could not be restrained from rising. This period of stress was worth it. All the effort, especially Su Ming's almost perverted self-discipline, had been rewarded in the best way possible. The gazes of the trainees from the other classes around them were cast in unison in the direction of the 302 dormitory. Envy, jealousy, and all sorts of emotions were intertwined. Sure enough, it's them. Alas, who let their class have a Su Ming? That pervert doesn't take no for an answer. The murmur was muffled, but it still came through intermittently. Yang Yi paused and swept his gaze across the room as he continued his announcement. The cadet who performed particularly well in this housekeeping competition and was named housekeeping champion is everyone's hearts, once again, were in their throats? While the answer is hardly in doubt, it's always different when you hear it in person. Su Ming, wow! A modest commotion rang through the crowd, followed by a quick silence. Most people were expecting it, while the few who took a chance were completely dead in the water. Su Ming, step forward. Battalion Commander Zhao, whose flooding voice rang out. Su Ming took a deep breath and suppressed the slight ripples in his heart that had arisen because of the system beeps, and walked out of the queue with a steady, square step. The sunlight sprinkled on his straight uniform, outlining his upright posture. He walked to the front of the line and gave a standard military salute to Battalion Commander Zhao Hu and Counselor Yang Yi. With a satisfied smile on his face, Battalion Commander Zhao Hu personally handed Su Ming a certificate of honor bearing the words Internal Affairs Pioneer, as well as a small, symbolic medal. Comrade Su Ming. Battalion Commander Zhao Hu patted his shoulder with undisguised approval in his voice. Your performance sets an example for all recruits. Housekeeping is the most visual manifestation of a soldier's style and discipline. I hope you'll keep up the good work and keep it up. I promise to complete the mission. Su Ming stood upright and answered with a loud voice. Battalion Commander Zhao Hu nodded, then turned to all the recruits, his voice rising steeply. Comrades, the housekeeping evaluation is just the beginning of our military school life. It's a test of your basic qualities. Next, we will officially enter the military training phase. At these words, the spirits of all the recruits were lifted. It's coming. It's finally coming. Compared to the soft work of folding quilts and organizing housework, the real military training is what these hot-blooded young people really aspire to. Battalion Commander Zhao, whose gaze was like a torch as he scanned a young and expectant face. Military training that will test your physical ability, will, skill and teamwork. I hereby announce to you that in addition to today's housekeeping pacesetter, the cadet with the most outstanding performance in the upcoming military training will be awarded the honorary title of Military Training Pacesetter. This honor It's much more golden, and much more challenging. I hope you all bring out your full strength to compete for this honor. Is there any confidence? There. Yes. The mountainous response resounded through the clouds, completely dispersing the slight depression and tension brought about by the housekeeping evaluation just now. The fire of fighting spirit was lit in the eyes of every recruit. Su Ming held the certificates and medals in his hands as he gazed calmly ahead. Military training? Better. The chances of an inward roll are, well, more than enough. Ding. The host has been awarded the title of Internal Affairs Champion, establishing a benchmark image among all new recruits, generating widespread attention and discussion, and increasing the influence of the inner volume. Inner roll value +5. Current scroll value, 1875. It's great that the numbers are still growing steadily. The award ceremony is over and the classes are brought back. The tense and serious atmosphere dissipated, and the small group in dormitory 302 cheered again. Brother Ming. Awesome. Hua Fei was the first to rush up and excitedly punched Su Ming. I knew it. If Brother Ming comes out, one is better than two. Lu Mang also came over, his face full of admiration. Gohan hemmed and hawed. Now our dormitory is famous. It's all thanks to Brother Ming. Chen Yu was also full of redness as he walked over and patted Su Ming's shoulder, solemnly saying, Su Ming, thanks to you this time. Thanks for your hard work. With that, he gave a big wave of his hand. Go. The usual rules. Celebrate. I'll go to the commissary to buy some more goodies for everyone. As night fell, a rare aroma of snacks and a relaxed atmosphere filled dorm 302. Coke, potato chips and peanuts are simple, but for this group of recruits in the middle of intense training, it has been a rare comfort. We all sat around and gossiped about the sky. I don't know who brought up the subject of girlfriends, but the conversation opened up. Gao Han squeezed his eyebrows at Chen Yu, class president. Today Xiaoya's senior sister they came to visit. You two eye to eye. We can all see When are you going to treat us to some candy? Chen Yu's old face reddened, and in a rare moment of embarrassment, he waved his hand and said, Go. Don't talk nonsense. We haven't even gotten started yet. Having said that, the undisguised smile at the corner of his mouth revealed his true mood. With everyone's coaxing, Chen Yu also briefly shared a bit of his story with Xiaoya. It turned out that the two are high school alumni, and after the college entrance exams are enrolled in the National Defense University, shortly after the start of the school reunion at a hometown meeting, one after another. On the good. The story is plain, but through a green sweet. Listening to Chen Yu's slightly shy narration, Hua Fei and the others looked envious and jealous. Su Ming silently drank his coke and listened to his roommate's jokes and Chen Yu's sharing, but a blurry figure could not help but flash through his mind. The girl who, in another time and place, had crossed paths with him briefly, like a glimpse. I wonder how she's doing now. Shaking his head, Su Ming suppressed this untimely strand of thought. Now is not the time to think about that. As the night wore on, the roommates drifted off to sleep with contentment and visions of the future. Su Ming lay down on his hardboard bed, his consciousness sinking into his mind. Opened the system panel. A virtual curtain of light, visible only to him, unfolded before his eyes. Host Su Ming. Rank, Cadet. Physical fitness, 206, General, 100. Spirit, 203, General, 100. Endurance, 205, General, 100. Skills, none. Inside volume value, 1925. System mall, opened. Looking at his far superior three-dimensional attributes, Su Ming's heart settled down quite a bit. Crossing over plus a system was indeed the best configuration for a life reboot. Physical, mental, and endurance were all more than twice that of an ordinary person, which gave him a huge advantage in both housekeeping and the military training that followed. It's just that the skill bar is still empty. It seems that to get real combat skills, you need more inner roll values, or wait for the system mall to be refreshed. There's also this one, 925 point in roll value, which doesn't seem far from the next round number. Military training. This is a great opportunity to brush up on your scores. Chapter 22 Milestone Rewards. In the blink of an eye, a new week begins. Accompanied by the loud and clear sound of the military bugle in the early morning, all recruits ushered in the first official military training day of their military school career. The location, a wide, flat training field. Today's training was all about formation training, standing posture, marching in unison, running march, marching in the right direction. These seemingly basic actions are the root of military image and discipline. All attention! The instructor's command sound was like thunder, echoing over the training ground. The recruits tried to keep their bodies straight and their eyes forward, but there was inevitably some minor confusion in the ranks. Heads up, lift your chest, tuck in your stomach, elbows back, 5 fingers together, middle finger to the seam of your pants. Eyes, show your killing spirit, don't act like you're not awake. The stern voices of the instructors rose and fell, constantly correcting the wrong movements of the recruits. standing military posture. Seemingly simple, but actually extremely test of endurance and willpower. It didn't take long for a number of people to start swaying physically, sweat sliding down their foreheads. The next steps, marching in unison and running, are more of a test of coordination and wholeness. 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1. Keep up the pace. Watch the platoon. Arm swing range, leg elevation, consistent stride, pop. A discordant footstep sounded, only to see a tall, skinny boy in the third-class team, uncoordinated with his hands and feet, running with the same hand and foot in an extremely comical position as he ran to walk. Shun abducted. Ha ha ha. Someone in the next group couldn't help but let out a low chuckle. Seriously, what are you laughing at? The instructor leading the group immediately yelled back, but the boy who had been abducted by Shun, his face had already reddened to the base of his neck and he couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. The instructor leading the third class also looked helpless and pulled the boy out of the line for a separate lecture and correction. This scene was a wake-up call for other classes as well. Formation training, to be neat and tidy. A person makes a mistake, affecting the image of the whole class. Su Ming stood in the line, his movements standardized and meticulous. His body had been systematically strengthened. Standing in military posture was stress-free for him, and he mastered the formation movements quickly. However, he noticed in his own class, Guo Fei, Lu Mang and their movements were still a bit uncoordinated, and their pace rhythm was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. At this rate, it's definitely not going to work. And it's a perfect opportunity for an inside role. Formation training, the emphasis is on the collective. If I can drive the whole class together to add practice and improve the overall level, won't this inner volume value come in a clamor? When he thought of this, a brilliant light flashed in Su Ming's eyes. Between training sessions, while everyone was resting and drinking water, Su Ming found Chen Yu, squad leader. I think there is still room for improvement in our squad's formation movements, especially the neatness of the pace. Su Ming opened the door. Chen Yu nodded. He could see it too. Well, at the beginning, everyone wasn't quite used to it and it took time to gel. Time is needed, but we can be proactive in getting it. Su Ming said, I would like to take advantage of the evening's rest time to organize an extra practice of the formation, and try to standardize and unify the movements as soon as possible. How about it? Chen Yu's eyes lit up. Extra practice? What a great idea. Everyone's pretty enthusiastic right now. Strike while the iron's hot. With the support of the class president, Su Ming immediately took action. He found Guo Fei, Lu Mang and Gao Han and explained the idea of extra training. Ha? Still practicing at night? Guo Fei wailed as he felt like his legs were almost not his own anymore. Brother Ming, spare us. Lu Mang was also bitter. I think, could give it a try. Gohan hesitated slightly. It's not good to be wrong all the time. It's quite embarrassing. In the end, with Su Ming's insistence and Chen Yu's encouragement, everyone agreed. After all, no one wants to drag their feet in training and be laughed at. That night, before the lights-out horn blew, the members of the 302 dormitory, as well as a few other students in the class whose movements were not quite standardized, came to the open space behind the dormitory building under Su Ming's leadership and began extra formation extra practice. Watch the swinging arm. Don't share the same hand and foot. Pace. On my command. 1, 2, 1. Su Ming acted as a temporary instructor, patiently correcting everyone's movements. At first, everyone's enthusiasm was quite high. After all, just won the excellent dormitory. The heart is in full swing, and Su Ming, the standard bearer of housekeeping personal guidance, face must also be given. Detected that the host has taken the initiative to conduct additional training during breaks and has led other members to participate. In line with the definition of the inner volume. Inner role value +1. Inner role value +1. Inner role value +1. The system's beep, like pleasant music, sounded in Su Ming's mind. It worked. Su Ming's spirit was greatly energized, and he instructed even more vigorously. However, the good times don't last long. Formation training is already boring and physically exhausting, and after practicing all day during the day, adding more practice at night is a huge test of these new recruits' physical fitness and willpower. Half an hour later, I can't, Ming, I have a leg cramp. Guo Fei was the first to lose and sat on his butt. The others were also shaky, their movements distorted, and their rhythm even more disorganized. Decreased motivation of members to participate in additional training and weakened effect of involution. Resistance from members involved in additional training. Enroll effect substantially reduced. Some members drop out of additional training. Enroll terminated. The beeping in his head went from cheerful to icy and finally came to an abrupt end. Su Ming sighed helplessly as he looked at his comrades who had fallen to the east and west, looking tired and even complaining a bit. It seems that this kind of inward role that requires collective cooperation, it is not enough to rely on one's own enthusiasm. Teammates, can't bring it. Forget it. just take it step by step. Though the plans for a collective extra enroll were temporarily put on hold, not all of that half hour or so of effort just now was for naught. Su-ming once again opened the system panel and glanced at the balance of the inner scroll value. Inside volume value, 2305. 2305? Su-ming froze for a moment, and then his heart fluttered. When the extra training started just now, his inner roll value was 925, and with the intermittent increase behind him, he unexpectedly broke through 300 points without realizing it. The moment he realized this, the system's beep sounded again, this time with a different, slightly agitated electronic sound effect. Ding! Detected that the host's internal scroll value has accumulated 2,305 points, triggering milestone reward. The milestone reward pack has been issued to the system space. Please check it out by the host. Milestone rewards. Chapter 23. Su-ming's heart skipped a beat and his breathing quickened a few points. The previous system rewards, either strengthening the body or improving endurance, were all real benefits. This milestone reward sounds even more unusual. With a thought, he immediately sank into the system space. Unlike the empty space before, at this moment, a gift bag emitting soft white light was quietly suspended in the center. Turn it on. Su-ming did not hesitate. Ding! The milestone reward package is open. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the language skill, coquettishness. Coercion, language class passive skill, greatly improves the host's language organization, logical thinking, empathy and persuasion. It makes the host's speech more infectious and credible, and more likely to resonate with others to achieve the purpose of communication. Note, this skill mainly works on oral expression, changing the host's way of speaking and level of emotional intelligence through subtle changes. Coquettish? Su-ming was slightly stunned, and then an ecstatic light erupted in his eyes. This skill is simply timely. Just now still struggling how to mobilize the enthusiasm of everyone to solve the problem of teammates cannot bring. The system has sent this. With this skill, wouldn't it be easy to convince Guofei and the others to continue practicing extra? It's even not impossible to encourage the whole class to internalize the role together. He immediately focused his mind and felt the changes brought about by the skill. There seemed to be nothing earth-shattering about it, but it was as if there was an extra clear spring in his head, and his thoughts became unusually clear and fluid. Ideas that I had found somewhat difficult to express were now easily organized into highly persuasive language. He couldn't wait to open the system panel to see his current status. Host Su-ming. Rank, Cadet. Physical fitness, 206, General, 100. Spirit, 203, General, 100. Endurance, 205, General, 100. Skill, Smart Talk, Language, Passive in Effect. Inside volume value, 2305. System mall, opened. Milestone rewards have been issued. Trigger condition for the next milestone reward. The accumulated inner volume value reaches 5,000 points. The goal is clear. 5,000 points of enroll value. Although it seemed far away, Su-ming was confident at the moment. With coincidence, he felt that his efficiency in internal scrolling could definitely be taken to another level. Damn! The next milestone actually costs 5,000 points. In his heart, Su-ming spat out the system's treacherous nature, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. The greater the challenge, the greater the motivation. He collected his mind and swept his gaze over Guofei, Lu Mang and the others who were still sighing and rubbing their legs next to him. Here's your chance. Su-ming cleared his throat, took a deep breath, and walked over with a gentle and encouraging smile on his face. Guys, I know you're all tired. His voice was not high, but it reached everyone's ears with unusual clarity, carrying a strange soothing power. The training during the day is really intense, and to add to it at night would be too much for anyone else. Guofei was about to complain. I know you're still dragging us to practice, but found that Su-ming's next words made him stifle his complaints. But Su-ming's words changed and his tone became agitated. Let's think about it. Why are we here? Is it to mingle? Is it to be comfortable soldiers? No. He swept his gaze over the crowd, his eyes sincere and sharp. We are cadets of the National Defense University, future military officers. We shoulder the responsibility of defending our country. If we sweat a drop more now, we may shed a drop less blood in the future. What is formation? It's the foundation of the army. It's the face of a soldier. If we can't even walk in basic formation, how can we command battles in the future? How can we lead soldiers to fight? The artful tongue skill was quietly activated, and Su-ming's words seemed to carry magical power. Each and every word struck at the heart of these young trainees. They remembered the oath of enrollment, the expectations of their families, and the valiant soldiers on TV. I know that the bottom of our class may not be as good as the other top classes. Some people are still uncoordinated in their movements, and some people can't keep up the pace. Su-ming slowed down his tone with understanding. But is that a reason for us to give up? Are we just willing to be outclassed? To watch other classes take excellence while we're left to eat dust in the back? Think about the housekeeping competition. How did we get the outstanding dormitory? Who did we rely on? It was Brother Ming, Gao Han suddenly shouted. Right, rely on Ming alone. Lu Mang chimed in, and then was a bit embarrassed. We can't always drag our feet. Brother Ming is right. Practice. Who's afraid of who? Guofei slapped his thighs and stood up. The exhaustion from earlier seemed to have dissipated quite a bit. Isn't it just a formation? Practice until you puke. Practice. That's right. Practice the out of it. The group is excited. The few people who had just withered away were like chicken blood at the moment. Their fighting spirit rekindled in their eyes. Even a few other students next to him who had been pulled in for extra practice were infected by the atmosphere and straightened their backs. Detected the host using the skill to successfully encourage the members. The motivation to train has increased dramatically. Inner role value +2. Inner role value +2. Inner role value +3. Su Ming was overjoyed in his heart, and the effect of artful tongue was immediately apparent. He struck the iron while it was hot. Good. Since everyone has this heart, let's hold on for a little while longer. It doesn't have to be long. Half an hour. Let's pick up the movements we didn't practice just now. I'll accompany everyone to practice together. Yes. The crowd responded in unison. This time, the extra practice was surprisingly effective. With Su Ming's excellent quality and precise commands, coupled with the patient and detailed explanations brought about by skillful tongue, as well as everyone's high level of enthusiasm, the training was extremely efficient. Inner role value +1. Inner role value +1. Chapter 24. In the next few days, the cadet class 2 that Su Ming was in showed a shocking change. During the daytime routine training, their formation movements were significantly more neat and organized than the other classes, and they were more energetic. In particular, when conducting the disaggregated drill, the pace was forceful and the swinging of the arms was consistent, which drew many side glances from the other classes. That afternoon, the chief captain in charge of recruit training, Zhou Haitao, and instructor Wang Jiqiang happened to come to the training ground to inspect. When they saw the queue of the second class, both of them couldn't help but stop in their tracks, a look of surprise and approval in their eyes. Old Wang, look at this second class. It's improving quickly. Zhou Haitao was a stout middle-aged officer with a loud voice. Wang held up his glasses and nodded. That's good. A few days ago I saw that they were still loose, but it's only been a few days. It's like they've changed shifts. That squad leader, Chun Yu, is something. Zhou Haitao's eyes were sharp, and he quickly noticed Su Ming in the group, the soldier at the head of the platoon. His movements are especially standardized and imposing. The two of them were whispering about it when a small flaw was revealed in the line's march. One of the cadets in the line was moving in a way that seemed out of place. He was actually turning alone. Left hand, left foot, right hand, right foot, although he was trying to adjust himself, but that awkward posture was particularly harsh in the neat queue. Zhou Haitao frowned slightly. What's up with that smooth-turned one? Hasn't it corrected itself after all this time? Wang also noticed inside. This soldier's name is Sun Peng. He's a hard worker, but his coordination is poor. Squad leader Chen Yu has thought of a lot of ways to give him small meals every day, tying straps and shouting commands, all with little effect. Poor coordination is an objective reason, but there are always more solutions than difficulties. Zhou Haitao looked at Chen Yu next to him. The formation judging will begin soon, and this problem must be solved. Between training, Chen Yu was called over by the chief captain and instructor knocked some, and came back with a somewhat ugly face. He looked at Sun Peng, who was still practicing hard but still smooth-turned, and scratched his head with worry. Various methods have been tried: physical therapy, oral correction, individual training, but Sun Peng is like an evil, a walk start to commit the disease. At this time, Chen Yu's gaze fell on Su Ming, who was explaining the essentials of the movements to the other students. He suddenly remembered the gossip that had circulated in the class over the past few days, saying that Su Ming had taken a few people from the dormitory at night to secretly practice extra hard, and then associating it with the sudden improvement in the level of class formation. Chen Yu's eyes lit up as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. He pulled Su Ming aside and opened the door. Su Ming, let me tell you something. The problem with Sun Pingshuan's abduction in the class. You saw it, right? Su Ming nodded his head. See, squad leader, both the chief captain and the instructor have just named them and demanded that they must be resolved before the formation evaluation. Chun Yu looked embarrassed. I've used everything I can think of here, and there's just no way out. He paused and looked at Su Ming with a burning gaze. I know you have the ability to do. Housekeeping can be made into a benchmark. The queue must also have a way. Moreover, I also know that you are secretly practicing at night. The effect is very obvious. Chen Yu patted Su Ming's shoulder, his tone carrying a hint of expectation and an unkind smile. This mess, it's all yours. Su Ming froze. Me, class president. This, Shun abduction is not easy to correct. Instinctively, he wanted to refuse. It was too much work, and if he couldn't get it right, wouldn't he be slapping himself in the face? Besides, correcting someone else's movements didn't seem to be an inward role. I know it's hard, that's why I'm looking for you, the capable one. Chunyu hemmed and hawed and threw out the bait. In this case, as long as you can help Sun Peng change his problem of smooth turning, and in the next formation evaluation, our class can get the top 3 places, I'll make a report to the top and promote you to vice class president. Vice squad leader? Su Ming's heart stirred. In a place like the National Defense Science University, a cadet cadre was not only an honor, it meant more opportunities and resources, but he was still a bit hesitant. Was it worth it to gnaw on the hard bone of Sun Peng for the sake of the name of a vice squad leader? Just in the moment of his hesitation, the system's voice in his head suddenly rang out with an unprecedented allure. Ding! Special mission detected, promotion to vice squad leader. Task requirements, help Cadet Sun Peng to correct the problem of smooth turning and assist his class to win the top 3 places in the Q competition. Mission reward, inner scroll value plus 5,000 points. 5,000 points? Su Ming's eyes instantly rounded. Just now, I was still worrying about the 5,000 points for the next milestone, and this quest reward is a direct step? System, you're forcing me. All hesitation instantly dissipated. What hard work, what laboriousness, none of it was a problem in front of 5,000 points of internal scroll value. Su Ming took a deep breath and looked at Chunyu, his eyes becoming firm and even carrying a hint of excitement. Squad leader, he said firmly. No problem, leave Sun Peng to me. The top 3 in the formation evaluation is also wrapped up in me. I'll be the vice squad leader. The night is as dark as ink, and in the corner of the training ground of the National University of Defense Technology, there are only 2 figures left who are still tirelessly repeating the boring formation movements. One was Su Ming, and the other was Sun Peng. There are only the last 3 days left until the school-wide team evaluation. Sun Peng's forehead was covered with bean-sized beads of sweat, which slid down his cheeks and smashed on the collar of his camouflage uniform, blotting out a small piece. His teeth were clenched and his eyes held a defiant stubbornness, but his footsteps were always wrong at crucial moments. Relax, Sun Peng, the more you tense up, the more stiff your body gets. Su Ming's voice wasn't high, but it carried a strange calming power, which was the passive effect of the tongue of wisdom skill, allowing his words to be more persuasive and infectious. Imagine that your right and left legs are 2 obedient soldiers, and as you step with your left foot, swing your right hand forward naturally to keep your balance. Yes, that's it. Don't think about the smooth turn. Focus on the movement itself. Ding! Host is undergoing extra instruction training. Inner volume value +1. System beeps sounded intermittently in his head. Not much, but a little goes a long way. More importantly, Su Ming knew that once he completed the task of promoting to vice class leader, the large reward of 5,000 points of inner scroll value would be the key. Sun Peng took a deep breath and followed Su Ming's tips, trying to empty his brain and focus only on the coordination of his body. 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1. Su Ming beat the beat from the side, his eyes locked onto Sun Peng's pace. 1 step, 2 steps. This time, Sun Peng's movements were surprisingly fluid. Left foot, right hand, right foot, left hand. There was still a little bit of rawness, but that damn smooth abduction, gone. Chapter 25, Rapid Progress. Keep it up. Right, that's the feeling. Su Ming's eyes lit up and he immediately spoke out in encouragement. A flash of ecstasy appeared on Sun Peng's face, but he didn't dare to get distracted and remained fully focused on his walk. 1 lap, 2 laps, until Su Ming shouted stop. He stopped in excitement, his chest rose and fell violently, and he looked at Su Ming, his voice with a tremor. Su Ming, I seem to have found a feeling. Not as if you just found it. Su Ming patted his shoulder and laughed. Remember the feeling, not by brute force, but by body coordination and relaxation. You're not poorly coordinated, you were just too tense before and locked yourself up. In fact, after accepting the mission, Su Ming had carefully observed Sun Peng for a few days, and combined it with the superb observation and analyzing ability given to him by the system. It was quickly determined that Sun Peng's shun abduction was not a physical problem, but purely a psychological factor causing excessive tension. Once the crux of the problem is found, it is far easier to solve than one might think. I'm really okay with this? Sun Peng was still in a bit of disbelief. Try it. Now, march in unison. Su Ming took a step back and gave the command. Sun Peng jolted upright, his eyes became incredibly serious, and then he took a step. Snap, pop, pop. The standard stride, the coordinated swing of the arms, the smooth turn that had plagued him for so long and given the entire second class a headache, was truly gone. Watching Sun Peng finally overcome the psychological barrier, Su Ming's heart also let out a sigh of relief. accompanying Sun Pang for extra training in the past few days. He himself wasn't idle, practicing the basic formation movements countless times, and his internal scroll value slowly grew to 450 points. 3 days passed in a flash. The National Defense Technology University's annual freshman team competition kicked off with much fanfare. On the playground, the red flag was waving and the military song was loud and clear. On the podium, Chief Captain Zhou Haitao, Instructor Wang Jiqiang and a group of school leaders and cadres from each battalion and company had serious expressions, and their eyes sharply scrutinized the various squares arrayed below. Judging will be done in the order of the draw. The atmosphere was tense and heated. Next, Class 4 enters. The radio sounded. Soon, the square formation of the 4th class, with Xia Liqiang as the class president, stepped into the judging venue with a neat and tidy pace. Class 4, Class 4. The sidelines rang with cheers from the other cadets. Xia Liqiang's 4th class has always been the best among the freshmen, with hard training and tough style. At the moment, they are in strict formation. Their pace is powerful. Every action is like a knife and axe, full of power and discipline. Both the marching turns and the leaning on the feet in the stance showed a very high level of performance. Well, this 4th class is good, with a solid foundation. Zhou Haitao on the podium nodded slightly and said to Wang Jiqiang beside him. Wang agreed. Xia Liqiang, the squad leader, is very responsible and has a knack for leading soldiers. Class 4's performance won a round of applause and put a lot of pressure on the classes that came out after them. Several classes took the stage one after another, with good and bad performances, but with the jewel of the 4th class in front of them, they always felt a little inferior. Finally, it was the second shift's turn. Attention! Chen Yu stood in front of the queue with a loud voice. Swish! The entire 2nd class instantly straightened up, moved swiftly and forcefully, and had a new spirit. Su Ming, who stood at the head of the row, had a posture as straight as a pine, and his eyes were as sharp as an eagle. After this period of time to strengthen and fighting expert skill brought about by the body control power to improve, although the skill is not yet fully activated, but the physical quality of the improvement is real. Every nuance of his movement was perfect. In unison, go! With Chun Yu's command, the 2nd class square began to march. Ta-da! Ta-da! Da! The sound of neatly organized footsteps seemed to strike at the heart of every man. Horizontally align, vertically align, diagonally still align. The amplitude of the arm swing, the size of the stride, amazingly consistent, especially Sun Pang and the team. A steady pace, coordinated movements. No longer see half of the shadow of the original Shunquan. Zhou Haitao and Wang Jiqiang on the podium glanced at each other, both seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. This 2nd class is improving rapidly. Zhou Haitao couldn't help but marvel. It's only been a few days. It's just off the charts. Wang Jiqiang held up his glasses as his gaze fell on Su Ming. That front runner, Su Ming, has played a good role as an example. There's also that Sun Pang. The problem of Shun abduction was actually solved. This kid Chen Yu. He paused and then glanced at the front of the queue. The spirited Chen Yu. Looks like we found the right man for the job. March, halt, turn, salute. Every subject of the 2nd class was completed impeccably, smoothly and with a sense of power, fully demonstrating the valiant posture and strict discipline of the soldiers. When they finished all the subjects and saluted and retired, the sidelines erupted in applause and cheers even louder than in the previous 4 classes. 2nd class, good job. It's so handsome. This progress is too fast. Guo Fei, Lu Mang, Gao Han and the others were so excited that their faces were red. Their backs were straight, enjoying this hard-won honor. They knew that all of this could not be separated from Su Ming's inward scrolling drive and dedication. The results of the judging will be announced soon. 3rd place, Class V. 2nd place, Class 4. When it was read that the 2nd place was the 4th class, Xia Liqiang's face changed slightly, and his eyes glanced in the direction of the 2nd class in a complicated manner. 1st place, Class 2. Boom! The trainees of the 2nd class could no longer contain their inner excitement and cheered. Chen Yu even waved his fists excitedly, his face beaming with a bright smile. He walked quickly to the front of the team, his eyes swept over every member of the team, and finally landed on Su Ming as he loudly announced, "Comrades, our 2nd class got 1st place in this formation evaluation. This cannot be separated from the efforts of each and every one of us. Comrade Su Ming's outstanding contribution is even more indispensable. He's not only excellent in his own right, but he also helped Sun Pang overcome his problems and drove the enthusiasm of the entire squad. With the leadership's approval, I announce the appointment of Comrade Su Ming as our 2nd squad's vice squad leader." Wow! The applause was even louder. "Hello Vice Squad Leader Su." Guo Fei led the way. "Vice Squad Leader Su is mighty." Lu Mang followed suit and shouted. A smile appeared on Su Ming's face as he gave a standard military salute to everyone. And just at the moment Chen Yu announced his appointment, in Su Ming's mind, the long-awaited system beat finally sounded. Chapter 26, Fight Me. Ding! Special mission, promote vice squad leader completed. Mission statement, to help Cadet Sun Peng correct the problem of smooth turning and to assist his class to win the top 3 places in the Q competition. Achieved. Mission reward, inner scroll value plus 5,000 points. Ding. Detected that the host's internal scroll value accumulation has reached a new milestone, 5,000 points. Milestone reward issued, practical combat class skill, fighting expert. Fighting expert, passively improves the host's fighting sense, reaction speed, strength coordination, and masters basic fighting skills. You are now an experienced fighter. A stream of ponderous and refined fighting information instantly surged into Su Ming's mind, as if he had been practicing hard fighting for 10 years. Various punching, kicking, grappling, counter-grappling techniques and muscle memories were deeply seared into his body. He could even clearly feel that his strength, speed and body coordination had significantly improved again. Su Ming subconsciously clenched his fist, feeling the power surging within his body. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. He immediately opened the system panel. Host Su Ming. Rank, Cadet, Deputy Squad Leader. Physical Fitness, 206, General, 100. Spirit, 203, General, 100. Endurance, 205, General, 100. Skills, Articulate, Language, Fighting Expert, Combat. Enroll value, 7450. System Mall, opened. Looking at the upwards of 7,000 internal scroll values, as well as the powerful skills that had just arrived, Su Ming's heart was on fire. The next milestone is 10,000 points. I wonder what will be rewarded that's even more counterintuitive. And what Su Ming didn't expect was the surprises that followed. After a short break after the squad evaluation, a new training subject was immediately on the agenda: military boxing. It was like a snooze meets a pillow. Having just obtained the fighting expert skill, Su Ming's understanding and mastery of fighting techniques had already far surpassed that of ordinary students, and might even have surpassed most instructors. Learning military boxing was easy for him. He could understand the essence after watching it once, and he was already in shape after hitting it twice. The instructor demonstrates the moves in front and breaks them down to explain them. First stance, lunge punch. Pay attention to the power of the waist. Twist the waist and smooth the shoulders. While the other trainees were still trying to imitate and feel the technique of power generation, Su Ming had already struck the entire set of movements in a flowing, tiger-like manner, causing many of the trainees next to him to look sideways. Ding! The host is training in military boxing. There is a huge gap between his fighting skills and those of others. Slight internal scroll effect triggered. Internal scroll value +1. The system's prompts made Su Ming a little helpless. The gap was too big. Even the inner scroll value was given less. However, this didn't stop Su Ming's determination to roll on. The milestone of 10,000 points was right in front of him, and there were still more than 2,000 points to go. So, that night, it was late at night, when most of the trainees had already gone to sleep, reserving their strength for tomorrow's intense training. In the corner of the training ground, a figure was practicing military boxing over and over again by the faint moonlight. Punching, kicking, blocking, dodging. Although the fighting expert skill allowed him to know these basic movements like the back of his hand, he still practiced meticulously, and sweat quickly soaked through the back of his training uniform. He's polishing his skills, and even more so, he's enjoying the feeling of getting stronger and, ding! Host performs additional training during rest time. Inner roll effect ruling, medium. Inner roll value +2. +2. This is the familiar flavor. The corner of Su Ming's mouth curled into a smile as he practiced even more vigorously. He was immersed in the joy of training and the growth of his inner roll value when suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of another figure. Anyone? Su Ming's movements lurched and he looked over warily, only to see another corner not far away. There was also a person sweating and practicing military boxing. The movements were fierce and forceful, obviously also a practiced fighter. By the light of the moon, Su Ming could see the other party's face. Surprisingly, it's Class 4, Chai Gao Shang. During the day, the team evaluation was defeated, and this guy, who was not willing to be left behind, even ran out to sneak in extra practice. Seemingly sensing Su Ming's gaze, Chai Gao Shang also stopped moving, turned around, and looked at Su Ming. Four eyes met, and it was as if invisible sparks clashed in the air. Chai Gao Shang's eyes were complicated. There was surprise, there was resentment, but more than anything else, there was an exuberant battle spirit. He had lost the queue during the day, but he didn't think he would lose to Su Ming in any other aspect. In particular, he considered his fighting ability to be his strong suit. He walked towards Su Ming step by step, his steps steady and powerful, carrying a sense of oppression. Su Ming, Chai Gao Shang's voice was low, with a hint of provocation. Daylight Q, count your blessings. Su Ming didn't say anything and just looked at him calmly. But, Chai Gao Shang paused, his eyes burning as he stared at Su Ming. as if he wanted to see through him. Army. It's not enough to walk well in formation. He clenched his fists, his bones making a slight click sound. I hear you're strong in physical fitness too? It's just as well. We're all just learning military boxing. Chai Gao-shang grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth and a belligerent gleam in his eyes. Dare you to compete with me? Challenge. A naked challenge. Chai Gao-shang, the top student of class 4 who had always been vaguely overpowered by Su Ming in every aspect, finally couldn't help himself and wanted to get back at this military boxing. Su Ming looked at the battle-minded Chai Gao-shang and felt the surging power and confidence brought by the fighting expert in his body, and the corners of his mouth slowly curved up. Compare and contrast? Just what I wanted. Ding! A fighting challenge from Cadet Chai Gao-shang has been detected. Do you accept? Accept the challenge and win, and receive an additional bonus in scroll value. The system's beep sounded appropriately, adding even more fuel to the fire of this upcoming conflict. Challenge? Or is it a fighting challenge? And there's an extra bonus for winning? Su Ming felt the fighting instinct and surging power that surged within his body because of the fighting expert skill, as if he was born with it. Looking at the person in front of him, Chai Gao-shang, who was obviously holding back his energy and wanted to get back at him in fisticuffs because of his loss in the daytime formation evaluation, the curvature that already existed at the corner of his mouth couldn't help but raise a little higher. Under the moonlight, Chai Gao-shang's eyes were as sharp as knives, his clenched fist showed veins, and his body exuded a "I'm strong. I'm going to beat you" a lofty aura. He obviously had quite a lot of confidence in his fighting ability. Perhaps this military boxing, which was supposed to be his usual strong point, he just didn't expect Su Ming, a guy who walked impeccably in formation, to also run out in the middle of the night for extra practice. What? Don't dare? When Chai Gao-shang saw that Su Ming only smiled but didn't reply, the provocation in his tone became 3 times more intense. He took a slight step forward, and it was as if the ground shook slightly with his step, and an invisible pressure came towards Su Ming. Why wouldn't I dare? Chapter 27 The Punished Class President. Su Ming finally opened his mouth. His voice was calm, but it carried a confidence that stemmed from absolute strength. It's just as well. I'd like to try out how well I've practiced this military boxing I just learned. Try? Chai Gao-shang raised his eyebrows. Su Ming's glib tone made him feel like he was being underestimated. Anger surged up, but he forced it down and just snorted coldly. Then cut the crap. Look at the fists. Before the words fell, Chai Gao-shang violently took a cushioned step forward. His body's center of gravity pressed down, and his right fist was like a discharged cannonball, carrying the sound of the blazing wind as it headed straight for Su Ming's face. The first style of military boxing, the lunge punch. This punch, he obviously used real effort. The speed, power, and angle were all impeccable, and there were a few more points of real battle ruthlessness than the instructor's demonstration during the day. He was going to give Su Ming a hard time in his first move. In the face of this swift punch, Su Ming's eyes were calm and unperturbed. In fighting expert's field of vision, the trajectory, force, and even the possible subsequent variations of Chai Gao-shang's punch were all clearly presented in his mind. Too slow. There are too many breaks. Su Ming didn't even have the thought of dodging. It was almost an instinctive reaction. The left foot was nailed in place like a nail. The right foot quickly withdrew to the right rear. The body then turned sideways, and at the exact moment when there was no time to lose, it just let Chai Gao-shang's fist blade pass. At the same time, Su Ming's 5 fingers of his right hand came together to form a palm, and like a butterfly, he gently slapped on the inside of the wrist of Chai Gao-shang's right fist. The blocking maneuver in military physique fist was used by Su Ming in an ingenious manner. A skillful force came along Chai Gao-shang's wrist, instantly removing most of the impact force from his fist, and even more so, causing his center of gravity to slightly shift. Chai Gao-shang was shocked in his heart, not expecting Su Ming's reaction to be so fast and his block to be so precise. And this force seems to be light, but it is just right to disrupt his rhythm. Masters. In just one look, Chai Gao-shang could tell that Su Ming was definitely not as simple as the try he said. This guy was hiding very deeply. Without waiting for Chai Gao-shang to stabilize his stance, Su Ming had already bulldozed his way up, and his left fist was similarly in the stance of a bow step punch, punching Chai Gao-shang directly in the chest. Faster. The angle is more tricky. Chai Gao-shang's pupils suddenly shrunk, and in his haste he could only raise his left arm to block. Boo! There was a muffled sound as fists and arms exchanged blows. Chai Gao-shang only felt a great force coming from Su Ming's fist, shocking his left arm and making it numb. The whole person involuntarily thump, retreated 3 big steps before barely stabilizing his body. He looked at Su Ming in horror, disbelief written all over his face. How is that possible? With the same lunge punch, Su Ming's strength and skill was surprisingly more than a notch stronger than his. This doesn't even look like he just learned military boxing. Is this guy from a martial arts family? Or is he a former trainer? Ding! The host has demonstrated skill in fighting that far exceeds that of his opponent. Inner scroll effect verdict, medium. Inner scroll value +2, +2. The system's beep sounded in Su Ming's mind, and his heart was clear. Sure enough, real-world confrontation brings a higher enroll value than just training. Again, without stopping, Su Ming moved his feet and once again attacked towards Chai Gaoshang. He didn't immediately utilize those more subtle and deadly fighting techniques that fighting expert brought to the table, but instead, he still used the military-style fist stance. He needed to thoroughly familiarize himself with and polish this boxing style through sparring with Chai Gaoshang, and at the same time, he also wanted to see if he could do it without the use of plugins. How far has one's mastery of military-style boxing reached? Chai Gaoshang also came to true fire, letting out a low roar and meeting it again. The two were right here in the corner of the training ground in the moonlight, trading punches and kicks. Military-style moves are constantly being made: punches, kicks, blocks, dodges, takedowns. Boom, boom, boom. The muffled sound of fists striking flesh was especially clear in the stillness of the night. The more Chai Gaoshang fought, the more alarmed he became. He found that no matter how he attacked, Su Ming was always able to easily defuse it, and always found the breaks in his moves to counterattack. Su Ming's military physique fist seemed to not have a trace of fireworks, yet it was rounded and sophisticated in every way. Every move and every style was utilized in the right way, and the combination of strength and skill was perfect. In comparison, one's own punches, though stiff and fierce, seemed a bit rough and dull. This guy, did he really just learn? Chai Gaoshang's mind was filled with questions and frustration. However, just as the two were fighting so hard that their clothes were drenched in sweat, a majestic and icy voice suddenly exploded in the sky above the training ground like a thunderstorm from the flat earth. Stop! The voice instantly penetrated the sound of fists and feet exchanging blows, clearly reaching the ears of the two men. You two, not sleeping in the middle of the night, what are you doing here? Su Ming and Chai Gaoshang's movements froze at the same time, as if the pause button had been pressed. The two of them followed the sound, only to see a figure in cadre training uniform slowly coming out of the shadows not far away. The 2 bars and 1 star on his shoulder reflected an icy sheen in the faint moonlight, the rank of major. The person who came had an upright figure, a serious face, and eyes as sharp as a falcon's, and was staring at them coldly. It was the instructor in charge of their class of freshmen, Zhao Jinhua. Bad. Su Ming and Chai Gaoshang's hearts simultaneously thumped. Discipline in military schools is strict and cadets are forbidden to fight in private. They sneaked out in the middle of the night and were caught by the instructor who was in charge of dormitory inspections and the most disciplined. Now they were in big trouble. Instructor Zhao took a steady pace and walked step by step to the two men, his eyes sweeping over their sweaty, slightly disheveled bodies. It finally rested on their slightly nervous faces. Name? Class? Instructor Zhao's voice didn't carry a trace of emotion. Reporting to the instructor, Cadet Su Ming, 2nd class, 1st District Squad. Su Ming immediately stood upright and reported loudly. Reporting to the instructor, Cadet Chai Gaoshang, 4th class, 1st District Team. Chai Gaoshang also hurriedly stood at attention, his voice loud, but obviously with a hint of undercurrent. Class 2? Class 4? Instructor Zhao frowned slightly, as if he had remembered something. During the daytime formation evaluation, it was your 2 classes that competed for first place? Yes, both replied at the same time. Instructor Zhao's face grew colder. Competing in formation during the day and fisticuffs at night? A lot of energy. Training is too easy, isn't it? Su Ming and Chai Gaoshang lowered their heads, not daring to breathe. Get your squad leaders over here, Instructor Zhao ordered without question. Soon, Chun Yu, who was urgently awakened from his sleep, and Xia Liqiang, the leader of the 4th class, ran over sleepily and disheveled. When they saw Su Ming and Chai Gaoshang standing in front of the instructor with their heads bowed, the two instantly came to their senses, with expressions of bitterness and helplessness on their faces. Instructor Zhao. The 2 men saluted. Instructor Zhao pointed at Su Ming and Chai Gaoshang. You 2 squads of soldiers. Very good. Not sleeping in the middle of the night and having a private date here. You 2 squad leaders. How do you lead your soldiers? Chunyu and Xia Liqiang immediately came down in a cold sweat and hurriedly stood upright to apologize. Report instructor. It's us who are not managing properly. Please instructor punish. Punishment? Of course you should be punished. Instructor Zhao snorted coldly. I'll leave these 2 troublemakers to you. Let them both. Right here, stand in military posture for me, until tomorrow morning's drill. When they've reflected clearly, it'll be over. Yes. Chapter 28, Military Boxing Competition. Chunyu and Xia Liqiang didn't dare to have the slightest objection, and could only stiffly lead the order. Instructor Zhao swept his gaze sternly over Su Ming and Chai Gaoshang. You 2, reflect on yourselves. What is discipline? What are the rules? If there's a next time, you'll be locked up. After saying that, Instructor Zhao turned around and disappeared into the night with a resounding stride. In the corner of the training ground, Only Su Ming, Chai Gao Shang, and their respective squad leaders with a hate iron, not steel expression remained. Chen Yu walked over to Su Ming and lowered his voice, his tone carrying helplessness and a hint of annoyance. Su Ming, you kid, can't let me save my mind? You just became vice class president, and you're causing me such a big mess. Su Ming lowered his head and didn't argue. Squad leader, I was wrong. On the other side, the fourth squad leader Xie Lichang was also reprimanding Chai Gao Shang. What are you up to? You're not proud of losing the lineup in the daytime? This is how you get your ass kicked? Don't you know the rules? Chai Gao Shang stalked his neck and didn't say anything, but the unwillingness in his eyes was obvious. A reprimand is a reprimand, and the punishment is still enforced. Chen Yu and Xie Lichang sighed and supervised Su Ming and Chai Gao Shang, standing up in standard military posture in place. The night, the moonlight poured over the two men's straight figures, stretching their shadows. At first, the atmosphere was somewhat awkward and dull. Being punished for standing was not something honorable for either of the high-minded men, especially Su Ming. This was the first time he had been punished since he came to this world and entered the military academy. However, Su Ming did not have much remorse in his heart. Although he was caught red-handed and dragged class president Chen Yu into it, this brief encounter was of great value. Through the sparring match with Chai Gao Shang just now, he had gotten a clear picture of his current level of military boxing. With the fighting expert's enchantment, even if he only used the military-style fist stance, he steadily suppressed Chai Gao Shang, an existence that was definitely considered a good fighter amongst the freshmen. This proved the power of the fighting expert skill. Not only did it grant him profound fighting skills, but it also comprehensively improved his understanding and ability to utilize basic boxing techniques. And the corners of Su Ming's mouth unconsciously hooked up slightly. Just now, he hadn't used his full strength at all, much less those truly crushing things in his fighting expert skills. If he really lets go and applies those well-tested fighting techniques, Chai Gao Shang, I'm afraid I wouldn't last more than 3 moves in his hands. This feeling of hiding a powerful card filled Su Ming's heart with a sense of security and anticipation. Although the increase in scroll value was interrupted, the gains from this combat test were far more important than the tens of points of scroll value. As for the punishment, standing for just one night was nothing to him who possessed system-enhanced physical qualities. It's just as well. Standing in the military position can also sharpen your will, and maybe even trigger some inner role value. Ding! The host is undergoing disciplinary punishment. Standing in the penalty box with others. No additional in-scroll behavior. In-scroll effect determination, none. Well, it seems that the system ruled that this does not count as an inner volume. Su Ming felt slightly regretful, but it didn't matter. A little bit of time passed, and the night breeze brought a slight coolness. Standing for long periods of time makes the body start to feel tired and sore. Next to him, Chai Gao Shang was obviously also a bit uncomfortable. His body would occasionally sway slightly without his control, but they were all quickly and forcefully stabilized by him. Perhaps it was the shared experience of being punished that brought them closer together, or perhaps it was the silence of the night that made it easier to open up. In the silence, Chai Gao Shang suddenly spoke in an extremely low voice, as if talking to himself. Hey, you kid, quite a fighter. Su Ming turned his head sideways and glanced at him from the corner of his eye without speaking. Chai Gao Shang didn't seem to care and continued to whisper. Just now, I didn't keep my hand. I didn't expect it, but I was still pressed by you. Have you practiced before? Su Ming faintly returned. Practiced blindly for a few days. Practicing blindly? Chai Gao Shang snorted, obviously not believing it. You can get to this level by practicing blindly? That's a lie. After a pause, he added, I will admit, however, that you are a better fighter, in military style, than I am. It was an admission with a hint of resignation, but more than that, it was an honesty. Su Ming glanced at Chai Gao Shang with some surprise. This fellow, although he was competitive, he didn't seem to be someone who couldn't afford to lose. You have good strength and speed too. Su Ming also commented objectively. Humph, that's for sure. Chai Gao Shang immediately resumed that haughty look, but his tone was obviously much more moderate. If it hadn't been interrupted by the instructor, it's not certain who would have lost or won. Su Ming smiled and didn't answer again. Between the two of them, that atmosphere of saber rattling dissipated a lot without realizing it. The same people stay up in the middle of the night to run out for extra practice. The same people have a strong desire to win, and the same people stand to be punished because of this desire. A marvelous emotion grew in both of them. Not friends, but not pure rivals either. It's more like a sympathetic way of recognizing and valuing heroes. They saw the unconquerable energy in the other party, and saw how hard the other party had worked to become stronger. Though the ways are different and the goals may be different, the blood and persistence that belongs to a soldier is common. For the rest of the night, the two didn't speak again, just silently endured their physical exhaustion and chills. standing upright until the eastern sky turned fish-belly white and the loud wake-up call cut through the quiet of the campus. Chen Yu and Xia Liqiang appeared on time, letting them move their stiff bodies for a while before taking them back to prepare for the drill. Su Ming and Chai Gaosheng glanced at each other, and the hostility and provocation in their eyes was no longer the same as before, but a much more complex emotion that contained competition and also a trace of recognition if nothing else. It was as if last night's conflict and punishment had become a strange catalyst for a subtle change in the relationship between these two guys who had been tit for tat. However, to everyone's surprise, a bigger surprise was yet to come. Morning drill assembly. When all the freshmen thought that today would be a normal day of formation and physical training, the chief captain in charge of the freshman training, a middle-aged officer carrying the rank of a 2-bar, 3-star colonel on his shoulder with an imposing aura, but suddenly made an announcement that caught everyone off guard. Comrades, the chief captain's voice was loud and carried throughout the line. In order to test the results of your recent training, and to stimulate your enthusiasm for training and your sense of competition, it has been decided that this morning, we will hold a military boxing competition for all freshmen. What? A military boxing match? Compare today. Chapter 29, just 1 foot away from the 10,000 point milestone. There was a suppressed clamor in the queue. We haven't learned military-style boxing for a long time. Most people haven't even memorized all the moves, let alone the momentum and combat effect. How can they compete? Su Ming and Chai Gaosheng were also stunned, and then a blazing light erupted in their eyes at the same time. A military boxing match? This is simply... I didn't expect to have a chance to make up for that interrupted bout last night so soon, and in front of the entire freshman class, in front of the whole school. To split the difference, the two of them looked at each other again, their eyes filled with an exuberant battle intent. Last night, didn't finish the fight. See you on the field today. Chen Yu stood at the front of the queue, looking at the undisguised battle intent in Su Ming's eyes. An imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He knew that this kid would definitely not let go of this opportunity. Instead of hitting him, last night's punishment seemed to have inspired him to fight even harder. The game started soon after. Elimination rounds are played as a class. The freshmen at the National Defense University of Science and Technology, all of whom are the pride of nature from all over the country, are generally in good physical condition. But military boxing is a new subject after all, and most people's performance can only be described as moderate, with stiff movements and a lack of power and momentum. Su Ming and Chai Gaosheng, on the other hand, were like cranes standing above the chickens, displaying crushing strength in their respective regions. Su Ming's punches were precise, smooth, and efficient. Each movement seemed to be precisely calculated, not a single point more force, not a single point less skill, and the skills and understanding brought by the fighting expert were perfectly integrated into the military-style boxing stances. Often opponents have been hit cleanly in the scoring area before he can react, or have been defeated by a skillful strip-off center. Ding! Host defeats opponent in military boxing match. Slight internal scroll effect triggered. Internal scroll value +1. Ding! Host defeats opponent in military boxing match. Slight internal scroll effect triggered. Internal scroll value +1. Although the inner scroll value was not much, it accumulated into a lot, and this feeling of constantly winning in the limelight made Su Ming enjoy himself. On the other hand, Chai Gaosheng on the other side was in a completely different style. His punches were wide open and fierce, and every punch and kick carried full explosive power and was full of aggression. Although the technique might not be as subtle as Su Ming's, the ferocious aura that went on and on was enough to make most opponents scared and shy away before the battle. The two made it all the way through and met in the final without a doubt. Sure enough, it's you. Chai Gaosheng looked at Su Ming on the opposite side and grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, his eyes burning with the fire of war. Aha! Su Ming nodded calmly. I didn't finish last night, so I'll continue today, please. Chai Gaosheng let out a low growl and took a stance. The referee gave the order for the final to begin. For once, there was no cover of night, no instructor to interrupt. Under the watchful eyes of the entire school's freshmen, under the gazes of the instructors, class leaders, and even the chief captain, Su Ming and Chai Gaosheng, the two top fighting seedlings amongst the freshmen, engaged in a real battle. Boo! The opening round continued to be a swift and furious counterattack. Chai Gaosheng has learned from last night's lesson and is no longer charging hard, but focusing more on footwork and defense. Su Ming also got serious, his fighting expert instincts fully opened, taking in every movement, every intention of Chai Gaosheng. Punch versus punch, block to block, kick versus leg sweep. The two of them put together a set of military-style fists that were as good as it gets. The cadets on the sidelines watched in awe and fervor. Asterisk. Now that's military boxing. Too strong. These two are too fierce. That's Su Ming from Class 2. His movements are so standard and fast. Class 4 Chai Gaosheng isn't bad either. Great strength. Chen Yu nervously looked at the field, his palms slightly sweaty. He knew that Su Ming was strong, but Chai Gaoshang was equally not a weakling, and it was hard to predict the winner of this final match. Xia Liqiang, on the other hand, kept cheering Chai Gaoshang on from the side. The chief captain stood in front of the viewing platform, his hands behind his back, watching the contest in the field with interest, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes from time to time. On the field, the two had already exchanged a dozen rounds. Chai Gaoshang's attack was still fierce, but gradually, he felt the pressure. Su Ming was like an impregnable fortress, and no matter how much he impacted, he was unable to truly break through the other party's defense. Moreover, Su Ming's counterattacks were getting sharper and sharper, often catching him in the moment of exhaustion or change of stance, and delivering precise and effective strikes. His physical strength was rapidly depleting, but Su Ming seemed as if he didn't know how to get tired. His breathing was still steady, and his eyes were still sharp. Damn it! Chai Gaoshang cursed in his heart. Knowing that he couldn't drag this out any longer, he violently swayed, pretending to attack Su Ming's lower plate, and when Su Ming's center of gravity slightly sank, his right leg was violently drawn out like a whip, a swift high whip leg, sweeping Su Ming's head straight. This is his bottom-of-the-barrel killing move. It's fast, powerful, and at a tricky angle. However, just as his leg was about to sweep its target, Su Ming's reaction was even faster, only to see Su Ming's body swaying slightly like an undefeated man, his head tilting back at an incredible angle, narrowly avoiding this vicious whip kick. At the same time, Su Ming's right foot was like a viper coming out of its hole, precisely kicking at the knee bend of Chai Gaoshang's supporting leg. Chai Gaoshang only felt a softness in his supporting leg. His center of gravity was instantly off balance, and his entire body fell backwards uncontrollably. Su Ming gained momentum and took a step to follow up. His right hand became a palm blade and gently stopped in front of Chai Gaoshang's throat a moment before he fell to the ground. The winner is already decided. The room was silent for a second, and then thunderous applause and cheers erupted. Su Ming has won. That's awesome. The referee raises Su Ming's hand high. Winner, District 1 Team Class 2, Su Ming. Su Ming withdrew his palm and calmly looked at Chai Gaoshang, who was lying on the ground with complicated eyes. Chai Gaoshang gasped for air and looked at Su Ming, who was close at hand, and eventually turned into a bitter smile and extended his hand. I lost, and I lost convincingly. Su Ming reached out and pulled him up, nodding. Sijin, ding. The host won the championship in the military boxing competition, completing the hidden achievement Freshman Boxing Champion, rewarding plus 1,000 scroll value. Ding. The host accepts and wins the fighting challenge from Chai Gaoshang. Additional bonus of plus 500 in scroll value. 1,500 points of in-scroll value are credited. Su Ming's total inner scroll value had reached over 9,000 points. It's just a foot away from the 10,000 point milestone. Just then, the chief captain, who had been watching the battle in silence, suddenly clapped his hands and came forward. Chapter 30, a freshman who just enrolled in school actually fooled the veteran squad leader? Not bad. Very good. The chief captain looked at Su Ming approvingly. It hasn't been long since you learned military boxing, and you can fight at this level. You're a good seed. He swept his gaze over Su Ming and then looked at the veteran squad leaders in the other lines, a playful glint flashing in his eyes. Su Ming, right? The chief captain suddenly spoke. I'm impressed with your performance. I, personally, would like to give you an extra chance. Extra chances? Everyone perked up their ears and looked curiously at the chief captain. Only the chief captain said slowly, I can give you a chance to challenge any of the veteran squad leaders present here. Of course, it's just a sparring match, point blank. Do you dare to try? Let's see how much of a gap there is between you and a real veteran who has gone through more training. The chief captain added after a moment. It's just an offer I made on the spur of the moment, and it's perfectly fine if you don't want to challenge it. No one will say anything. Boom! The chief captain's words were like casting a huge stone on a calm lake, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves. To have a freshman challenge a seasoned veteran squad leader? This is unheard of. Everyone's gazes focused on Su Ming in unison, waiting for his answer. Those veteran squad leaders who were named had different expressions. Some were eager to try, some frowned slightly, and some had calm faces, but their eyes also revealed a hint of curiosity and scrutiny. Chen Yu's heart lifted violently as he nervously looked at Su Ming. He knew that Su Ming was strong, but his opponent was a veteran squad leader. Which one of these class leaders was not a well-trained elite that had been selected through layers and layers of selection? Even if Su Ming was a genius, he had only just enrolled in school after all. Su Ming also froze. Challenge the veteran squad leader? His first thought was, is there an enroll value? Ding! A special challenge opportunity from the chief captain has been detected. Accept the challenge and engage in a fighting duel with the designated veteran squad leader, and regardless of whether you win or lose, you will receive a base inner scroll value of plus 1,000. If you win, you will receive an additional inner scroll value of plus 3,000. 000, and there is a certain chance that you will receive a special reward. Do you accept? Base 1, 000, plus another 3, 000 for winning, and a chance for a special bonus? Su-ming's heart skipped a beat. This reward is too generous. The milestone of 10,000 points of inner roll value is just around the corner. Moreover, he did want to know just how much power his current strength, especially the fighting expert skill, could be utilized when facing a true veteran. Risk? There is. You might lose face, but the payoff is even greater. Not only the value of the inner rolls, but also a precise positioning of your strength. The hesitation only lasted less than a second in Su-ming's mind. How can you be afraid of the road to becoming stronger? He took a deep breath and took a step forward, his head up, his eyes firm, his voice clear and loud as he looked toward the chief captain. Reporting to the chief captain, I am willing to accept the challenge. Wow! The crowd erupted in awe once again. He actually dared. The chief captain had a satisfied smile on his face. Very good. Have the guts. So, who do you want to challenge? Any of the class leaders here. Pick one at random. Su-ming's gaze slowly swept over those squad leaders standing at the front of the queue. 4th squad leader Xia Liqiang? Don't know him well. 3rd squad leader? 5th squad leader? Much less recognizable. His gaze, eventually, landed on that familiar figure. The one who found out that he folded the quilt in the middle of the night. The one who asked him to help correct Sun Pengshun's abduction. The one who had just been criticized because of him. Own class president. Shen Yu. Cutting with another class president. Winning is fine. Losing doesn't seem to make much sense. But if you fight your own class president, winning would prove his strength and perhaps impress the class president, which would be more beneficial to him in the future. Losing to your own class president doesn't seem like something to be ashamed of? Most crucially, he wanted to see what level his own squad leader, who looked civilized but had impeccable formation and housekeeping, was at when it came to fighting. This, perhaps, is the best reference point, and it seems more dramatic to challenge your own class president? Thinking of this, Su-ming no longer hesitated, raised his finger, and under the dead silence and countless incredulous gazes, he pointed straight at Chen Yu, who was at the very front of the queue. Reporting to the chief captain, Su-ming's voice was like a stone thrown into a deep pool, stirring up layers and layers of ripples that clearly echoed in the sky above the training ground. I choose. He paused, his gaze meeting Chen Yu's eyes that were instantly written with consternation. I choose to challenge my class president, Chen Yu. The whole place is dead silent. A pin drop. Everyone's eyes, like searchlights, swished in focused on Chen Yu at the front of the queue, being challenged by name, or being named by a new recruit in his own class. The consternation on Chen Yu's face solidified with the naked eye. He blinked incredulously at first, as if he suspected he'd heard wrong. When he saw Su-ming's unwavering eyes, a wave of crying and laughter surged through him. This kid, how dare you? After a brief moment of dismay, Chen Yu suddenly smiled. It was not an angry laugh, but a laugh with a hint of helplessness and a sense of I knew it. He got it almost immediately. Looks like it's holding a grudge. Okay, kind of, but, good thing too. Thoughts quickly turned in Chen Yu's mind. This Su-ming is indeed a good piece of material, progressing rapidly, and even a little faster than outrageous. He can take first place in military boxing, and he beat Chai Gaosheng in fighting. It's time to let him know. What is a real veteran? What is the sky and the earth? Otherwise, with your tail up in the air, how can you bring it up in the future? It is a good opportunity to take this opportunity to legitimately point him a bit, kill his sharpness. Let him understand that the National Defense University, hidden tigers and dragons, he has to learn a lot more. Thinking of this, Chen Yu's originally lifted heart dropped quite a bit, and was even a bit eager to try. He took a step forward and spoke aloud, reporting to the chief captain, since Su-ming wants to spar with me, I have no problem. Point to point, the chief captain watched the dramatic scene with interest and nodded. Very well, let's get started then. Everyone else spread out and leave the field open. Whoa, the crowd quickly stepped back and formed a larger circle, leaving a large open space in the center, large enough for the two to perform. The atmosphere, in an instant, became tense and weird. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. The new recruit challenges the squad leader. This is definitely a rare oddity even since the founding of the National Defense Science University. Can Su-ming do it? The opponent is Class President Chen. Even though Class Commander Chen may look civilized, but if he can be a class leader, can he be bad at fighting? I've heard that he was a top fighter in his recruiting class back in the day. Hang on, Su-ming is probably a little on top of the title he just won. It's hard to say. This Su-ming kid is evil. The murmurs were muffled, but they couldn't hide the curiosity and concern in them. Guo Fei, Lu Mang, and Gao Han were even more nervous with sweaty palms. They both hoped that Su-ming could create a miracle, but they were also afraid that he would be beaten up too badly by Chen Yu. Middle of the field, Su Ming and Chen Yu stood opposite each other. Chen Yu moved his wrists and ankles and looked at Su Ming, revealing a senior-style smile. Su Ming, take out your full strength and show me the level of your military boxing champion. Don't be afraid, I will be merciful. Su Ming smiled back, brightly. Yes, class president, I'll dot the I's and cross the T's too. He deliberately emphasized the words to the point. Chen Yu's eyebrows are faintly inaccessible. This kid has something in his words. Begin with the chief captain's order. Chen Yu's eyes glazed over and he took the lead to move. There was no sleight of hand. He knew that a lion fights a rabbit with all its might, and although he said that he would show mercy, the moment he struck, it was the standard fighting starting stance. Flexible footsteps, approaching with a tentative step. His right fist wobbled, and his left fist struck Su Ming straight in the face like lightning. Fast, quite, with a harsh windy sound. The strength of the veteran is on display. So fast, someone whimpered. However, in the face of this swift strike, Su Ming's reaction caused everyone's eyes to nearly glaze over, only to see Su Ming, as if he had predicted it in advance. His head only slightly tilted, almost grazing the wind of Chen Yu's fist, and easily dodged it. The gesture was so cozy that it looked like he was casually plucking away a fallen leaf. Chen Yu was shocked in his heart. Ducked, and so easily? Unbelieving. He attacked harder. Left hook, straight right, whip kick. For a while, Chen Yu was like a fierce tiger descending from the mountain, using his fists and feet to attack in a continuous, tiger-like manner. But a bizarre scene happened. No matter how swift and tricky Chen Yu's attacks were, Su Ming was just like a slippery loach, always able to easily dodge away with the smallest amplitude and the least amount of effort when the arrow could not be fired. Sometimes leaning back, sometimes sliding sideways, sometimes shorter, sometimes tapping the ground to move half a step across. His movements, which could not even be seen as fast, were just right, making Chen Yu's attacks fall short every time. Ding! Detected that the host has evaded his opponent with a skill far beyond his opponent's in a fighting cut, causing an increase in his opponent's ineffective attacks. +1, +1, +1 internal scroll value. System beeps sounded intermittently in Su Ming's mind. It's not much, but a mosquito is still meat. The corner of Su Ming's mouth curved up. The reaction speed, dynamic vision, and understanding of fighting techniques brought about by the fighting expert was truly not something to be sniffed at. Chen Yu's movements were crystal clear in his eyes, even with slow play. What's going on here? Chen's squad leader can't hit it? Su Ming, why has he been hiding? The crowd of onlookers, from their initial nervousness, slowly turned into confusion and then shock. Chen Yu also played dumbfounded. He felt like he was beating a ball of cotton, or rather, a ghostly figure. No matter how much power he exerted or how he changed his stance, the other party always managed to gently diffuse it, and couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. What was even more infuriating was the relaxed and cozy expression on Su Ming's face, as if he was saying, "Squad leader, you exerted yourself, didn't you eat?" A wave of fire rushed straight to Chen Yu's head. Yikes! Chen Yu let out a low roar and no longer held back, his speed and strength increasing once again as his entire body pounced on Su Ming like a whirlwind. He even used some grappling techniques in an attempt to grab Su Ming, but it didn't work. Su Ming was like a dancer dancing a waltz, walking idly amidst Chen Yu's stormy attacks. He even had the leisure to gently pat Chen Yu's shoulder after dodging one of his vicious downward chops. Squad leader, watch your step. Put. Someone couldn't help but laugh. Chen Yu's face, swish, red from the base of his neck all the way to the tips of his ears. It's not tired, it's angry, it's shame, monkeyish. He now felt like a monkey being teased. He was holding his breath, but he couldn't hit him. The other party even had time to molest him. This isn't a duel, this is a public execution. This kid, the chief captain, could also see that Su Ming didn't want to win at all, or rather, he was using a more heartless way to win. This kid is teasing Chen Yu. His fighting skills, stance and reactions were clearly more than a notch above Chen Yu. If the fight continues, Chen Yu's face will really be lost. Moreover, this match is really a bit funny. The chief captain cleared his throat and his majestic voice rang out. Okay, stop. Chen Yu was like an amnesty. His attacks suddenly stopped and he stood in place, puffing and panting. His forehead was covered in sweat, his face was red and white, and his eyes looked at the innocent Su Ming with a complicated look. Su Ming also immediately stopped his movements and stood upright, as if the person who had just been running around all over the field, playing the class president for a fool wasn't him. It's just a cut. Point blank. The chief captain walked over, his gaze sweeping over the two men and finally landing on Su Ming with a hint of playfulness and scrutiny. Su Ming, we've all seen your strength. Ding. The special challenge task is completed. The host demonstrated absolute superiority in the sparring match and was judged to have won. Additional scroll value plus 3,000. Total scroll value, 13,150. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the special challenge. Random reward extraction in progress. Extraction completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special skill. Never forget, elementary. Unforgettable, elementary slightly improves the host's ability to memorize. Remembering the text and image information read more deeply and not easily forgotten. Can be upgraded through inner volume value. A series of system beeps caused Su-Ming's heart to rejoice wildly. 12,000. The internal scroll value directly broke the 12,000 mark. And a special bonus, Overwatch. This skill, in terms of learning theoretical knowledge, is simply divine. Su-Ming held back his excitement and did not move on the surface. The people around them, on the other hand, looked at the panting and ugly Chen Yu in the field, then looking at Su-Ming, who was calm and relaxed, as if he was just warming up. How could he not understand what had happened? There was no winner or loser, but it was clear who was strong and who was weak. Su-Ming, this freshly enrolled freshman, actually, really fooled the veteran squad leader? All the gazes that looked at Su-Ming changed. Chapter 31 inside the volume. It smells so good, and the clamor and chatter died down. The weekend at the University of Defense Technology is a rare respite for the vast majority of cadets who have been sweating all week. In the dormitory building, the sounds of snoring, sleep-talking, or squelched game exchanges intertwined to create a lazy atmosphere. Hua Fei slept blindfolded, his mouth nearly drooling on the edge of his pillow. Lu Mang and Gao Han, on the other hand, were nestled on the bed, holding their cell phones and looking intently at something, occasionally letting out a low, heated laugh. However, Su-Ming's biological clock, or rather, his heart that longed for inward scrolls, did not allow him to enjoy this tranquility. Although the previous day's challenge had caused his inner scroll value to skyrocket, and he had even accidentally gained the never forgetting, elementary, divine skill, and the distance to the 10,000 mark may seem far away, but it wasn't. It was a reward for a special mission. The usual accumulation of inner scrolls was the root of the system. Moreover, he had a vague premonition that the system seemed to have additional surprises when the inner volume value broke through a certain round number mark. 10,000. The number, like a tantalizing goal, haunted him. At 5 in the morning, the sky was still light, and outside the dormitory there was only the faint morning light and the occasional footsteps of patrolling warriors passing by. Su-Ming had already risen silently, put on his training uniform with the lightest of movements, and slipped out of the dormitory like a civet cat. The others were still in dreamland, and Su-Ming's inner scroll time began. The training ground was empty and deserted, with only cold equipment and the morning breeze. Ding! Detected the host performing additional training on a day off. +2 to the internal scroll value. The system's beep sounded, and it was a bit more generous than the usual rewards during training. As expected, rolling while others were resting was more rewarding. The corners of Su-Ming's mouth rose slightly as he began to warm up. He didn't choose a program that was too strenuous, but instead started with the most basic physical fitness. 5-kilometer cross-country. This was a regular program, but Su-Ming's goal was not to complete it, but to surpass it. Ta, ta, ta. The sound of even, rhythmic footsteps echoed across the open field. Sweat quickly soaked his forehead hair and slid down his cheeks. Running up to the 5K finish line, the signs were clearly visible. If it were usual, the task would have been completed. However, Su-Ming didn't pause for a moment and directly rushed over. Ding! Detected that the host continued to run after the completion of the 5-kilometer cross-country mission. +1 to the internal scroll value. Ding! Inside scroll value +1. Ding! Inside scroll value +1. The familiar beep sounded again, like a pleasant piece of music. After you run across the finish line, you will continue to gain endoscopic values for each additional distance you run. It's not much in a single run, but it adds up. Su-Ming adjusted his breathing and continued forward. The playground circled again and again. His figure stretched out in the morning sun. It took him 10 kilometers of running before he stopped, his chest heaving violently, sweating as if he had just come out of the water. But that's not all. Push-ups, sit-ups, pull-ups, the time that other people used to relax, have fun, and replenish their sleep. Su-Ming devoted all of it to boring and grueling training. Ding! Detected the host performing additional strength training on a day off. +2 to the internal scroll value. Ding! Host completes 100 standard push-ups, exceeding the regular training volume. +1 in roll value. +1. Ding! Host completes 30 standard pull-ups, exceeding the regular training volume. +1 in roll value. +1. A little bit of time passes, and the sun gradually rises. 2 whole days. Apart from the necessary meals and short breaks, Su-Ming spent almost all of his time soaking in the training ground or performing some strength exercises in his dormitory that didn't affect others. Hua Fei and others looked at Su-Ming as force that did not want to die. Has turned from the initial surprise into numbness, and even a little sympathy? Brother Ming, you, take it easy. The body is the capital of the revolution. Guofei looked sleepily at Su Ming, who had just returned from sweating outside, and couldn't help but advise him. Su Ming just laughed and picked up a towel to wipe his sweat. Don't worry, I have my measure. He certainly had a sense of proportion, and with every training session, he could feel physique, spirit, and endurance growing slowly but surely, and his body's recovery speed was far beyond normal. Finally, on the afternoon of the second day, when Su Ming once again completed a set of extreme sprint runs and was so tired that he almost fell to the ground, that long-awaited voice rang out in his head. Ding! The host's accumulated inner scroll value has surpassed the 10,000 mark. A new milestone has been reached. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the milestone reward, Basic Firearms Proficiency, Practical Combat Category. Basic Firearms Proficiency, Practical Combat Category. The host masters the basic operation, shooting skills, disassembly and combination, and daily maintenance knowledge of common standard firearms, pistols and rifles. Enhances shooting stability and hit rate. Here we go. Su Ming's heart burst with ecstasy, and he forced himself to hold back his body's exhaustion, almost bursting out in laughter. Firearms Proficiency. This was a necessary core skill for military cadets. Although it was only basic, with the system's support, it was definitely much stronger than ordinary cadets. In the future, when he arrived at the shooting range, he would be able to roll again. He immediately pulled up his attribute panel to check. Host Su Ming. Rank, Cadet. Physical Fitness, 216, Common, 100. Spirit, 213, General, 100. Endurance, 215, General, 100. Skills, Articulate, Language, Fighting Expert, Combat, Basic Firearms Proficiency, Combat, Unforgettable, Elementary, Learning. Inside Volume Value, 14280. System Mall, opened. Note, the skill panel supplements the previously acquired Overwatch. Sure enough, the inner scroll value was already gradually approaching the 15,000 point mark. Various basic attributes had also seen a tiny increase due to the 2 days of hard practice. However, the surprises don't end there. Just as Su Ming was checking the panel, the system's beep sounded once again. Ding! Detected that the host's internal scroll value has exceeded 10,000 for the first time. System Mall has been upgraded. System Mall upgrade instructions. 1. Expansion of the commodity pool, with the minimum commodity value raised to 1,000 in roll value. 2. New product category, skills. Hosts can directly purchase or upgrade skills in the mall in the future by consuming the internal scroll value. What? Su Ming's eyes instantly widened. The mall has been upgraded? Minimum 1,000 to start? This means that low-value common enhancement items have been eliminated, and what's left are the best of the best. What's more crucial is that, has added a new skill class? What did this mean? It meant that as long as he had enough inner scroll value, he could even directly purchase powerful skills like Fighting Expert and Firearms Mastery, or upgrade his existing skills. This was like opening the door to a new world. In the past, acquiring skills mainly relied on quest rewards and milestones, but now there was an additional way to actively acquire them. This inner roll is so worth it. Su Ming was so excited that his heart thumped. Ding! The host's next milestone reward will be issued when the inner scroll value accumulates to 100,000. Please continue your efforts. 100,000. Looking at this number, Su Ming smacked his lips. Sure enough, the further one went, the greater the span of milestones. However, it was always good to have a goal. Just as he was about to close the system interface and plan out how he could accumulate the inner scroll value faster in the future, another beep made him freeze. Ding! To celebrate the first upgrade of the System Mall, the system is giving the host an extra one-time consumable. And a giveaway? Su Ming's mind moved, and a virtual card that emitted a faint golden light appeared in the space of his consciousness. Item name: Tenfold Inner Scroll Card. Type: Consumables. Effect: after using it, the value of the host's internal scrolls gained through the act of internal scrolling will be increased to 10 times in the next 24 hours. Remarks: the opportunity will never come again, so please cherish the use of the host. 10 times? Su Ming's breathing became rapid as he looked at the card's introduction. 10 times the speed of inner roll value acquisition. Lasts a full 24 hours. If this card is utilized well, the inner volume value gained in a day will be unimaginable. This is simply a cheating artifact. Su Ming forced down the urge to use it immediately, and carefully put away this 10 times inner scroll card. It's too precious and must be used for good. Gotta find a time when you can maximize the benefits. Basic Firearms Proficiency arrives. System Mall upgrades, and a 10 times card for nothing. Su Ming felt the exhaustion coming from the depths of his body, but an incomparably bright smile appeared on his face. These 2 days of suffering have not been in vain. Inside the roll, it smells so good. Chapter 32: Disassembly and Combination of Firearms. Su-ming took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the excitement in his chest that was almost ready to explode. 10 times the inner roll card. This thing is simply anticlimactic. He quickly made a calculation in his mind. Previously, on the day when he had trained the hardest and rolled the hardest internally, he had only managed to get more than 500 points of internal roll value after working his ass off. It doesn't sound like much, but that's the result of squeezing every last second out of you and pushing your physical limits. But now, with this card, the same operation can directly soar to more than 5,000 points in a day? More than 5,000 points of inner scroll value. This was almost as much as the reward for that previous task of promoting the vice squad leader. And that's something that takes a lot of effort and battle of wits to accomplish on your own. Su-ming's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He even thought of a more tawdry maneuver. If this, tenfold inner scroll card, is used again during some special period that has a high inner scroll value reward in itself, such as during a large-scale exercise, an emergency mission, or a temporary high-reward mission issued by the system, wouldn't that be straight up in place and awesome? Base rewards multiplied by 10, and mission rewards multiplied by another 10? Or do the mission rewards not count the in-roll behavior and only the base training is doubled? No, the system description is the value of rolls gained through the act of involution will be increased up to 10 times. The task reward itself is obtained from completing the task, but if the task contains a large number of internal volume parts, such as running 10 kilometers more than others, standing guard for 1 hour more, memorizing 1 more regulation, then these additional internal volume parts can definitely enjoy a tenfold increase. But if the task contains a large number of in-roll parts, such as running 10 kilometers more than others, standing at the post for 1 hour more, memorizing a regulation more, then these extra in-roll parts can also enjoy 10 times the bonus. The more Su-ming thought about it, the more he felt his heart was on fire, as if he had already seen a sea of inner volume values rolling in. No, gotta hold back. It was like guarding a great treasure. He secretly admonished himself. This card is too precious and must be used on a knife edge. Gotta find a time to maximize the benefits. He carefully put away the 10 times inner scroll card in his consciousness space that was emitting a light golden glow, as if he was afraid that it would disappear. With basic gun proficiency, the maul has been upgraded, and you pick up a big kill card for nothing. Su-ming felt energized, and even his body's fatigue seemed to have lessened quite a bit. Inside volume really is the road to a strong army, and a strong self. It's so fragrant. Time passed like a white horse, and another week went by. Unconsciously, more than a month had passed since Su-ming and his group of new cadets had arrived at the National Defense University of Science and Technology. In this more than a month, boring and harsh training day after day, formation, physical fitness, basic theory, each is constantly polishing these young people from the south and north of the sky. Some people start to feel tired. Some people start to miss home. Some people, like Su-ming, still like playing chicken blood, happy to roll. His inner volume value was also steadily growing, although it was still far from the goal of 100,000. But every +1 beep was his motivation to move forward. Guofei, Lu Mang and Gao Han in the dormitory have gradually gotten used to Su-ming's perversion. From the initial shock and disbelief, to the current numbness, he would even occasionally be driven by Su-ming to practice a little longer. Although they were far from reaching Su-ming's intensity, their overall training performance had improved quite a bit from when they first arrived. It was Monday, and the early morning sun was just flooding the training ground. Unlike usual, today all the cadet teams were urgently assembled in the large playground and the atmosphere was particularly solemn. The chief captain, that middle-aged officer who was not angry or intimidating, stood on the high platform in front of the queue, his gaze sweeping like electricity over the young and slightly nervous faces below. The cadets were silent, their minds speculating on what unusual things would happen today. The chief captain's voice carried through the loudspeakers, clear and loud, throughout the playground. Comrades, after more than a month of basic training, you have initially adapted to the life of a military school, honed your will, and toned your bodies. Today, we will perform a solemn and sacred ceremony. The chief captain's voice trailed off and intensified. The gun ceremony. Boom! The crowd at the bottom instantly resounded with a low clamor, and then quickly quieted down again. But everyone's eyes were bursting with uncontrollable excitement and thrill. Guns. For soldiers, especially for these cadets who have just set foot in the military academy, the gun has an extraordinary significance. It was a weapon, a companion, and a symbol of military honor and duty. It's finally time to touch the real thing. Su-ming stood in the queue, his heart similarly surging. He subconsciously straightened his chest and looked toward the high platform with a burning gaze. His basic firearms proficiency, practical combat class, was already hungry and thirsty. Soon, the ceremony officially began. In the sound of the majestic national anthem, the colorful red flag was escorted to the front of the high platform by the flag guards with powerful steps. The atmosphere was solemn to a fault. The chief captain then announced the names of the representatives of the new recruits. Recruit representative, Cadet Su Ming. Step forward. Swish. Everyone's eyes instantly focused on Su Ming. Envy, surprise, and rightfully so. All sorts of emotions intertwined. Over the past month or so, Su Ming's name had long spread among the new trainees. The military boxing competition pressed the group to win the championship, and even dared to challenge the squad leader of this team, Chen Yu. His deeds are enough to make him a well-deserved representative. Su Ming took a deep breath and walked out of the queue with a standard front step. Arriving in front of the high platform, the chief captain himself received a brand new Type 95 automatic rifle from the salute, its body glinting with cold metallic luster in the sunlight. Comrade Su Ming, the chief captain's voice held a hint of promise. To take over this gun is to take over a heavy responsibility. I hope that you, like all your comrades, will remember your mission, train hard, master the steel gun in your hands, and in the future be able to protect your family and defend your country, and live up to the people's trust. I promise to complete the mission. Su Ming's voice was loud and his eyes were firm as he stretched out his hands and steadily received the rifle that symbolized a soldier's life. The heavy touch came from the palm of his hand, and an unspeakable excitement and sense of responsibility instantly filled his heart. This is gun. Then, under the leadership of the chief captain, Su Ming, as a representative, together with all other new cadets, faced the bright red flag, raised his right fist, and solemnly swore, I swear, to obey the leadership of Huaxia, to serve the people with all my heart, to obey orders, to observe strict discipline, to be brave and tenacious, to be unafraid of sacrifice, to train hard to kill the enemy, to be ready to fight at all times, to never desert the army, and to defend the motherland to the death. The loud and clear oath echoed over the playground, shaking everyone's heart. The gun awarding ceremony was over, but the cadets' excitement could not be calmed for a long time. Immediately afterwards, the team was taken to a specialized weapons handling training ground. Chun Yu, the class president, stood in front of the team, his face missing the usual playful smile, replaced by a serious face. Comrades, from today, the gun is your second life. Chen Yu's voice threw out. You must not only love it, but be proficient in it. The first training subject of the day dash. Chen Yu picked up a rifle and skillfully began to demonstrate disassembly and bonding of firearms. Watching the rifle in Chen Yu's hand being quickly disassembled into parts and then being quickly assembled and restored, most of the new trainees were wide-eyed, both curious and nervous, afraid that they would not be able to learn. As for Su Ming, the corners of his mouth curved up in an imperceptible arc. Here we go. His basic firearms proficiency, practical class, is not for show. Deconstructive combination? That's just a giveaway. No, it's the chance to give away the value of the inner rules that's coming. His mind was already racing. How could he demolish it faster than anyone else? Faster to install? Or even disassemble blindfolded? Chapter 33 Code of Security. The guns were distributed and the cold metallic touch came from the palms of their hands, the heavy weight causing each trainee's heart to beat a few points faster. The training ground was filled with the smell of a mixture of motor oil, sweat and suppressed excitement. Chen Yu stood at the forefront of the team, and that face that usually always carried a little bit of ruffianism was at the moment written with unquestionable seriousness. He held a Type 95 automatic rifle in his hand as well, and his gaze swept over the young faces like a falcon. Got all the guns? Chen Yu's voice was not high, but it carried a penetrating power. Remember, from this moment on, it is your second life, but life requires reverence. Before you can truly master it, you must first learn to respect it. His tone was steeply aggravated, slamming into everyone's heart like a command. Now, all listen up. The code of safety for weapons handling. This is an ironclad rule, and anyone who violates it will suffer the consequences. Number 1. Guns are never, ever allowed to be pointed at anyone, with or without bullets in it. Normally the muzzle is either pointing down or pointing in a prescribed safe direction. Understand? Understood. The recruits responded in unison, their voices tinged with a hint of nervous neatness. Second, your fingers, always keep them honestly outside the trigger guard until you are ordered to fire, or until you have made up your mind to fire. Don't touch it. Guns are not toys. Third, always assume that the gun in your hand is loaded and capable of firing. Don't take any chances. Every time you pick up a gun, check it first. Fourth, Chen Yu explained the basic safety regulations line by line, every word hitting the taut nerves of the recruits. These seemingly simple rules are ironclad rules exchanged for countless blood and lessons. The first line of defense to keep themselves and their comrades safe. Su Ming stood in the queue, his expression focused. Although the knowledge of basic firearms proficiency, practical combat class, had long been engraved in his mind like instinct, this included all the safety rules and operating techniques. But he continued to listen carefully to Chen Yu's explanation. On the one hand, it's basic soldiering, obeying orders and studying hard. On the other hand, He also wanted to see how the standard operating procedures of this National Defense University of Science and Technology differed in nuance from the real-world bias techniques in his head. More importantly, the show, but also have to do a full set is not it? He did not want to show too much know-how and lead to unnecessary trouble. The above is the most basic safety code. Get it all into your bones. Chen Yu emphasized one last sentence, and then his words changed. Now, watch me move. The disintegration and combination of guns. Before the words fell, the Type 95 rifle in Chen Yu's hand seemed to come alive. His fingers are so nimble they look like they're dancing, and the series of movements of unloading the magazine, pulling back the receiver to check it, disassembling the stock, loading the receiver, lowering the receiver assembly, and the re-entry spring, is so fast that it's blindingly obvious. Click, click, crisp metallic clashes rang out one after another, but only for a dozen seconds. A complete rifle was then disassembled into a pile of well-defined structural parts, neatly arranged on the table in front of him. The recruits looked dumbfounded, and many of them subconsciously opened their mouths wide. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Someone couldn't help but whisper in awe. Immediately after, Chen Yu's movements were even faster. His hands were like butterflies piercing flowers, grabbing each and every part and assembling them in reverse order on the fly. There was another click and click, and a brand new rifle appeared in his hands again. The whole process flowing smoothly, full of strength and harmonized beauty. See? Chen Yu put his gun down and swept his gaze across the room. The disassembly and combination of firearms is the basis for familiarizing yourself with the internal structure of the weapon, performing routine maintenance, and troubleshooting simple malfunctions. Now, it's your turn. Remember, the first time is not required to be fast, but you must make sure that the sequence is correct and the movements are in place. Pay attention to safety. Start. With a command, the entire training ground was instantly filled with all sorts of awkward groping and metal scraping sounds. Su Ming took a deep breath and his eyes glazed over. Here we go. He picked up the rifle assigned to him, and the cold metallic touch seemed to carry an electric current, instantly activating all the relevant knowledge in his mind. His fingers rested on the magazine catch, and with a slight click, the magazine came off in response. Then comes the pulling of the hammer, checking the chamber and making sure it's free of rounds, disassembling the stock, upper receiver. His movements were not lightning fast like Chen Yu's. After all, this was the first time he had actually disassembled this gun with his own hands since crossing over. The proficiency given by the system is more about theoretical knowledge, muscle memory templates and optimal operating paths. However, when putting theory into practice for the first time, there is always a slight imperceptible lag and a process of adaptation to the physical object. However, even so, his movements were many times smoother than those of the recruits around him. The fingers were steady and precise, each step clear and unambiguous, without the slightest hesitation or extra movement. The parts were disassembled in his hands in a quick and organized manner. Click, click. The sound is soft and rhythmic. Chen Yu, standing not far away, was frowning and observing those fumbling. Even magazines cannot be unloaded rookie, ready to go over at any time to correct the guidance. Suddenly, the corner of his eye caught a glimpse of Su Ming's side. Chen Yu's eyebrows subconsciously raised. This kid moves pretty well. Without moving, he shifted his attention and carefully observed Su Ming's maneuver, unloading the magazine, checking the gun, removing the stock, and unloading the upper receiver, one step after another. Although the speed is not top-notch, but the calmness and precision were not at all like a new recruit who was touching a gun for the first time. Soon, Su Ming had finished disassembling all the parts and placed them neatly in front of him. Immediately afterward, without the slightest pause, he immediately began assembling it. Grab the part, align the slot, press, snap, kata. With a final soft click, the gun reassembled itself and lay silently in front of him. Su Ming raised his hand and glanced at the timer. About 40 seconds. Exhale. It's okay, not a shame at this rate for a first time on the job. Mostly, it takes a little getting used to the tolerances of solid firearms and the looseness of the latches. However, this speed, which seemed okay to him, fell in Chen Yu's eyes, and was like a thunderstorm on the ground. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chen Yu almost didn't stare out of his eyes. 40 seconds or so? A recruit who was touching a gun for the first time, completing the full disassembly of the bond in just over 40 seconds? Are you kidding me? His own year in the new recruits when the first time to engage in this, a full 3 minutes to barely disassemble. Assembly is even more hands and feet to engage in almost 5 minutes. Did this kid start playing with guns in his mother's womb? Chen Yu rushed over in a few steps, picked up Su Ming's assembled gun, and quickly inspected it. That's right, all parts are in place and tight. Smooth operation. You boy. Chen Yu looked at Su Ming with eyes so complicated that it was like looking at a monster. Ever touched a gun before? Reporting to the squad leader. No. Su Ming stood upright and replied with a sincere expression. Chen Yu, He'll believe anything he wants. How can you be this good without ever touching a gun? You call this ing talent? And at this point, the others on the training ground, that was a completely different story. Hey, how come I can't get this one down? Squad leader, I seem to be stuck on this one. It's over. It's over. It's on the floor. Magazines. How do you unload a magazine? Which button to push? There was a lot of wailing, calls for help, and falling parts. Not to mention completing the disassembly bond. Most people stumbled over even the first step of unloading the magazine. And even more so, looked blankly at the gun, not knowing where to start at all. Guo Fei, Lu Mang, and Gao Han, Su Ming's roommates, were also scratching their ears and sweating profusely. Suddenly, someone noticed Su Ming, who had already completed his task and was standing there like a benchmark, as well as Chun Yu, the class leader next to him, who had a shocked look on his face. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Su Ming took care of it? A sharp-eyed recruit lost his voice. What? It's really not true. I haven't gotten the mags right on my end. Look, the squad leader is all over it. He really took it apart and put it back together. Awesome, Brother Su. For a moment, everyone's eyes focused on Su Ming, envious, jealous, and incredulous. Soon enough, someone couldn't help themselves. Brother Su, teach me. How the hell do I take this thing apart? One of the nearest recruits shouted out directly. Yes. Su Ming, help, teach us. The class president can't take care of it all by himself. Hooting and hollering all at once, several of the recruits who had been caught in a difficult situation gathered around and looked at Su Ming with bated breath, as if they had seen a savior. Su Ming's heart burst with joy. Teach someone else? Isn't that a variant of involution? While others were still figuring out the basics, I was already teaching. This will not only further consolidate and improve their own proficiency, familiarize themselves with the subtle individual differences that may exist in different firearms, and, in addition, the system may even give the value of the inner roles for the extra effort of instructing others. Even if the system does not give it directly, it can be grasped more quickly, and it can lay the foundation for the collective mission scrolls that may appear later. A sure thing. Thinking of this, the corner of Su Ming's mouth hooked up a familiar, imperceptible arc, revealing a helpful smile to his comrades who surrounded him. Okay, no problem. He picked up his own rifle. Watch carefully everyone. I'm going to slow down and do it again. Pay attention to these key jimping and force techniques. Chapter 34 Lost Gun Parts? Su Ming picked up his own Type 95 automatic rifle, and the sound of crisp metal clanging attracted everyone's attention. He didn't hide anything and moved much slower deliberately, explaining the key steps in clear tones as he disassembled them. To unload the magazine, watch this catch. Press down and draw outward at the same time. To inspect the gun, pull the hammer twice to make sure there is no round in the chamber. Then pull the trigger and release the hammer. This is the top priority for safe operation. Remove the stock and press this locating pin. His voice was not loud, but it was unusually clear in the slightly noisy training ground, carrying a convincing certainty. The recruits who had gathered around each stretched their necks, their eyes glazed over for fear of missing a single detail. The complex machinery that had just been like a heavenly book seemed to become organized under Su Ming's demonstration. Even Chun Yu, who was not far away, even though his face still had the after effects of being shocked by Su Ming's 40 seconds, he couldn't help but nod his head at this moment. This kid, not only learns fast by himself, but also teaches actually head to head, is a good seedling. Time passed quickly in Su Ming's explanation and the recruits repeated groping. Alright, time. Chun Yu glanced at his watch and blew the assembly whistle. Everyone, immediately finish assembling the guns, count the parts, and prepare to return them. The training ground erupted into a chorus of fumbling clicks and the occasional low curse. Most of the new recruits, under Su Ming's guidance, were finally barely able to disassemble their guns and then stumblingly put them back together. It was touchingly slow, but at least it got the job done. Guo Fei, Lu Mang, and Gao Han also let out a long breath, finally restoring the gun to its original state within the allotted time. However, just as everyone began to check the pads of parts in front of them to make sure they hadn't missed anything and were ready to hand the guns over to the armory officer, a cry-laden shriek of alarm jolted out. Where's my re-entry spring guide? Why is it gone? The voice came from Guo Fei. His face turned white with a swish. Beads of sweat instantly rolled down from his forehead, and his hands frantically groped for parts on the mat in front of him, his eyes filled with despair and fear. What? Less parts? The surrounding recruits turned their heads in unison when they heard the commotion, their gazes focusing on Guo Fei's ghastly white face. For a moment, the entire team's atmosphere froze. Asterisk. Guo Fei, you're not. Lu Mang was the first to react, and his voice changed tone. The gun parts are missing. Gao Han was also frightened and subconsciously took half a step back. The recruits exploded. Throwing parts? Are you kidding me? My god, that's a gun. The squad leader just emphasized it. A gun is a soldier's second life. Losing parts is a thing. It's finished. This is dead. If the squad leader finds out, I'm afraid Guofei will be skinned. Panic spread quickly like a plague. Fear was written all over every recruit's face. They had only just enlisted in the army and had been taught countless times the importance of weaponry, especially guns. Any mistakes regarding firearms had extremely serious consequences. Guofei's entire body was on the verge of paralyzing on the ground, his lips trembling and tears welling up in his eyes. I was obviously still there just now, when I was assembling it. How come it's gone? What are all gathered here for? Making a lot of noise. Have the guns all been put away? Fear of what will come. A familiar, stern-toned growl came from a short distance away. Speak of the devil. With a dark face, Shen Yu walked over with large strides, his sharp gaze sweeping through the crowd, immediately noticing that something was wrong. What's going on? Guofei, what's that look on your face? Are you crying? Shen Yu's gaze fixed on the disoriented Guofei. Class president. A slightly bolder recruit reported with a hard, shaky voice. Guofei his gun seems to be missing a part. What did you say? Shen Yu's volume was steeply elevated, as if a thunderbolt had rung in the ears of the crowd. He rushed to Guofei in an arrow step, staring at the empty piece of the parts pad with a deadly stare, his chest rising and falling violently, and his face was frighteningly blue. Parts? You lost the ING gun parts for me? Shen Yu grabbed Guofei's collar and spit in his face. How many times have I told you guys? What is a gun? It is life. You can't even look after your own life? What's the point of being a soldier? What kind of soldier are you? You're a loser. You're a loser. Shen Yu's roar shook the entire training ground to silence, and all the recruits were scared into silence, not daring to take a breath. Guofei was cursed out of his soul. Tears finally couldn't help but break out of the dike, choking on his words. Seeing that Shen Yu was getting more and more agitated as he cursed, and his fists were about to swing up, a calm voice suddenly rang out. Report squad leader. It was Su Ming. He took a step forward, blocking between Guofei and Shen Yu, his stance straight, his gaze calmly meeting Shen Yu's almost fire-breathing eyes. Reporting to the squad leader. Getting angry now won't solve the problem. It's imperative to find the missing part immediately. Maybe it just fell in an inconspicuous place nearby. Shen Yu's movements lurched and he took a few ragged breaths, the heaving of his chest slowly calming down a bit. He glared at Su Ming, then glanced at Guofei, who was crying like a tearful person, and finally forced down his anger. Su Ming is right. Scolding Guofei cannot retrieve the parts. If you really can't find it back, then the consequences are unimaginable. Find. Shen Yu waved his hand violently and growled at all the recruits. Find them all. The training grounds, the dormitories, every possible place. Search me inch by inch. I'll find that part even if I have to dig up the ground. He gouged out Guofei fiercely, his voice cold and piercing. Guofei, if you can't find, you'll be waiting for a court-martial. Court-martial? These 4 words were like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone hard in the heart. All the new recruits, including Guofei himself, were scared out of their wits, not daring to delay any longer. They immediately dispersed and began to rummage around the training ground like headless flies. Those who are on the ground, looking through the grass, checking their pockets. Guofei was even more on his hands and knees, almost crawling, groping for the place he had just stayed in over and over again, his mouth constantly chanting, "Where is it? Where the hell is it?" Su Ming didn't panic like the others. He looked around calmly. The re-entry spring guide, long thin bar, made of metal, isn't particularly small, but it does tend to go unnoticed when dropped on a cluttered training ground or dorm room. Just now, disassembling the firearm was at a fixed location in the training ground. If it was dropped, odds are it was nearby. He recalled where Guofei had been just now, and the route everyone had taken. Could have been accidentally kicked into a corner by someone, or maybe rolled under something? Su Ming's gaze swept over some of the training equipment and miscellaneous piles placed at the edge of the training ground. He didn't leave any corner where dirt might hide. Suddenly, his eyes settled on the underside of a marching bed not far away, near the makeshift rest area. It was dimly lit and there seemed to be a slight metallic reflection. Su Ming's heart stirred as he quickly walked over, bent down, and reached under the bed. The fingertips touched the cool metallic texture. He pulled out hard. A familiar-looking, slender metal rod was lying quietly in the palm of his hand. It is the missing re-entry spring guide. Found it. Su Ming raised the parts in his hand and shouted aloud. This found, like heavenly music, instantly dispersed the gloom over the training ground. Everyone stopped moving and looked over in unison. When they saw the inconspicuous but vital part in Su Ming's hand, everyone let out a long sigh of relief. Guofei Wow Sound, directly paralyzed on the ground, cried loudly. This time, it is after the rescue tears. Shen Yu rushed over in an arrow step, grabbing the parts from Su Ming's hand and carefully checking to make sure there was no mistake before letting out a fierce sigh of relief. but his face was still unsightly. He walked over to Guofei and threw the parts in front of him with a pop, his voice still cold. Pick it up, put it back on. Next time you make a mistake like that, even God won't be able to save you. Although his tone was harsh, everyone could hear that the anger that was almost devouring people had already dissipated for the most part. Guofei retrieved a life, paralyzed on the ground, sweat mixed with tears, woeful. Chapter 35 Paying for Mistakes. Chen Yu's almost man-eating face, after confirming the retrieval of the re-entry spring guide rod, although it was still taut, the coldness deep in the bottom of his eyes that was enough to freeze a person to death, finally dissipated a few points. He didn't say anything more, but only signaled with his eyes for a few other squad mates to rack the scared and weak-legged Guofei back into the group. The morning's firearms disassembly and bonding training came to an end with this thrilling interlude. Real guns were carefully inventoried, turned in, and locked into the armory. When the heavy iron door closed with a clang, many recruits felt as if they had unloaded a big mountain and took a long breath of relief. However, the lunch break was so short as to be almost negligible. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the shrill whistle once again pierced the sky over the National University of Defense Technology's Recruit Training Battalion. Rally dash! Chen Yu's voice was still loud, just with a bit more of a routine rasp than the morning's fury. The recruits quickly stood in formation on the playground. The poisonous autumn tiger is still in power. The sun is scorching the earth. The body under the camouflage uniform has begun to sweat slightly. This afternoon's training is, well, simple. Chen Yu stood at the front of the group, his hands behind his back, his gaze sharply sweeping over every young but already tired face. End the gun. As soon as the words left his mouth, several squad mates came over carrying several large boxes. The box opened. Inside the neatly stacked, is no longer the morning kind of cold, glistening metal luster of the real thing, but a black body. The shape is different from the 95 type automatic rifle. Rubber gun. Holy, imitation guns? It's exactly like the real thing. This is handsome, much more sensual than a wooden gun. A low, suppressed clamor rose from the ranks of the recruits. Having been frightened in the morning by the gold of real guns and the fear of losing parts, I now see these rubberized alternatives that are one-to-one replicas, but significantly safer. Many of them looked as if they had seen a novelty toy, and a few moments of excitement were rekindled in their eyes. Guofei's hands were still a little shaky when he took the rubber gun, but touching the familiar contours and slightly lighter weight, the fear that had nearly broken his soul in the morning was finally suppressed by curiosity. He carefully followed the morning's example and gestured to the position of the gun. Lu Mang is even more directly hold the gun in his arms. Left look right touch. Face with a kind of almost obsessive smile, as if already fantasized that he is holding a steel gun, charging into battle hero. Even the always stoic Gao Han, the corner of his mouth rose slightly as he scrutinized the details of the rubber gun. Su Ming received the rubber gun he had and weighed it. It was slightly heavy in his hand, with a hard texture, and aside from not having the coldness and real weight of metal, it could almost be mistaken for the real thing. He tried a few basic gun-holding movements, and the muscle memory from basic firearms proficiency allowed him to instantly find the most standard and labor-saving position. Quiet. Chen Yu let out a low shout and suppressed the commotion in the group. Don't think this is a toy. From now on, this is your second life. Give it to me as if it were your own eyes. Do you understand me? Understood. Answers were sparse, and it was clear that many hadn't quite gotten over the novelty. Chen Yu frowned, but didn't immediately snap, only snorted coldly. This afternoon's drill is the position of the gun. Standing position, kneeling position, prone position, every position, practiced until it's motionless. Anyone who gives me a wiggle or sticks their gun on the ground like a burning stick, don't blame me. Training has officially begun. The first subject, the standing position with the gun. Following Chen Yu's command, all the new recruits raised the rubberized guns in their hands, the stocks against their shoulders, the guns stretched forward, their eyes aiming through the collimator at the vaporous target in front of them. At first, everyone was excited. The rubber guns, though also weighty, were really much lighter than the real ones, and posing didn't seem to be a difficult task. However, 5 minutes passed, 10 minutes passed. Hiss. I don't know who sucked in a breath first. Arms are starting to get sore. The soreness, like countless ants crawling and gnawing in the muscles, spread from the forearms to the shoulders and then to the entire back. In order to remain stable, the muscles of the entire body must be taut, and sweat slides down the corners of the forehead and drips into the eyes, astringent and painful, but I don't dare to reach out and wipe it away. Instead of being a novelty toy, the rubber gun became a heavy, unwieldy liability. Lu Mang, who had been in love before, was now holding his face red, veins exposed on his forehead, the knuckles of his fingers gripping the woodguard whitened from exertion, and the muzzle of his gun began to sway slightly and uncontrollably. Guofei was even more uncomfortable. The shock of the morning hadn't completely subsided, and now with this physical torture, his face was pale, his lips were pursed, and bean-sized beads of sweat continued to drip down from his chin. It hit the hot concrete floor and instantly vaporized. He felt like his arms were filled with lead, and he might not be able to support them at any moment. Even Su Ming, for the first time, felt an obvious strain. Basic firearms proficiency allowed him to master the most perfect stance for holding a gun, knowing how to mobilize his muscle groups and how to use his breathing to stabilize the gun. In theory, he should have lasted longer and more easily than the others. But theory is theory, and reality is harsh. Although his physical quality had been initially strengthened by the system and far exceeded normal people, it was not made of iron after all. Holding an extremely physically demanding fixed position for long periods of time is horribly demanding on muscular endurance. Soreness, swelling, numbness, pain, all kinds of negative sensations came like a tidal wave. Su Ming clenched his teeth and tried to adjust his breathing, attempting to use his willpower to fight his body's instinctive reaction. He could clearly feel his biceps and deltoids shaking violently, as if they were about to go on a complete strike the next second. Ding! Detected that the host exceeded the standard for maintaining postural stability during the standard training time. +1 to the involution value. Ding! Detected the host consistently pushing the limits of muscular endurance. +1 to the internal scroll value. The system's beep sounded intermittently in his head. So, even in regular training, if you perform above that average or standard requirement, you can get an involution? It's just that this rate of acquisition is much slower than the extra training that was deliberately done. Su Ming's heart stirred. What if he could last longer than the prescribed time? But right now, it was extremely difficult just to hold on until the squad leader called a halt. Time passed by, each second as long as a century. On the playground, there was no other murmur than the ragged panting of huffing and puffing. Suddenly, snap, a soft thud, not very loud, but unusually clear in the silence of the playground. It's Lu Mang. He wasn't able to hold on after all, and his arm sank so hard that the rubberized gun he was clutching came out of his hand and fell to the ground. The rubber gun bounced and rolled to the side. Everyone's heart seized violently with the soft sound. Lu Mang himself was stunned. Staring blankly at the partner fell to the ground. The color of blood on his face faded. Chen Yu's face instantly darkened, like the sky before a storm. Instead of immediately rushing towards Lu Mang, he violently turned around and faced all the recruits with a voice like ice. All attention! Who the told you to drop your gun on the floor? What did the old man say? Guns are your second life. Is that how you guys treat your lives? You can't even hold a rubber gun steady. What else can you do? His voice grew louder and louder, eventually becoming almost a growl. Because of one person, all of you will pay for his mistakes. Chapter 36, Guns Don't Leave the House. He pointed at the rubber gun that fell on the ground, then pointed at Lu Mang, and finally pointed at the runway by the playground. Everyone, in squads, armed cross-country for 5 kilometers. Immediately. Now. Armed cross-country? And still 5 kilometers? The recruits instantly exploded, but no one dared to voice any dissent when they met Chen Yu's murderous gaze. Wait. Chen Yu added another sentence, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. I forgot to tell you guys. From today onwards, for all physical training, you have to keep your guns on your backs. That means running 5 kilometers. And you all have to carry the damn rubber bumps on your backs for me too. Despair. Complete and utter despair. I just went through the hellish according to the gun training and my arm is still on the verge of collapse. And now I'm actually going to run 5 kilometers with this thing on my back? And Chen Yu's gaze eventually landed on Lu Mang and the second class they were in. Because your class made a mistake. Second class. Add 2 laps to the 5 kilometers. Everyone else, run 5 kilometers and rest in place. Class 7. If you don't finish 7 laps, no one will eat. Boom. Like a bolt from the blue. It hit everyone in the second class hard. Wu Fei was almost directly paralyzed on the ground. Lu Mang was even more ashamed and could not wait to find a crack in the ground. Su Ming was also frowning. It wasn't that he was afraid of running 2 more laps. With his physical reserves, he would be able to persevere even if he gritted his teeth. It's just that this type of punishment by continuous sitting made him feel a little uncomfortable in his heart. But it was only uncomfortable. Military discipline was like a mountain, and he knew this very well. What are you waiting for? Run! Chen Yu gave an order, not daring to hesitate any longer. The recruits adjusted their rubber rifles to their backpacks and sprinted onto the runway with heavy steps. Rubber guns are lighter than real guns, but they weigh a few pounds at least. For the new recruits who had just gone through extreme according to the gun training, and their arm and shoulder muscles were already extremely fatigued, these few pounds of weight were just like 1,000 pounds of boulders. With every step, the straps on his shoulders strangled deep into his flesh and burned. The arms, unable to swing naturally at all because of their previous training, could only hang stiffly at the sides of the body, swaying with the bumps of the body, tugging at aching nerves with each jolt. Sweat had long since drenched the camouflage uniform, clinging to his body, sticky and greasy. His mouth was so dry it felt like it was on fire, and his lungs were like a broken bellows, panting violently. The members of the second class were more than ready to cry, watching the comrades of the other squad stop to rest one after another after running about 12.5 laps. While they still had to face everyone's gazes, under Chen Yu's icy gaze, they continued to suffer for the remaining 2 laps. The feeling of being physically and mentally exhausted could not be described in words. Lu Mang ran at the very back of the line, his head lowered, his teeth biting his lip so hard that it almost bled. Every breath carried a burning pain, but he didn't dare to stop. He knew that if he stopped, the whole class might be punished. Su Ming ran silently, adjusting the rhythm of his breathing. His physical ability was indeed good, but running with a gun on his back, the exertion was far greater than running empty-handed. He also felt tired, but the Soldier King inner scroll system seemed to stimulate his potential even more in this extreme state. Ding! Detected that the host is undergoing additional punitive training. Strong willpower, +5 to the internal scroll value. Ding! Detected the host exceeding the regular training load. Body potential stimulated. Internal scroll value +3. Ding! The inner scroll value was slowly but steadily growing. This growth became Su Ming's only motivation to persevere. Finally, as the sun began to dip in the west, coloring the entire playground in a golden hue, the second class completed those hellish 7 laps. Stop! Chen Yu's voice came out like heavenly music. Everyone stopped almost at the same time, and quite a few of them bent down directly, hands propped up on their knees, panting heavily, sweat dripping down their faces like small streams. There were also a few slightly less fit ones that sat directly on their asses on the plastic runway, not even having the strength to stand up. Su Ming also stopped, his chest rising and falling violently, sweat soaking the broken hair on his forehead. He glanced at the system panel, and the inner scroll value had slowly climbed from the previous 515 to 736. This afternoon's torture had added over 200 points to the inner scroll value. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. All of them. Bring it back. Chen Yu didn't have any unnecessary nonsense and directly ordered to be disbanded. The recruits, like amnesty, helped each other, dragging their leaden legs, moving step by step toward the cafeteria. Finally, I don't have to touch the damn rubber gun anymore. This was the only thought in everyone's mind at this moment. Walking into the cafeteria, the rich aroma of the meal came to his nose. Braised pork, mapo tofu, tomato scrambled eggs, dishes that usually make people's mouths water, but at the moment did not arouse much appetite. All anyone wanted to do was to hurry up and sit down and fill their long empty stomachs. Get your meal and find an empty seat. Guofei tremblingly picked up his chopsticks and tried to pick up a piece of potato. However, his hands, shaking like fallen leaves in the fall wind, those hands that just a moment ago could barely grip a few pounds of rubber gun, at the moment they couldn't even control 2 thin bamboo chopsticks. The chopsticks bounced uncontrollably between his fingers, unable to accurately hit the target at all. Guofei couldn't help but let out a low curse, shock and helplessness written all over his face. He's not an exception. Looking around the entire cafeteria, almost all of the recruits faced the same problem, whether it was the second classes or the other classes. Anyone who had experienced that afternoons according to the gun and armed cross-country. The hands holding the chopsticks at this moment were all trembling violently with different amplitudes. Tinkerbell. The sound of chopsticks hitting the dinner plate and a spoon missing its mark and falling into the soup bowl. Gaohan frowned and tried several times, but in the end, he could only helplessly give up the idea of using chopsticks to hold the food. Lu Mang was even more red in the face, his hands shaking the most, tried several times, not only did not clip the dishes, but instead, the rice was raked all over the place. Apparently, the afternoon's training had ravaged the muscles in everyone's arms far more than could have been imagined. The long period of tightness and the extreme exercise that followed left the muscles and nerves in a state of overload on the verge of collapse, and it was impossible to accomplish fine movements. An eerie silence pervaded the cafeteria. The only sounds were the ragged breathing and the occasional murmur of clinking cutlery. Everyone looked at me and I looked at you with bitter smiles and bewilderment on their faces. Is going to be hungry for dinner today? Right at this moment, Su Ming silently put down the chopsticks in his hands. To the astonishment of the crowd, he picked up the spoon next to him. However, even with a spoon, it becomes incredibly difficult to accurately scoop up the rice and dishes and bring them to your mouth. His wrists and small arms were still shaking slightly but consistently, and the rice in his spoon nearly spilled halfway through several times. After a few attempts, Su Ming frowned slightly. This is not the way to go. It's too slow and it's not good food. He glanced at the tantalizing red meat on his dinner plate and felt his empty, burning stomach again. In the next second, under the dumbfounded gaze of Guofei, Lu Mang, Gao Han, and the other recruits around him, Su Ming put down the spoon. Then, he stretched out his right hand, fingers slightly curled. and directly grabbed a piece of braised pork covered in sauce and stuffed it into his mouth. The movement was crisp and clean, without the slightest hesitation. Chapter 37 Beat as much as you can eat. The greasy sauce stained his fingers, but he didn't care, chewing quickly and swallowing before reaching back to grab the rice next to him. It was as if the pause button had been pressed on the entire cafeteria. All the recruits who saw the scene were stunned, grabbing by hand with, This works too? We are all young people from all over the world, although it is not considered to be pampered, but grabbing food directly with your hands to eat, especially in this kind of public place, more or less, indecent? However, looking at Su Ming's face without changing his color, eating and drinking with a big mouthful of food, and then looking at the indisputable chopsticks and spoons in his hands that were shaking like Parkinson's, as well as his hungry and rumbling stomach. Gulp. I don't know who gulped first. After a brief moment of silence and shock, Guofei was the first to react. He looked at Su Ming, and then looked at the dishes on his dinner plate, and with a clench of his teeth, he also followed Su Ming's example, put down his chopsticks, directly reached out and grabbed a steamed bun, and bit down hard, then clumsily used his fingers to pick up the rice and dishes again. With the first imitator comes the second, and the third. Lu Mang hesitated for a moment and joined in the hand-grabbed rice. Gohan frowned, seeming to be a bit of a cleanliness freak, but in the end he couldn't resist the urging of hunger and extended his hand as well. Soon, the picture changed at the table of the second class. Immediately after, this hand-grabbed rice trend, like a virus, quickly spread throughout the new recruits' canteen. After all, face and image are important, but in the face of extreme hunger and hands that tremble too much to use utensils, filling the stomach is the most practical need. Thus, the National University of Defense Technology recruits canteen. There is an extremely spectacular scene. A group of young soldiers in camouflage uniforms, gathered around the dining table, clumsily and eagerly grasping the meal with their hands, and stuffing it into their mouths. The scene, although a bit lousy, is permeated with an inexplicable harmony and bitterness. It seems that no one can easily digest this afternoon's rubber gun meal. Su Ming grabbed the rice with his hands while silently feeling the energy replenishment brought by the food, as well as the greasy touch on his fingers. He glanced at the slowly growing inner volume value on the system panel and had only one thought in his mind. How long will this go on? The appearance of a few figures has caused a slight stagnation in the handheld rice craze. It's Chang Yu and a few other class presidents. Carrying their trays, they walk slowly to the area near the recruits, their eyes calmly scanning the spectacular scene in front of them. The air seemed to freeze for a fraction of a second. Many of the recruits who were grasping vigorously with their hands subconsciously slowed down their movements. Eyes flicked to their respective squad leaders, a flicker of embarrassment and unease on their faces. Will they find us too embarrassing? Will they be punished for it? After all, a military school is also a school, and basic table manners should still be observed. Now this look, it is almost the same as, and refugee camps. Guofei's hand was hanging in midair with half a piece of potato still stuffed in his mouth, and his eyes flickered a little as he looked at Chun Yu. Lu Mang was even more nervous that he almost dropped the handful of rice he had just grabbed back onto his dinner plate. Although Gao Han was also using his hands, his movements were relatively genteel, and at this moment, he also stopped, his brow frowning imperceptibly, as if he was assessing the situation. Su Ming was the only one whose movements only paused. Then, as if nothing had happened, he continued to pick at the rice in gyros with his fingers, stuffing them into his mouth and chewing them quickly. His expression was calm, as if eating with his hands was something perfectly normal. The unforgettable elementary allowed him to recall every detail of the afternoon's training with clarity, and the skillful tongue was of little use at the moment, with only his empty stomach pouch clamoring for energy. He knew that the squad leaders must have seen it. Chun Yu's gaze lingered for a moment on Class 2's table, especially sweeping over Su Ming's grease-stained fingers, and it was impossible to tell whether it was praise or reproach in his eyes. Then he looked to the other squad leaders. The other few squad leaders didn't have any particular expressions on their faces. Some even had a hint of a smile, if any, at the corner of their mouths. Obviously, they all know exactly what these new recruits have been through. An afternoon of training under fire is enough to turn even an iron arm into spaghetti. After a short silence, Chen Yu's voice rang out, not loud, but clearly reaching several nearby tables. All right, a hand grab is a hand grab. His tone was flat, no emotion audible. The recruits froze slightly, somewhat unresponsive. That's agreed? Chen Yu paused, his gaze sweeping over those hands that were once again dumbfounded by his words, and added a sentence, his tone slightly aggravated. But pay attention to me. You must finish as much of the meal on your plate as you hit yourself. Anyone who dares to waste a grain of rice or a leaf of vegetable for me, all of them will have it later. His words came out loud and clear, with unquestionable majesty. A few other squad leaders nodded their heads in agreement at the right time. Do you hear me? The other squad leader asked in a raised voice. Understood. It was sparse, but there was always a response. Those recruits who were originally still a bit wary, heard the squad leaders not only did not scold, but acquiesced to this primitive way of eating. It was just emphasized that it should not be wasted. And it was like an amnesty. The taut nerves loosened and were replaced by a friend with an even more raging appetite. Wow. All at once, the cafeteria once again resounded with the sound of even more reckless hand-grabbing of food. Guofei grinned and couldn't be bothered to wipe his hands, grabbing a handful of rice fiercely and stuffing it into his mouth, muttering vaguely, "Squad leader is awesome." Lu Mang also breathed a long sigh of relief and became much bolder, and began to try to pick up the slippery scrambled eggs with his fingers. Gao Han hesitated for a moment, and finally chose to continue to use his hands, but his movements were still much more elegant than the others. Without saying anything more, Shen Yu and the other class leaders each found a seat and began to eat. It was just that their eyes would always drift, consciously or unconsciously, to the group of recruits fighting with their hands, with a few glances of realization, a few glances of helplessness, and perhaps a hint of an imperceptible memory? Perhaps. They came this way at one time. Su Ming expressionlessly continued to pick at his meal, stuffing the last piece of braised pork into his mouth and feeling the satisfaction coming from his stomach. He noticed that even after the squad leaders opened their mouths, the enroll values on the system panel remained unchanged. It seems that mere adaptation to the environment, or this passive response to difficulties, does not trigger the involution mechanism. The core of the involution is still active and extra. For example, when everyone has finished eating and gone back to rest, go to the playground by yourself to practice something extra? Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly as a new thought quietly sprouted in his heart. The day had been so consuming that the body's deficit was far from being made up by this meal alone. To recover faster, or even become stronger, you have to give more. Others rest, I train. This, then, is the essence of the inner volume. Thinking of this, Su Ming accelerated the movements of his hands and quickly swept away the food on his dinner plate, not even the grease on the bottom of the plate, wiping it clean with the last bun. Eat your fill so you have the strength to keep rolling. Chapter 38. You're still giving yourself extra practice after all this? The satisfaction of the stomach pouch was like a warm tide, temporarily overpowering the soreness and exhaustion coming from the limbs and bones. Su Ming put down the polished dinner plate and let out a long sigh of relief. There was still the sight of hot, handheld food all around them, and the recruits looked like tigers that had been starving for 3 days, gobbling down their food with slurred laughter. Burp. Cool. Never had such a flavorful meal in my life. Guofei patted his belly, his mouth full of oil. Lu Mang laboriously pinched up a piece of trembling tofu with his fingers and carefully sent it into his mouth, with a contented and pained expression on his face. The hand is still shaking, but it's worth it. Gohan's movements remained somewhat restrained, but he was also much faster, obviously starving. The squad leaders seemed to have acquiesced to this post-war state, and ate their own food, occasionally casting a few glances with complicated eyes. Su Ming didn't participate in their clamor. His attention had shifted from the food to the system panel in his head. 14,736 in roll value. It seems a long way from the next goal. The afternoon's gun retention training was extremely intense, but because it was collectively and uniformly organized, and because one did not add extra burdens beyond the required movements, it did not trigger the in-roll value. It seems that, as expected, the system's determination mechanism is very strict and must be active and extra. Passive adaptation to the flow of the crowd, even if it is hard work, is not a roll. Then, Su Ming's gaze was cast out the window. Night had already fallen, and the lights on the playground were faintly visible. Later, it's free time and evening study time. For others, it may be a rare moment of relaxation and rest. But for him, just as Su Ming was contemplating how to use the evening hours to give himself an extra meal, ding! A crisp beep sounded in his head without warning. Su Ming's spirit lifted. Here we go. System task release, extreme endurance. Mission description, a test of will and physical fitness. The host is requested to maintain a stable gun position for a total of 2 hours within the next 24 hours in a standard gun position, prone, kneeling, or standing. Can be changed in the middle but cannot interrupt the timer. Task requirements, standard posture, stable gun body, no external support during the period. Mission reward, inner scroll value, 3,000 points. Penalty for mission failure, none. Su Ming looked at the mission panel that suddenly popped up in his mind, and his entire body froze, his pupils slightly dilated. 2 hours? Standard pose? He subconsciously moved his 2 arms that seemed as if they no longer belonged to him, and the soreness instantly ran through his body like an electric current, causing him to barely jump out of his chair. What a joke! Those 3 hours or so of gun support training in the afternoon, just intermittently holding his posture, had already caused him to be unable to even hold his chopsticks right now, and he relied on his hands to grab his meals. Now, the system was actually asking him, within 24 hours, to maintain the standard posture for a cumulative total of 2 hours, and not to use external forces? This is killing me. Su-ming felt the corners of his mouth twitch. He had no doubt that if he started on this mission right now, he'd probably be on the floor like a puddle in less than 10 minutes. That's sourness. Just imagining it makes people as scalp numb. 3,000 points of internal roll value is indeed tempting, but the cost of this. Su-ming's breathing was slightly shortened and his eyes flickered. Give up? As soon as the thought popped up, he ruthlessly snuffed it out. No way. Why did you come here yourself? Isn't it to become a real soldier? A soldier king? If you can't take this kind of pain, you can't even talk about the king of soldiers. How can you talk about defending your country? The afternoon's training was painful, but that was just the beginning. The real challenge comes now. Inside Scroll, it's about challenging the impossible. It's about going beyond the limits. What others can't do, I do. When others rest, I practice. That's the right way to open an involution system. It's dry. The hesitation in Su-ming's eyes quickly faded, and was replaced by an almost paranoid determination. Isn't it just 2 hours? I'll fight you. At the end of dinner time, the recruits dragged their tired bodies and walked toward the dormitory building or study room in 2s and 3s. According to the regulations, after dinner is a short period of free time, followed by a unified organization to watch news broadcasts and conduct evening self-study. In the dormitory of the second class, Guofei was the first to collapse on the bed and let out a comfortable moan. Ah, my bed, my dear mother. Finally I can lie flat. Lu Mang also staggered to the bedside, sat down on his butt, 2 arms hanging limply, not even the strength to lift up. Do not say lie flat. I now feel like a mess of meat sludge. Gohan was slightly better, but only leaned back against the table, silently rubbing his shoulders and arms. Only Su-ming, standing in the middle of the dormitory, had sharp eyes, as if his previous exhaustion was all an illusion. Squad leader. Su-ming suddenly opened his mouth with a loud voice, startling Guofei. Chun Yu, who had just walked into the dormitory, stopped and looked at Su-ming. What's wrong? Reporting to squad leader. Su-ming stood at attention. I'm requesting additional gun-keeping training. What? Guofei directly bounced off the bed and looked at Su-ming incredulously. Brother Ming, you're not kidding, right? Still practicing? Doesn't your arm hurt? Lu Mang and Gaohan also stared at Su-ming with wide eyes, as if they were looking at a monster. Chen Yu's brows furrowed as he walked over to Su-ming, carefully sizing him up and asking in a deep voice. Su-ming, do you know what you're talking about? I saw your state in the afternoon. Your current body needs to rest, not continue to train extra hard. Training should also be scientific. Too much is not enough. He could see that Su-ming was not joking, and the obstinacy and determination in those eyes could not be faked. But isn't this kid a little too ruthless? It was simply self-abuse. Reporting to the squad leader. I am clear. Su-ming met Chun Yu's gaze without flinching. I feel that there are still some parts of the afternoon's training that I have not mastered properly, and I want to strike while the iron is hot and consolidate it. Please ask the squad leader for approval. And, can you lend me a rubber gun? Chen Yu was silent. He looked at Su-ming. This new recruit from the beginning of the school constantly give him surprise, folding the quilt at 2 o'clock in the morning, tops in all the training, and now even takes the initiative to ask for extra training after extreme fatigue. This ruthlessness, this resilience. Chen Yu seems to see his young self, and even Judas has had it. He hesitated and finally sighed. Guns, I can go get them for you. However, Su-ming, I must remind you to pay attention to the proportion. Once you feel that your body can't take it, stop immediately. Hear me? Squad leader. Su-ming's heart rejoiced and his voice became even louder. Guofei staggered aside. Crazy, really crazy. Lu Mang opened his mouth to say something, but in the end it just turned into a sigh. He also wanted to accompany Su-ming, but his body was frantically protesting, and it was a struggle to even stand up. Gaohan silently looked at Su-ming with complicated eyes. He thinks that he is also a person who wants to be strong, but compared to Su-ming, it seems that he is still far from it. This willpower, it's terrifying. Chen Yu turned to get his gun. During this brief gap, Su-ming immediately sank into his mind and opened the system mall. His current inner roll value was 14,736 points. His eyes quickly swept through the extensive list of items, finally resting on an inconspicuous potion icon. Strength Restoration Potion. Effects: drinking it can quickly relieve muscle fatigue and restore part of physical strength, with limited effects on deep muscle strain and soreness. Price: 200 in roll value /PC. That's it. Although the effect was limited, something was better than nothing. At least it would get him through the initial rough patch. System: redeem 10 stamina recovery potions. Ding! Consuming 2,000 points of inner scroll value. Redeeming stamina recovery potion *10. which has been stored in the system space. The involution value was instantly reduced to 12,736 points. With a thought, a light blue potion appeared in Su Ming's hand, which he quickly stuffed into his pocket before taking out another one and tilting his head back to drink it while the others weren't paying attention. A cool warmth instantly rushed from his throat to his stomach and then spread to all his limbs. The maddening soreness in his arms really seemed to have lessened by a hair. Still heavy but no longer that stiffness that was completely uncontrollable. Somewhat useful, Su Ming secretly said in his heart. At this time, Chen Yu returned with a Type 95 rubber training gun and handed it to Su Ming with a serious expression. Take it. Remember my words. Live within your means. Thank you, squad leader. Su Ming received the rubber gun. It was heavy in his hand, and that familiar feeling of weight pressed his nerves and muscles once again. Brother Ming, Guofei looked at Su Ming, somewhat lustful. Su Ming understood what they meant and patted Guofei's shoulder. You guys have a good rest and build up your strength. I will go and return. After that, he stopped staying, took the rubber gun, turned around and walked out of the dormitory. The three people in the dormitory looked at each other in disbelief, and in the end, only bitter smiles and admiration remained. The night was as dark as ink, and the playground was empty and silent, with only a few high-pole lamps emitting a cool glow that illuminated the ground. The evening breeze blew through with a hint of coolness. In the entire huge playground, Su Ming was the only one at this moment. He walked to the center of the playground, took a deep breath, raised the rubber gun up, sunk his body down, and steadily assumed a standard standing gun position. The butt of the gun rested against his shoulder. His right hand gripped the grip tightly, his index finger resting vaguely on the trigger, and his left hand rested steadily on the woodguard, his eyes peering through the gaping hole in the sights to aim at a point of nothingness in the distance. The movement is standard and impeccable. However, just a moment after posing, the swordess that had just been pushed down a bit by the potion came surging back like a tidal wave. Arms began to tremble slightly uncontrollably, and fine beads of sweat instantly seeped from his forehead. The weight of the rubber gun seemed to be magnified 10 or 100 times in this moment. Hold on. Su Ming clenched his teeth, his forehead veins rippling. He could clearly feel the muscles in his arm wailing, protesting, screaming frantically to be put down. Ding! Detecting that the host is performing additional according to gun training. Enroll status activated. Ding! We're currently in a state where the 10 times inner scroll card is in effect. Inner roll value plus 10. Inner roll value plus 10. Inner roll value plus 10. In his mind, the inner volume value began to jump upwards at an alarming rate. Each plus 10 beat was like a shot of cardiac stimulant that ruthlessly pierced into Su Ming's taut nerves. Pain. Unspeakable pain. It was as if there were countless steel needles stabbing his muscle fibers. But, cool. Looking at the rapidly rising inner volume value, an unprecedented pleasure with a strong sense of excitement also frantically grew in the bottom of Su Ming's heart. Pain and pleasure. It's an almost self-mutilating way of practicing, yet it brings the most direct and purest rewards. Su Ming's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and the corners of his mouth even hooked up into a near-crazy smile. Come on, let the storm come harder. He stared dead ahead, unmoving, letting his sweat soak his shirt and his muscles rip and ache. Belonging to Su Ming, the crazy Inside Scroll 24-hour challenge, at this moment, officially kicked off. In the entire playground, there was only his lone figure, and the constantly throbbing inner roll value, silently fighting against the limit. Chapter 39 to roll thoroughly. As the night wore on, the lights were on in one of the offices of the National Defense University of Science and Technology. Chief Captain Zhao Weigua tapped his fingers on the desktop, his brows slightly furrowed as he looked out the window at the darkened playground. Next to him, Counselor Li Jianjun also followed his gaze. Old Zhao, what do you see there? Li Jianjun pushed his glasses and spoke with some uncertainty. A lone figure stood in a standard stance at gunpoint under the high-pole lights of the playground in the distance. Like a statue in the darkness of the night, Zhao Weigua narrowed his eyes. He is of veteran scout origin. His eyes are sharp. It seems to be a person who is according to the gun, at this hour, who is still working so hard. Li Jianjun was surprised. Although recruit training was harsh, it was rare for him to lead soldiers for so many years to run out for extra training after lights out, especially for this extremely boring and torturous gun retention training. Pull up the surveillance and take a look, Zhao Weigua said in a deep voice. Soon, the surveillance footage was pulled up and zoomed in. The two men in the office froze at the same time when they got a good look at the young but stoic face written all over it. It's Su Ming? Li Jianjun shouted out of breath, his tone filled with incredulity. Zhao Weigua also stared wide-eyed. The expression on his face shifted from doubt to shock, and finally turned into deep emotion. Isn't this kid already outstanding in today's firearms test? Full marks for theory, fast and steady operation, simply textbook level. How is he still more than outstanding? Li Jianjun let out a bitter laugh. Military boxing champion, top of the physical fitness test, Even the internal affairs are at the level of a standard bearer. I had thought he was just gifted, but now it seems that talent? Zhao Weiguo shook his head, his eyes complex. No matter how good the talent is, it needs to be watered by sweat. This kid is to push himself to death. Other people rest, he trains. Other people train, he extra training. This ruthlessness, this willpower. TSK. He looked at Su Ming's side face on the screen, which was slightly twisted due to the pain, yet he was dead persistent, and couldn't help but exclaim, "We, the National Defense Science University, need such a soldier, bloodthirsty, resilient, and willing to work hard." Li Jianjun also nodded his head in agreement, and in his heart, his evaluation of Su Ming once again rose a few levels. It's not scary to be good, it's scary to be better than you and work harder than you, and it's to the death. Meanwhile, Su Ming, who was in the center of the playground, knew nothing about it. All of his mind was used to fight the soreness and exhaustion that was like a hawk. Time, as if stretched into infinity. Every second, it's torture. The muscle fibers in his arms seemed to scream and tear, each slight tremor bringing on excruciating pain. The effects of the strength recovery potion were gradually diminishing, but Su Ming clenched his teeth and used his willpower to support himself. Ding! Inside scroll value +10. Ding! Inside scroll value +10. The constant beeping in his head was his only source of solace and motivation. Sweat had long since soaked through the lining of the training uniform, dripping down the corners of his forehead and chin and blotting out a small dark-colored trail on the plastic track. At first, he could barely maintain the standard position for 15 minutes before his arms felt almost broken and he had to lower the gun to move it slightly and then raise it again. Every time you let go, it's a huge test of willpower, but each time he re-lifted, he could feel that it seemed to last a few seconds longer than the last time. On the verge of another near collapse, he realized in a trance that he had been standing with his gun, unmoving, for 30 minutes straight. This is a huge breakthrough. The light in his eyes was brighter, though at the cost of more intense muscle spasms and soreness. Ding! Inside scroll value +10. The inner roll value was pulsing at a rapid pace, proving that his efforts had not been in vain. He even had the spare energy to fumble for a second stamina recovery potion from his pocket, and quickly drank it while taking advantage of the gap between adjusting his breathing. The cool warmth rushed through his body once again, and although it could not eradicate the exhaustion that had penetrated into his bones, it was like adding dry wood to a dying fire, giving him the strength to persevere once again. Time continues to pass. The night wind was even cooler, and all around was silence, except for the sound of his heavy breathing and the occasional subtle sound of his teeth clenching. In the distance, the lights of the camp went out in large swathes, and the familiar melody of the lights out signal came faintly. And just at the moment when the lights out signal ended, Su Ming calculated the time, and he realized that he had been continuously, according to his gun, maintaining a standard posture for a whole hour, from 15 minutes to 30 minutes to an hour. Progress that is real. However, the sounding of the lights out signal didn't mean rest for Su Ming. His figure, still nailed like a rock in the center of the playground, the muzzle of his rubber gun, pointing steadily into the void of darkness in front of him. Sleeping? The thought flashed through his mind for just a split second before he snuffed it out without hesitation. What a joke! Tenfold inner scroll card, valid for only 24 hours. The Extreme Endurance quest issued by the system also had a time limit of 24 hours. How many hours have passed now? If he went back to sleep now, there was absolutely no way he would be able to accomplish this tomorrow, even if he tried his best. Not only did that mean that the mission failed without any reward, it also meant that at least half of the 10 physical strength recovery potions that he had spent a full 2,000 points of inner scroll value to purchase would be wasted. There was also this invaluable 10 times inner scroll card, which would be completely null and void once you missed these 24 hours. He has carefully looked at the system mall, which is full of commodities, but the props that can directly accelerate the speed of obtaining the inner scroll value. So far, he has only seen this experience card rewarded by the mission. How could this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity be wasted on sleeping? If you're going to roll it thoroughly. Su Ming's eyes were as sharp as knives, transmitting an almost paranoid madness. Tonight is the night that never sleeps. He adjusted his breathing and shook the last vestige of faltering out of his mind. His entire mind immersed once again in the battle against his body's limits. Ding! Inside scroll value +10. Ding! Inside scroll value +10. Ding! Inside scroll value +10. Chapter 40. Su Ming fainted. Ding! Inside scroll value +10. Ding! Inside scroll value +10. The system's beeps were like a never-ending metronome, tapping regularly in Su Ming's nearly numb mind. Time passed by minute, and Su Ming still stood in the center of the playground like a tireless statue. The rubberized gun was in his hands, as if it had fused with his arms, and was terrifyingly stable. The night was deeper and the chill was growing. The entire Defense Science University camp, except for a few guard posts and duty rooms, was almost silent. It was 1 a.m. And time for the routine bed check. Unlike usual, tonight is responsible for leading the team to check the dormitory. It is the chief captain Zhao Weiguo, accompanied by a serious-face counselor Li Jianjun. They gently pushed open dormitory door after dormitory door, the beam of their flashlights quickly sweeping over a sleeping face. When walking to Su Ming and their dormitory, Zhao Weiguo saw the empty bottom bunk at a glance. Zhao Weiguo frowned imperceptibly. Li Jianjun also noticed and whispered, "Su Ming hasn't returned yet?" Zhao Weiguo didn't say anything, but only signaled with his eyes. The two tacitly exited the dormitory without alerting the others. Could Li Jianjun thought of some kind of possibility. His face showed a trace of consternation. That kid, still in the playground? Zhao Weiguo nodded, his face complex. Go to the monitoring room and take a look. The two of them quickly walked to the monitoring room of the command center. The duty officer saw the chief captain and counselor's late-night visit and quickly rose to salute. Call up the playground's surveillance, Zhao Weiguo directly ordered. The screen switched and the lone figure in the center of the playground instantly came into view. It's still the same position, the standard textbook position. Even the knowledgeable Zhao Weiguo couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air at this moment. It's 1 in the morning. He hasn't stopped since the end of training in the afternoon? Li Jianjun's voice carried an incredulous tremble. Zhao Weiguo stared dead on at Su Ming's figure on the screen, which appeared a little blurry under the night vision camera, but it was permeated with a palpitating obstinacy. This kid. Zhao Weiguo rolled his throat for a moment, silently took out his military encrypted cell phone, pointed it at the screen, adjusted the angle, and with a click, captured the scene. Chief Captain, what are you doing? Li Jianjun was a bit puzzled. Leave a license. Zhao Weiguo put away his cell phone, his eyes sharp. This kid, he's a tough guy, also a good seedling. I want to see how long he can last. He turned his head to Li Jianjun. Let's go. Don't bother him. Li Jianjun froze. Then no sleep. Zhao Weiguo's tone was decisive. Just watch here. This kid is practicing so much. In case something happens, we'll be the first to know. Li Jianjun looked at the undisguised admiration and a hint of worry in the chief captain's eyes and nodded heavily. Yes, in this way, two important officers in the National Defense University unprecedentedly gave up the sleep of the night, stayed in the cold monitoring room, silently with the playground that crazy inside the roll of the new recruits. Time slipped by, and the only thing left in the monitoring room was the low beeping of the instruments and the occasional whispered exchanges between the two men. They watched Su Ming's figure tremble slightly in the cold wind, and again, he forced himself to stabilize, watching him take advantage of the very short gap in which he adjusted his breathing. He fished something out of his pocket again and quickly drank it. It was the only strength restoration potion he had left. Zhao Weiguo and Li Jianjun's hearts clenched with every sway of that figure. This isn't training anymore. This is playing for keeps. In the eastern sky, a hint of fish-belly white gradually rose. On the playground, Su Ming felt his consciousness blur a little. The effects of the physical strength recovery potion had long been stacked to the limit, bringing more of a forced maintenance of bodily functions rather than true vigor. His brain was like a rusty gear, running sluggishly, and his eyelids were so heavy that it seemed as if they were hung with lead. But his body, with its amazing willpower and muscle memory, still maintained its position according to the gun. The last stamina recovery potion had also been drunk half an hour ago. The entire 10 potions, which had been poured into him like water over the past 10 hours or so, had supported him through this extreme challenge that was unimaginable to ordinary people. Just then, the loud and familiar melody of the wake-up call, like the horn of dawn, suddenly broke through the pre-dawn silence and resounded throughout the camp. Almost at the same instant that the trumpet sounded, ding, detected that the host in the limit state continued to carry out high intensity according to the gun training has reached the system to determine the standard. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the time-limited mission, Ultimate Endurance. Ding, quest rewards are being distributed. In his mind, the system's icy beeps sounded one after another, like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The string that had been tautly strung snapped. The message of mission completion came, and Su Ming's paranoid willpower suddenly slackened. An irresistible, overwhelming exhaustion consumed him instantly. It wasn't physical exhaustion. That had long since been forced down by the potion. It's the spirit. It's the soul. It's the complete letting go of that string when it breaks. The scene in front of him began to spin skyward, and gold stars were flying. He only felt his eyes go black. His mind went blank, and his body could no longer support him, falling straight backward. Put! There was a muffled thud that stood out in the empty playground. Su Ming fainted. Chapter 41. It's worth it. So worth it. In the surveillance room, Zhao Weiguo and Li Jianjun bounced out of their chairs almost simultaneously. Not good. Zhao Weiguo's face suddenly changed and his pupils shrunk. Quick! Get to the playground! Notify the infirmary! Li Jianjun's voice carried a hint of panic as he turned around and rushed outside. The two men almost ran out of the command center. And in the night, their military boots made a sharp thump sound on the concrete road, breaking the last quiet before dawn. The duty officer was also confused, but reacted quickly and immediately grabbed the internal phone. Infirmary? Yes. The playground. Someone fainted. Chief Captain and Instructor Li have already gone over. Hurry! The playground. Zhao Weiguo was the first to rush to Su Ming's side, quickly squatted down, reached out to probe his nostrils, and touched his carotid artery. There's still air. The pulse is weak, but it's still steady. Zhao Weiguo was slightly relieved, but his face was still as heavy as iron. He carefully laid Su Ming down flat and undid the top two buttons of his training uniform to let him breathe a little more smoothly. Li Jianjun followed closely, looking at Su Ming's face that was so pale that there was not a trace of blood, and his lips were even a little blue. His heart clenched. This kid. This really does not want to die. Soon. The doctor on duty at the infirmary and two nurses arrived carrying a stretcher and pushing an emergency equipment cart. A quick and professional examination. The stethoscope was moved across the chest, a flashlight shone on the pupils, and blood pressure and heart rate were taken. A few minutes later, the doctor on duty stood up and reported to the anxiously waiting Zhao Weiguo and Li Jianjun. Reporting to the chief captain and instructor, the preliminary examination of vital signs is stable, and there is no obvious trauma. Mainly, mental and physical double overdraft, especially on the mental level. Long time in an extremely tense and exuberant state, suddenly slacken off. The body functions for a time cannot adapt to lead to shock fainting. Simply put, it is tired down. The spiritual string is broken. Zhao Weiguo frowned. Then, is there any aftermath? This was what he was most concerned about. The doctor shook his head. There looks to be no organic damage at the moment. This young man has a very good physical base and should have a strong ability to recover. The most important thing needed now is absolute rest. Let him get a good night's sleep. We'll do a detailed examination afterward. Good. Send him back to the dormitory and assign someone to watch specifically. Zhao Weiguo made an immediate decision. Yes. The stretcher was lifted and Su Ming was carefully returned to the dormitory building. Considering that he wouldn't affect other people, he was temporarily arranged in the vacant ready room on the first floor of the dormitory building. Time passed, and the sky outside the window turned from fish-belly white to bright day, and gradually tinged with the warmth of orange. The sun was setting and the dinner whistle was already echoing through the camp. On the simple bed in the preparation room, Su Ming's fingers gently moved, and then, his eyelids trembled and slowly opened a slit. Into the eyes was a familiar ceiling and a familiar face. Class, leader? Su Ming's voice was a bit hoarse and dry, and his throat was on fire. Chun Yu, who was guarding the bedside, immediately leaned down. His face was undisguised concern. Awake? How do you feel? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Su Ming blinked and attempted to sit up, but he felt so sore and weak that it was as if he had been taken apart and reorganized. Don't move. Chun Yu hurriedly pressed him down. The doctor said that you are just too tired and mentally strained. You need to rest. Lie down. Su Ming looked at the blood in Chen Yu's eyes and the genuine worry. His heart was a little overjoyed. Squad leader, I'm sorry for making you worry. Chen Yu waved his hand. Rarely did not have a stern face to reprimand. Just sighed. His tone complex. You kid. Really don't know what to say about you. Training hard is a good thing, but you can't play with your life like this. Do you know that we were almost scared to death by you? The chief captain and instructor were all startled. He paused and brought over a lunchbox and a cup of water from the table next to him. Let's not talk about that for now. You must be hungry after sleeping all day, right? I typed up dinner for you. Drink some water first and eat something to pad your stomach. Su Ming did feel hungry up to his chest, nodded and took the water cup and drank it in small sips. The warm water flowed through his dry throat, comforting him quite a bit. Chen Yu opened the lunchbox. It was simple white rice and 2 light fried vegetables. He carefully handed the spoon to Su Ming. Thank you, class president. Su Ming took the lunchbox and slowly ate. Although his body was still tired, the sense of spiritual fulfillment and the hunger in his belly gave him a good appetite. Chen Yu looked at the way he wolfed down his food. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but hook up a hint of a smile, but he quickly became serious again. The doctor said that you shouldn't move today, so sleep well. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Aha. Su Ming nodded in response, his mouth stuffed with rice. Chen Yu gave a few more instructions and saw that Su Ming's state was indeed much better before he left, letting him rest at ease. Only Su Ming was left alone in the room. He leaned against the bed and let out a long breath. This extreme challenge had really pushed himself to the limit and almost played it off. But, risk and reward go hand in hand. Su Ming's eyes flashed, and he couldn't wait to murmur in his mind. System. Open the attribute panel. Buzz. The light blue curtain of light that only he could see instantly unfolded before his eyes. Host Su Ming. Rank, Cadet. Physical fitness, 242, General, 100. Spirit, 223, General, 100. Endurance, 235, Common, 100. Skills, Articulate, Language, Fighting Expert, Combat. Basic Firearms Proficiency, Combat. Enroll Value, 85. 600. System Mall, opened. Hiss. Even though he had been mentally prepared, when he saw the numbers in the inner scroll value column, Su-ming still couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. 85,600 points. He remembered very clearly that before he started this extreme according to gun training, his inner scroll value was only left with more than 12,000 points due to exchanging 10 physical strength recovery potion. This night plus an early morning crazy inner roll, surprisingly enough, gave him a surge of nearly 60,000 inner roll value. On average, it's a mad dash to score almost every minute. Worth it. So worth it. Su-ming's heart was thumping, and an uncontrollable excited smile appeared on his face. This wave, blood money, the three-dimensional attributes of physique, spirit, and endurance had also increased significantly, apparently due to the dual effects of physical potential stimulation and system rewards brought about by this extreme challenge. Especially the spiritual attribute, which was relatively low before, had directly soared to 223 points this time, almost more than doubling. No wonder it could last so long. There are also 2 more combat skills in the skill bar, which must be part of the reward for completing the ultimate endurance quest. Looking at the internal volume value that was upwards of 80,000, Su-ming felt the exhaustion in his body dissipate quite a bit. How many good things can be exchanged for such a large amount of internal scroll value? How much can you increase your strength? But, feeling the soreness and exhaustion that came from deep within his body and remained even now, Su-ming calmed down. It was indeed too risky this time. Inside rolls are good, but life is more important. Su-ming exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, his eyes regaining clarity. It seems that combining labor and rest is still necessary. Tonight, it is necessary to give yourself a vacation, sleep well, and completely recover. The harvest this time was huge enough that there was no need to rush. Adjusting the physical state to the best first is the long-term way. Having made up his mind, Su-ming no longer thought much about it, put the lunchbox to the side, lay down again, and closed his eyes. This time, without the pressure of the system, without the urgency of the mission, he just wanted to be at peace and have a good night's sleep. Chapter 42 is this guy, made of iron? It was slightly light, and the morning sun was shining through the cracks in the windows, casting dappled spots of light on the floor of the dormitory. Su-ming opened his eyes and moved his still somewhat heavy body. The soreness was still there, like a mark left on the beach after the tide went out, reminding him of the madness of the day before. But it was so much better than the weakness of waking up yesterday with a disassembled and reorganized body. The effect of the physical strength recovery potion, coupled with a full day of high-quality sleep, as well as his own far superior physical fitness and endurance attributes, allowed his recovery speed to be horrifying. It feels okay. Su-ming sat up and moved his shoulders and neck, making a slight clicking sound. Today, it was possible to attend training as normal, although last night decided to combine labor and rest, but that means no longer carry out that kind of self-inflicted extreme inner volume. Normal training, still have to participate, even can show a little strength. After all, no matter how much inner scroll value there was, it had to be transformed into real combat power in order to survive the dangers that might be encountered in the future. And the training ground was the best place to test and sharpen it. The morning breeze carried a hint of coolness on the training ground. The recruits stood in formation, each in high spirits, but many looked at Su-ming with a few odd and sympathetic eyes. Apparently, the matter of Su-ming passing out from exhaustion yesterday and being carried back to the dormitory had already spread in private. Chun Yu, the squad leader, stood in front of the queue, his face as serious as ever, but when his gaze swept over Su-ming, it still lingered for a moment, carrying a hint of imperceptible inquiry. Su-ming returned a don't worry look and stood straight. Chun Yu nodded and without further ado, cleared his throat with a loud voice. For today's training, in addition to the regular program, add one item. He paused, his sharp gaze sweeping over everyone. And the gun. A slight commotion rang out in the queue. Guns, the basic subject of recruit training, is boring, but extremely test of endurance and willpower. The rules are simple. Chen Yu continued. Standard position on the gun, with a water bottle hanging from the muzzle. Whoever puts it down first is a coward. What we're competing for is who can hold out until the end. Do you hear me? Understood. The recruits roared in unison, their voices shaking the sky. But as the roar fell, many people's eyes glanced at Su-ming again, if at all. TSK, Su-ming just collapsed yesterday, and he's doing this today? Isn't it obvious that he's padded? Good thing, too, so he knows what's good for him and doesn't practice blindly. This time, it's up to Chai. Chai Gao-shang's endurance. Surely number 1. In the corners of the mouth of the burly, dark-skinned Chai Gao-shang imperceptibly rose slightly. He had always been confident in his endurance, and this time, it was his chance to prove himself. As for Su Ming, a guy fresh out of the infirmary would be lucky to last 10 minutes. Begin! With Chun Yu's command, all the new recruits quickly adjusted their posture and held their rifles firmly in front of their chests, with water-filled water bottles hanging from thin ropes under the muzzles, adding extra weight. Time, minute by minute. The early morning sunlight gradually became hot, and on the training ground, the only sounds left were heavy breathing and the occasional muffled grunt that could not be suppressed. Sweat, beginning to seep from his forehead, slid across his cheeks and dripped onto the hot ground. 10 minutes, 20 minutes. There began to be a slight tremor in the bodies of the recruits, and their arms felt as if they were heavy with lead. Snap! The first kettle fell to the ground with a crisp clatter. The recruit's face flushed red. He bowed his head in chagrin and automatically withdrew from the line. It's like pushing over the first domino. Snap! Snap! The sound of the kettle hitting the ground came one after the other. The number of people exiting the queue is increasing. Half an hour later, less than half the field was left. Chai Gao-shang gritted his teeth. Sweat had soaked through his training uniform. The muscles in his arms were trembling violently from the prolonged tightness, but he was still holding on. He secretly glanced at Su Ming, who was not far away. Ha! Chai Gao-shang froze for a moment. Su Ming is surprisingly steady with his gun. The posture is standardized like a textbook. The breathing is a bit rapid, but the rhythm is stable. And the face can not even see much pain? How is this possible? Didn't he yesterday, just in the moment Chai Gao-shang was distracted, he felt his arm go limp, and the damn kettle finally broke free of his control. Snap! Another crunch. Chai Gao-shang looked at the kettle that fell to the ground, his face filled with disbelief. He looked at the timer, an hour and 8 minutes. That's a pretty good score, already. But, he jerked his head up to look at Su Ming. Su Ming, still holding on. Not only Chai Gao-shang, but all those who had quit and were holding on, as well as the class leaders next to them, all focused their gazes on Su Ming at this moment. Is this guy made of iron? You passed out yesterday. Why do you look like you're fine today? No, more than nothing. 1 hour and 20 minutes. 1 hour and 30 minutes. There were fewer and fewer people on the field, and in the end, only Su Ming was left alone. He remained in that standard stance with his gun, as if he had taken root with the ground beneath his feet. The sunlight elongated his figure, and sweat dripped down his chin, smashing a small wet mark on the ground. As Chen Yu watched this scene, his mouth slightly opened and the shock in his eyes was beyond words. He had originally thought that Su Ming would be able to hold out for half an hour and that would be the top, but he didn't expect. After another 10 minutes, Su Ming felt that the soreness of his arm had reached a critical point. He lowered the rifle in a slow, controlled motion. It wasn't that he couldn't hold out, but he felt that there was no point in continuing. The truth of overdoing it was something he had learned the hard way only yesterday. Su Ming exhaled a long breath of turbid air and shook off his numb arm. The entire training ground was silent. Everyone looked at him like he was a monster. What the hell is going on with this guy? Nightfall. The recruits, dragging their tired bodies after a day's training, ate a hurried dinner in the cafeteria and were brought to the auditorium again by the muster post. Tonight, it's time for the usual ideological education and watching the newscasts. The atmosphere, however, seemed somewhat unusual. The chief captain, Zhao Weigua, and the counselor, Li Jianjun, unexpectedly came to the scene in person and stood side by side on the podium. The two men's expressions were serious, and their sharp gazes slowly swept over the black-packed square of recruits on the stage. Inside the auditorium, it was instantly quiet. A pin drop. Everyone straightened their backs, speculating in their minds if there was another important announcement to be made. Li Jianjun cleared his throat and first briefly summarized the recent training, praising the recruits who had made significant progress and criticizing some of the loose discipline. Then, his words changed and his voice became heavy. Comrades, the night before last, one of our new comrades fainted during training. A suppressed murmur rang out from the stage, and many people subconsciously looked at Su Ming in the queue. Sure enough, it had something to do with him. Li Jianjun raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet and continued. Everyone knows about this matter, but do you all know why he fainted? He paused for a moment, his gaze sharpening. Is it because the training is too hard? Too much training? No, it's because, after he finished all the training tasks for the day, he was alone, on the playground, giving himself extra practice while all of you were in dreamland. Get under the gun. Weighted position on the gun. Practice from 10 p.m. until after 2 a.m. Over 4 full hours of extra extreme training. Wow. The entire auditorium instantly exploded. Everyone stared at Su Ming with wide eyes in disbelief. 4+ hours? Extra practice? No wonder he fainted. It's like playing for keeps. No wonder. No wonder he could last so long today with his gun at his end. It turns out that people have long since practiced in an inhuman realm. Chai Gaoshang was even more shaken, remembering that he had lost today in just over an hour. And then thinking about Su Ming's more than 4 hours of frantic extra training. His face was burning hot with shame. At this moment, Zhao Weiguo, the chief captain who had been silent all this time, stepped forward and took over the microphone. His voice was like a flood bell, carrying an unquestionable majesty. Instructor Li and I, we saw the scene with our own eyes that night. We saw his sweat, we saw his persistence, and we saw his willpower to go beyond his limits. This kind of spirit is the bloodthirsty nature that we soldiers should have. It's being tough on ourselves in order to be tougher on the enemy. Zhao Weiguo's gaze was like electricity as he swept across the room. You all saw Comrade Su Ming's performance in this morning's endgun competition. Why did he last until the end? This is the answer. I'm not bringing this matter out today so that you guys can learn from his kind of brute force that disregards his body and injures and wastes himself practicing. Zhao Weiguo's tone carried a warning. That's foolishness. I am asking you to learn that spirit of his, that ruthlessness to not be left behind, to challenge yourself, to never give up. Ask yourselves, did you do it? Did you all secretly pressurize yourselves when others were resting? Have you ever gritted your teeth a little more when you felt tired? Zhao Weiguo's voice echoed in the auditorium, deafening. All the recruits lowered their heads, and many had a look of shame on their faces. Comrade Su Ming, with his actions, has taught us all a lesson. I hope that each and every one of you can learn something from him. Take that spirit and incorporate it into the rest of your training and learning. This is what our National Defense University students should look like. This is what a future Republican officer should be. After saying that, Zhao Weiguo's gaze once again landed on Su Ming, who was standing straight in the queue, with praise in his eyes and also a hint of admonishment. As for Su Ming, he met everyone's gazes and felt those complex emotions, shock, admiration, jealousy, and a hint of hostility, and his back straightened even more. Chapter 43 Su Ming, anytime. Early the next morning, Su Ming was awakened by the sound of a raging rain. Clap 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 clap. Bean-sized raindrops slammed frantically against the windows and eaves, gathering into streams as if a great hole had been broken in the sky, and the whole world was shrouded in a blanket of white vapor. In the dormitory, the others woke up one after another, listening to the amazing rain outside. Their faces coincidentally showed a mixture of celebration and worry. Holy, this rain is too heavy. A recruit probed the window and stammered. It's like pouring down. It's over. I'm afraid today's outdoor training is a bust. It's good that it fizzled out, just in time for a break. I was exhausted yesterday. You think so? It's raining. We'll change indoor subjects at most, and we'll still practice what we need to practice. Sure enough, it didn't take long for class president Chen Yu to walk in with a dark face and clap his hands. Wake up all of you. Don't sleep. It's raining heavily outside. Today's training will be changed to indoor. Subject, gun disassembly and bonding. Many recruits' eyes lit up when they heard gun disassembling and combining. This means that they will be able to touch the real thing again. This was their second exposure to a real Type 95 automatic rifle. Soon, under Chen Yu's leadership, the crowd jogged in the rain to the storage room where the guns were kept. When collecting the guns, Chen Yu purposely walked up to Guofei and instructed with a serious face, Guofei, be careful this time. If you lose any more parts, go dig them out in the mud of the playground. You hear me? Guofei's face reddened when he was named, and he hurriedly puffed out his chest and raised his head to loudly assure, yes, squad leader. I promise to complete the mission. Looking at Guofei's tense and nervous appearance, a low cacophony of laughter resounded around them. After distributing the guns, Chen Yu added, all of you give me 12%. Practice well. This morning, Chief Captain and Instructor Li may come over for an inspection. Whoever drops the ball in front of them and disgraces our second squad, see how I'll punish him when I get back. Yes, the crowd responded in unison, their voices loud and clear, but many of them secretly grumbled in their hearts. Leaders inspecting. This is a lot of pressure. Back to the common room of the dormitory building, which has been temporarily converted into a training ground. The cold body of the gun was held in his hand, and a familiar yet unfamiliar feeling surged through Su Ming's heart. With the foundation from the last fumble, coupled with the deep memory of the firearms structure brought about by the unforgettable, elementary, skill, as well as the virtual practice with the simulation training hours, exchanged with the inner scroll value within the system space over the past few days, Su Ming had already become quite proficient in disassembling and assembling the Type 95. After all, right now he, Su Ming, was a ruthless man with over 80,000 inner scroll values in his hands. Consuming a few thousand internal scroll values to exchange for some simulation training hours was nothing more than a drop in the bucket for Su Ming. And soon, with Chen Yu's command, begin. Immediately, the sound of metal clanking was heard in the activity room. Most of the new recruits looked a little frazzled, not knowing where to put the parts when they took them apart, and confused at the pile of parts when they assembled them. Only Su Ming, with his fingers flipping, moved with precision and fluidity, unloading the magazine, pulling the receiver, disassembling the upper receiver, removing the frame and receiver, and disassembling the lower receiver. Each step was as if it had been rehearsed 1,000 times, with little to no lag, followed by assembly. He moved faster, as if the parts were alive and automatically fell into place. Kada! A crisp magazine closure sounded. Su Ming finished. He glanced at the electronic watch on his wrist. 33 seconds, and at that moment, his comrade next to him, who had only just disassembled the gun into a pile of parts, was scratching his head at the instructional drawings. Ding! Detected that the host completed the firearm disassembly combination much faster than the average of his peers within the standard training time. The involution behavior is judged successful. Inner roll value +5. Inner roll value +5. The system's beep sounded in his head, and the corner of Su Ming's mouth curled imperceptibly. His speed, naturally, caught the attention of the other recruits who were still fumbling. Su Ming, you're too fast. It's just like playing, a sharp-eyed recruit exclaimed. Really? That fast? Let's see. Holy, really assembled. Over 30 seconds? Monster this is. Gazes of envy, jealousy, and disbelief were cast at Su Ming. Even Chun Yu, the squad leader who stood aside to supervise and had only just finished disassembling himself, saw that Su Ming had already stood with his gun and his eyelids jumped. The speed of this kid's progress is too scary. At this time, a new recruit who usually liked to make a fuss shouted out, "Squad leader, this speed of Su Ming, it's almost catching up to you, isn't it?" The other one also followed suit. "Yes, squad leader, you're the best gun player in our class. Why don't you compare yourself with Su Ming? Let us have a good time." Yeah. Then one. Compare one. Being so arched in fire by the crowd, Chen Yu's face immediately became a bit untenable. It was true that he was the most skillful firearms operator in the class, and he was able to stabilize the disassembly and assembly within 30 seconds, but the speed that Su Ming had just displayed was already very close to his level. Moreover, yesterday, Su Ming had made a splash in the end gun competition, and today, he had shown his amazing talent in firearms decomposition, which made Chen Yu vaguely feel a hint of pressure. As class president, he had to show some strength to hold down the fort. Thinking of this, Chen Yu cleared his throat and turned his gaze towards Su Ming with a defiant vigor. "Fine, since you all wanna watch, then I'll compete with Su Ming." He took a step forward, patted the Type 95 in his hand, and said aloud, "Su Ming, do you dare to compete with me? Let's compare the rapid disassembly and reassembly of this Type 95 rifle. Whoever takes the shorter time, wins." In a flash, everyone's eyes focused on Su Ming and Chen Yu, and excitement and anticipation filled the air. Su Ming met Chen Yu's challenging gaze and calmly nodded his head, answering dryly, "Any time, squad leader." Chapter 44. The class president lost. As soon as Su Ming's words fell, the atmosphere in the event room was instantly ignited. The recruits excitedly gathered around, consciously making way for a large open space in the center, their eyes scanning back and forth between Su Ming and Chen Yu, full of anticipation. Come on, get out of the way. All of you. The squad leader is going to compete with Su Ming in a gunfight. There's a good show to watch. A bet on a bet. I'll bet on the squad leader to win. After all, he's a veteran. I'll bet on Su Ming. That speed he had just now was simply inhuman. Amidst the cacophony of chatter, no one noticed the two silhouettes quietly standing in the hidden doorway of the activity room. It was the chief captain, Zhao Weiguo, and the counselor, Li Jianjun, who came to inspect. The two had just walked to the door when they were attracted by the warm atmosphere inside and the word competition. Seeing Su Ming and Chen Yu confronting each other in the arena through the crack in the door, as well as the excited recruits around them, the two of them exchanged glances and both saw the interest in each other's eyes. "Old Zhao, this is a bit interesting." Li Jianjun lowered his voice with a smile at the corner of his mouth. "A new recruit challenging the old squad leader, or the one we all favor, Su Ming." Zhao Weiguo swept his gaze sharply across the field, pausing especially on Su Ming for a moment, and calmly said, "Don't make a sound, just take a look. I also want to know if this kid is really strong in everything." Chen Yu's dismantling speed is also top-notch among the veterans. The two then silently stopped outside the door, like two hidden observers, quietly waiting for a good show to begin. Within the arena, Chen Yu took a deep breath and forced down the fluctuation in his heart. He was a squad leader, a veteran, and could never lose out to a new recruit who had only touched a gun for a few days when it came to hard power like firearms. "Are you ready?" Chen Yu asked in a deep voice, his eyes becoming focused and sharp. Su Ming nodded, holding the Type 95 rifle in his hand flat, his fingers resting on the disassembly pin, his eyes equally calm and wave-free. as if what was about to begin was not a fierce competition, but an ordinary training session. Good. Shen Yu didn't talk nonsense and raised the stopwatch in his hand. I'll yell start and we'll do it at the same time. The people around us time it. He swept his gaze over an honest recruit next to him who was holding a cell phone and preparing to time himself. Wang Lei. Watch carefully. Squad leader. Wang Lei gulped nervously and stared closely at the two. The entire event room was instantly quiet, leaving only the sound of rain pattering outside the window and the nervous breathing of the crowd. Ready. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Begin. The moment Shen Yu's words fell, ka-ching, two sounds rang out almost simultaneously. Only two people were seen flipping their fingers, so fast that they almost appeared as stumps, unloading the magazine, pulling the trigger handle, ejecting the upper and lower magazine connecting pins, disassembling the upper magazine assembly, removing the reloading spring, the receiver frame, and the receiver. Shen Yu's movements were full of a sense of power and a kind of well-trained rhythm, and each step was crisp and clean, with the confidence and composure characteristic of a veteran. Su Ming, on the other hand, had a completely different style. His movements were faster, more fluid, and even carried an almost instinctive precision. Each part was disassembled and placed just right, as if they were not disassembling a weapon but performing a precision art show. The structural memory from Unforgettable, Elementary, and the countless virtual exercises from Simulated Training Hours are now transformed into muscle memory, and the lines are flowing. Click, click. The sound of parts hitting the ground was dense and crisp. Almost in the blink of an eye, two complete rifles were reduced to a pile of scattered parts. Without the slightest pause, the two immediately began assembling. This time, the speed contest was more intuitive. One part is picked up and put into place with precision. Click. The gun mechanism reset. Miso. Re-entry spring installed. Click. The upper and lower magazines combine. Everyone held their breath, their eyes glazed over for fear of missing a single detail. Who's faster? Is it the seasoned veteran squad leader, Shen Yu, or the gifted new recruit Su Ming? Just as the crowd's hearts were about to beat out of their chests, Kata. A crisp latch sounded. Su Ming took the lead in completing the assembly and raised the gun in a single motion. Almost as soon as he raised his gun, an interval of less than 0.5 seconds, Kata. Shen Yu also violently completed the assembly, and fine beads of sweat were already seeping from his forehead. Wang Lei almost trembled as he pressed the stopwatch on his cell phone. Su Ming, 28 seconds and 5. Shen squad leader, 29 seconds exactly. Wow. The entire event room instantly exploded when the results came in. Asterisk. Seriously, Su Ming won? Half a second faster. Just half a second. My god. 28 seconds and 5. Is this still human? Class president lost. Class president really lost. Excited roars rose and fell, and all of the new recruits were so excited that their cheeks turned red. The way they looked at Su Ming had changed from the envy and jealousy they had felt before to complete shock and admiration. Shen Yu stood still, his grip on the gun slightly tightened, his face flushed for a while. Lost? I can't believe I actually lost to a new recruit, and it's in the area of what you do best. It was only by half a second, but a loss is a loss. In front of the whole class. At that moment, the recruit who had made the most noise earlier jumped out again and shouted at the top of his voice. Squad leader, be true to your word. You lost. Take us out for a walk on your day off. A man can't cheat. Yeah. Go out for a spin. The squad leader can't renege on a debt. We're going to get some good food. The crowd immediately followed the coaxing, shouting, waiting for Shen Yu to fulfill the promise. By the crowd so hilarious. Shen Yu's face even more cannot hang. He was already because of the loss of the game and depressed, and now being forced to honor that a little impulsive to say the bet. The heart is even more bad taste. He opened his mouth, trying to save face, said somewhat ambiguously, ahem, this is just compared to play, to liven up the atmosphere. Besides, it's just a little bit close to going out this matter. We have to look at the arrangement of the higher level. He wanted to make it look like he had lost the game, but if he was labeled as a bad talker, how could he lead the soldiers? Losing the game was humiliating enough, but if he was labeled as a man of his word, how could he lead the soldiers as a squad leader? But the recruits would not let him go, and were about to continue pestering him. Just then, two mid-air coughs came from the doorway. Ahem! The clamor in the activity room came to an abrupt end, and everyone followed the sound and immediately stood upright as if the pause button had been pressed. The playful smiles on their faces instantly disappeared and became incomparably serious, only to see that Chief Captain Zhao Weiguo and Counselor Li Jianjun, who at some point had already stood in the doorway, were looking at them with a calm expression. Chapter 45. A mouthful of spit. It's over. When did the leader come? The noise and uproar just now couldn't have all been seen, right? Many of the recruits thumped in their hearts and secretly screamed. Chen Yu was even more shocked in his heart and quickly straightened his back and saluted. Chief Captain. Instructor. Zhao Weiguo waved his hand, signaling him to put it down, and then stepped in, his gaze sweeping over Chen Yu and finally landing on Su Ming with a hint of undetectable appreciation in his eyes. He did not mention the match first, but instead looked at Chen Yu, his tone calm but with an undeniable majesty. Chen Yu, we all saw the match just now. Chen Yu's heart sank violently. I'm sure I'd been seen. Even his own little mind of trying to renege on the debt was crashed. Su Ming is indeed very fast. You lost by half a second. It wasn't a bad loss. Zhao Weiguo continued. Then his words changed. But, I think I heard something else. For example, the person who loses has to take the whole class out for a spin on their day off? Li Jianjun also added with a smile. Well, I heard it too. Chen Yu the most important thing in the army is to honor your word. A man is a man. A mouthful of spit is a nail. Since you promised everyone before, you have to fulfill it. He patted Chen Yu's shoulder. This is also a good thing. Everyone trains hard. Take them out on their days off to relax and unwind. Combining work and rest. It's quite good. Hearing that both the chief captain and the instructor had said so, how could Chen Yu dare to have the slightest bit of sophistry? And the little bit of unwillingness and thought of reneging on the debt just now instantly vanished. His face heated up, and then he fiercely puffed out his chest and raised his head, loudly answering, I, Chief Captain, Instructor, I'll remember that. On my day off, I'll take the entire second squad and go out. Oh yeah, long live the squad leader. Wise words from the chief captain, wise instructor. As soon as Chen Yu's words fell, the recruits behind him who had been holding their breath for half a day could no longer hold back and instantly erupted into earth-shattering cheers. Each and every one of them smiled and laughed, so excited that they almost jumped up, and their gazes towards Chen Yu were filled with gratitude and anticipation. Looking at the cheering crowd, Zhao Weiguo and Li Jianjun also had smiles on their faces. As for Su Ming, standing in the crowd, looking at the lively scene before him, feeling the heartfelt joy of his comrades, the corners of his mouth also raised imperceptibly once again. Seems like it wouldn't be a bad thing to roll the class president once in a while. The hustle and bustle of the day and the joy of victory seemed to be washed away by the endless downpour. Wow dash! The pouring rain started early in the morning without the slightest intention of stopping, and the bean-sized raindrops densely smashed on the window glass with a dull sound, and smashed on the ground of the camp area, splashing countless turbid water splashes. Between heaven and earth, it seemed as if it was covered by a thick curtain of water. It had been raining until the evening. The night had long since fallen. The storm was still raging outside the window. The rain was even more violent than during the day. A few points. Su Ming lay on his bunk, listening to the monotonous and continuous sound of rain in his ears. His brows unconsciously knitted slightly. Something's not right, he muttered inwardly. It's raining too much. Moreover, it has lasted far too long. From morning until now, more than 12 hours. There was absolutely no sign of weakening, which was rarely seen in the past. Vaguely, Su Ming felt a hint of something unusual. Because of the sudden and continuous rainstorm, the time after dinner, which should have been a bit more lively, also became unusually quiet. After watching the 7 o'clock news broadcast, the entire dormitory building was permeated with a dead atmosphere. Apart from the deafening sound of the rain outside the window, there was almost no other extra movement to be heard. The bit of excitement and anticipation that came from winning the bet during the day seemed to have been completely doused by this depressing weather. At exactly 10 p.m., the sound of the lights-out signal echoed through the building. Still on time, against the backdrop of the rain, the lights in each dormitory went out in turn, and the boot camp, which had been noisy for a day, was finally completely quiet, leaving only the sound of the never-ending rain outside the window. Like some kind of dreary omen, Su Ming closed his eyes and tried to fall asleep, but that inexplicable feeling of uneasiness always lingered in his heart. I don't know how long it took, but just as Su Ming was in a daze and his consciousness was about to sink into darkness, an extremely sharp, urgent, and intensely penetrating emergency assembly whistle violently tore through the silent rainy night. The whistle, louder and more urgent than ever. Emergency assembly. Almost as soon as the whistle blew, there was a hoarse roar from some squad leader in the hallway. With a jolt, Su Ming instantly bounced up from the bed. There was no time to think about what was happening. His body's instincts had driven him to act as fast as he could. Snap! The lights in the dormitory were slammed on. Quickly! Emergency assembly. All up. Move it. The entire second-class dormitory instantly exploded. In the darkness, everyone jumped off their beds almost as a reflex. The sounds of fumbling to put on their clothes, put on their raincoats, and stomp on their combat boots cluttered the small space, full of tension and panic. It's raining so heavily and you're still doing an emergency assembly? Someone couldn't help but curse in a low voice. but the movements of their hands didn't dare to slow down at all. Su Ming moved extremely fast, and he was the first one to fully dress and rush out of the dormitory door. The cold rain instantly hit him in the face, bringing him completely to his senses. The hallway was already full of footsteps and low yells, and a figure in a raincoat was dashing out of each dormitory and running towards the stairway. In less than 3 minutes, all the members of the 1st District team, already all wearing raincoats, against the stormy weather, in front of the dormitory building on the slippery open space assembled. The queue stood crooked, but everyone held their breath, their hearts beating violently because of the rapid running just now. The rain continued to trickle down the brims of their hats and cheeks, and the icy coldness seeped through their raincoats and into their skin, causing many of them to shiver. Borrowing a few wisps of dim light coming out of the doorway of the dormitory building, everyone saw that the chief captain Zhao Weiguo and Counselor Li Jianjun, also wearing heavy raincoats, had long stood in front of the queue, their faces looking unusually grave under the dim light, and their eyes as sharp as knives. The atmosphere, depressing to the core. Everyone realized that this emergency assembly was definitely not as simple as some nighttime assault training. Zhao Weiguo swept his gaze steadily over the young and slightly nervous faces in front of him. He didn't have any unnecessary nonsense. He directly opened his mouth. His voice was loud and powerful, penetrating the sound of the clattering rain, and clearly reaching the ears of every soldier. Comrades, this rare extraordinarily heavy rainstorm started in the early hours of this morning and has lasted for more than 15 hours until now. Just a moment ago, we received an emergency briefing from the Military Division Command. Chapter 46, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make a merit badge. Zhao Weiguo's tone steeply became incredibly serious. As a result of the continuous heavy rainfall, the mountainous areas around our compound have seen a number of serious outbreaks of landslides and mudslides. Roads in some villages have been washed away, communications have been disrupted, and a large number of houses have been flooded and collapsed. Some people's lives are seriously threatened, trapped in the floodwaters, and the situation is extremely critical. Hearing this, the hearts of all the recruits sank hard, and the expressions on their faces changed from nervousness to shock. Landslides? Mudslides? People trapped? These words, which used to be seen only in the news, are now so real and happening around them. Now, superior orders. Zhao Weiguo's voice rose steeply, carrying a decisive determination. My department, all personnel, depart immediately. Rush to the most severely affected town of XX at the fastest speed possible. Execute the rescue and relief mission. At all costs, rescue the trapped people and protect the people's lives and properties. The order was given and thrown down. Rescue and relief. Su Ming stood in the queue, and when he heard these 4 words, his heart contracted violently, and then, an indescribable heat flow instantly surged through his body. He subconsciously clenched his fists. The comrades around us perhaps felt more of the enormity of the task, the danger, and the fear of an unknown disaster. However, Su Ming's eyes suddenly lit up at this moment with a refined aura that was difficult for onlookers to detect. Opportunity. It's not just a tough test, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a chance to truly reflect the value of a soldier, a chance for him to quickly accumulate endoscopic value and even make a merit badge. Ding! Major collective mission detected, emergency rescue and relief. During the mission period, hosts who perform additional rescue operations, take on additional risks, and demonstrate extraordinary abilities while completing basic rescue missions will be awarded high in-scroll values. Those who excel in their tasks will receive additional rewards. The system's beep sounded appropriately in his head, further confirming Su Ming's judgment. He breathed uncontrollably. After the chief captain had finished his lecture, he set off with the crowd in a great hurry to the disaster area. The cold rain was like countless tiny ice picks, smashing hard on the roof of the truck's bumpy tin compartment, emitting a dense sound of crackling and snapping. Inside the truck, the light was dim, and the air was filled with the rubbery smell of raincoats, the smell of sweat, and an indescribable air of tension. Su Ming, like the other recruits, tightly gripped the cold handrails in the carriage, his body tilting from side to side with the violent shaking of the military truck. Outside the window, it was an ink-thick black night, and only the occasional ghastly white lightning that cut through the sky could briefly illuminate the world that had been ravaged by the violent storm, the fallen trees, the raging stagnant water, and the blurred outlines of the mountains in the distance. The atmosphere was horribly oppressive. No one spoke, only the dull roar of the truck's engine and the loud clatter of the wheels as they rolled over the waterlogged road. Everyone's face was filled with gravity, for the unknown disaster they were about to face. Their hearts were filled with heavy pressure and a trace of imperceptible fear. However, in the midst of all this gravity, Su Ming's heart was beating violently at a frequency that was very different from nervousness. His eyes looked through the rain-blurred windows of the car to the darkened distance, and in his deep pupils, a light that mixed excitement and determination flickered. Just then, that cold and familiar mechanical beep, like the most precise metronome, once again sounded in the depths of his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has entered a high-risk, high-reward mission scenario. Trigger special time-limited mission, Guardian of Life. Mission requirement: in this rescue and relief operation, the host will personally rescue the trapped people. Mission rewards, cumulative by number, stackable. Successful rescue of 5 people, 50,000 points. Successful rescue of 10 people, 100,000 bonus points. Successful rescue of 30 people, or more, 500,000 inner scroll points will be rewarded, and a special title will be awarded, Junior Disaster Relief Pioneer. After wearing it, the rate of stamina consumption will be reduced by 5% and the rescue efficiency will be slightly increased in watery environments and under inclement weather. 500,000 points of internal roll value. There are also special titles. Su Ming's breathing lurched, and then an even hotter light erupted in his eyes. This number, like a heavy bomb, exploded in the lake of his heart. It should be known that the scroll value he had accumulated from his previous hard work of scroll training and completing that ultimate endurance mission was only a few tens of thousands. Now, the potential maximum reward for just one disaster relief mission was a staggering $500,000. This is simply a step in the right direction. Phew! Su Ming took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the excitement in his heart. Without moving, he tightened his grip on the cold armrest again, his knuckles a little white from the effort. The eyes, however, became sharper, like a cheetah about to pounce on its prey, full of desire for its target and determination to win. He knows that it's not just the numbers that are tempting. Every rescue meant a fresh life was saved, and the spike in inner scroll value meant that he could redeem more and stronger items and have more strength to take on bigger responsibilities and accomplish tougher tasks. This is the real significance of the King of Soldiers volume system. In the era of peace, the value of soldiers is also reflected in the first line of guarding people's lives and property security. The truck finally came to a halt with a sharp brake, accompanied by the ear-splitting sound of scuffing tires and the exclamations of the crowd in the compartment. All get out of the car. Move fast. The anxious and loud roar of Chen Yu, the squad leader, came from outside the carriage. The door of the car was violently pulled open, and a raging storm mixed with a heavy earthy odor instantly poured in, causing everyone to shiver. Su Ming was the first to jump out of the car. The scene in front of him caused him to instantly suck in a breath of cold air, his pupils suddenly contracting. This, I believe, is the periphery of the most severely affected area. However, the roads, fields, and houses that should have existed were almost all swallowed up by the muddy, turbulent, yellowish-brown flood waters. As far as the eye could see, there was a sea of water, with only a few houses on higher ground tenaciously showing half of their walls or entire roofs, like isolated islands in the sea. Farther away, the silhouettes of the mountains looked hideous and terrifying in the rain, and faintly visible were huge, fresh openings in the mountains, the terrible scars of landslides. Countless broken logs and debris tumbled and ran with the raging flood, making a dull crashing sound. In the air, the rain was as dense as a rainfall, and the wind was howling, swirling up the water foam and hitting the face painfully. Chapter 47, There seems to be someone underwater. Help! Help! Somebody come quick! The house is collapsing. My baby is still in there. Please help him. The mournful cries for help. Cries, shrieks, from those besieged by floodwaters on the island, tearing the lungs. In the storm seemed so weak, but also so heartbreaking. Several high-powered searchlights, temporarily set up, pierced the darkness, casting a swaying and uneasy column of light on the murky water, illuminating a face trapped on the roof, with fear and despair written on its face. Elderly people, women, children, they are shivering, helplessly waving their arms, looking forward to the arrival of rescue. All personnel, watch your step. As a squad, quickly collect life-saving equipment. Prepare for rescue. Chief Captain Zhao Weiguo's voice, like a flood bell, was extremely penetrating in the noisy environment. He stood on a relatively high dirt slope, rainwater sliding down his resolute face, but his eyes were as sharp as eagles, calmly directing the scene. Counselor Li Jianjun, on the other hand, held a megaphone and kept shouting to the trapped people to calm them down. Folks, don't panic. We are the People's Liberation Army. We're here to save you. Please stay calm. Pay attention to safety. We'll get everyone out as soon as possible. The recruits, though shaken by the tragedy before them, acted quickly, driven by strict discipline and military vocation. Life jackets, safety ropes, and assault boats were collected. Second class, follow me. Chun Yu, the squad leader, roared out and led the members of the second squad to collect their equipment. His face was equally grave. The slight personal emotions from before had long been replaced by the harsh reality and heavy task before him. Su Ming quickly put on his orange life jacket, checked the safety rope, and without the slightest hesitation, he was the first to follow Chen Yu and step into the cold and bone-piercing floodwater. The current is more turbulent than expected. The depth of the water soon exceeded the knee, then the waist, the deepest almost chest. turbid underwater, cannot see the road, can only deep a foot shallow groping forward, feet from time to time stepped on slippery silt, unknown obstacles, and even washed down the debris tripped. The icy flood of water constantly pounded the body, trying to wash one away. The rate of physical exertion far exceeded the usual training. Attention everyone! Stay in formation. Look after each other. Chenyu loudly reminded his comrades behind him as he trudged forward. Yes, the crowd responded in unison, but their voices were somewhat scattered by the sound of the wind and rain. Rescue operation, officially begun, under the leadership of the cadres, each team, in a different direction, difficult to those who call for help. Island close. Su-ming followed the large force of the second class, aiming for a small two-story building with only the roof still exposed to the water about 100 meters ahead. The roof was crowded with people, men and women, young and old, who were anxiously waving and shouting. The water current was getting more and more rapid, and the impact was also getting bigger and bigger. With his far superior physical ability and sense of balance, Su-ming walked in a relatively forward position in the group, while keeping his eyes and ears alert to the dangers underwater. Just then, he suddenly felt his right pant leg, which seemed to be gently pulled by something. Su-ming frowned slightly and looked down. There was only muddy and tumbling floodwater. Maybe it was underwater debris or water plants? He didn't care too much and continued forward. However, after only 2 steps forward, the pulling force came again. This time, it was even clearer, and even carried a faint, almost desperate sense of struggle. It's not right. Alarm bells rang loudly in Su-ming's heart. This was definitely not water plants or debris. He stopped violently and shouted to Chenyu beside him. Squad leader, wait a minute. There seems to be someone under the water. Chenyu froze and also stopped, frowning at Su-ming. What? Underwater? The few other comrades who were close by also stopped and looked at Su-ming suspiciously. Are you sure, Su-ming? This water is so muddy, a comrade asked hesitantly. Su-ming didn't have time to explain. That second faint pulling sensation just now made him 100% certain that there were living people underwater, and the situation was definitely not good. Okay, he answered decisively, then took a deep breath and said to Chenyu, Squad leader, I'll go down and take a look. After saying that, without waiting for Chenyu to respond, he fiercely shortened his body, and with a plopping sound, his entire body was directly rooted into the cold and muddy floodwater. Su-ming! Chenyu was shocked and wanted to stop, but it was too late. Su-ming! The other comrades also cried out in shock. Under the water, there was darkness and chaos. The icy cold flood water instantly wrapped around Su-ming's entire body, and the immense water pressure and piercing coldness caused him to shiver. Visibility was almost zero, with only some blurred light and shadows filtering down from the surface of the water. Su-ming forced himself to endure his discomfort, and with the general orientation of where he had just been pulled, he struggled to dive downward. At the same time, he endeavored to keep his eyes wide open, trying to find his target in this turbidity. Soon, he felt as if his feet had touched something soft. His heart fluttered and he immediately reached down and touched it. The touch of clothing came to his fingertips, and, struggle, an extremely weak struggle, found it. Su-ming was delighted in his heart and immediately grabbed the source of that struggle and lifted it upwards with force. Through the blurred light underwater, he vaguely saw that it was the outline of a woman. She seemed to be entangled in something's foot, her body twisting feebly in the water, the last of the air bubbles coming out of her mouth and nose, and she was about to lose consciousness. The situation is critical. Su-ming didn't dare to slow down, one hand tightly grasping the woman's arm, the other hand quickly groped downward, and soon found the thing that was wrapped around her ankle, a messy, seemingly fishing net or water plants or something, washed by the floodwater, deadlocked around her ankle, and dragged her underwater. Su-ming held his breath and tried to forcefully pull away the entanglement, but the impact of the current and the toughness of the entanglement made it difficult for him to exert force underwater. Time was running out. He could feel the struggles of the woman in his arms growing fainter and fainter. Spell it out. Su-ming's eyes condensed, no longer trying to untangle the entanglement, but violently waist and abdomen force, with all the strength of the whole body, hard to the woman with the entanglement together, dragged upwards. Wow! With a loud clang of water, Su-ming finally rushed out of the water holding the almost unconscious woman. Cough cough, cough cough cough. After the woman was lifted out of the water by Su-ming, she choked and coughed violently, spitting out a few mouthfuls of turbid floodwater, her face as pale as paper, her eyes lax, but she finally regained a trace of weak breathing. Chapter 48. A second landslide. A critical situation. Quick, pull. Chenyu and his other comrades had long been anxiously waiting by the side, and seeing Su-ming holding someone out, they immediately helped with 7 hands and 8 feet, pulling Su-ming and the woman together to a relatively more stable place. Quickly untie it. Her feet are entangled. Su-ming shouted urgently while gasping for air. The icy cold floodwater and the holding his breath and exerting his strength underwater just now had caused him to consume a great deal as well. Several of his comrades immediately went to work, and with some effort on the surface of the water, they finally untangled and threw away the slippery, heavy mass that was wrapped around the woman's ankles. "Well, is she all right?" Chen Yu asked anxiously as he supported the woman who was still coughing, drenched and shivering. "It should, cough, be fine for the time being. It's just choking. It has to be sent to a safe place in a hurry." Su Ming wiped a handful of rain and sweat from his face, his chest heaving violently. Ding! Successful rescue of a person in distress. Inner roll value plus 500. The system beep that sounded in his head caused Su Ming's tired spirit to be slightly revitalized. 500 points. Just saving one person directly gave 500 points of inner scroll value. Sure enough, the rewards for such a high-risk mission are also incredibly high. "Su Ming, you kid can do it. What a quick reaction." A comrade patted Su Ming's shoulder, his tone filled with marvel and admiration. "It scared the hell out of me just now. You went down with a violent zap," another comrade said with a palpitated heart. Chen Yu looked at Su Ming with complicated eyes. There was aftermath, there was celebration, and there was also a trace of unspeakable pressure. This kid's acumen and determination had once again exceeded his expectations. He said in a deep voice, "Good job, but next time don't be so reckless. The underwater situation is unknown. It's too dangerous." Squad leader. Su Ming stood upright and replied, but his eyes were already once again cast towards the flooded area that was still shouting and struggling. One life was successfully saved, but there are more, waiting to be rescued. Send her to the assault boat coming from behind first. Chen Yu commanded. Everyone else, keep moving, pay attention to safety. The two comrades carefully assisted the stunned woman and moved to the rear. As for Su Ming, after taking a slight breather, his gaze was firm as he once again took a step and rushed into the even more raging current in front of him. Although the process of saving people just now was thrilling, the immediate feedback of the 500 points of internal scroll value and the huge reward of the system's Life Guardian quest were like the most powerful stimulants injected into his limbs and bones. He felt energized. In the next few moments, it was as if Su Ming had transformed into a tireless perpetual motion machine. He no longer merely followed the large troop in a step-by-step manner, but under the premise of ensuring his own safety, he constantly utilized the characteristics of the terrain and water currents that he had memorized with his unforgettable eyes, elementary, as well as his physical ability and keen perception that far exceeded that of ordinary people, to proactively search for those trapped people whose situation was the most critical and could be most easily overlooked. From the roof of the bungalow that was about to be flooded, he carried down an old lady who was legless and trembling with fear. Muddy flood water almost up to his neck. The weight of the old lady plus the huge resistance of the current, so that he took every step was exceptionally difficult, but he gritted his teeth. Step by step, the old man safely to the rescue boat. Ding! Successful rescue of a trapped elderly man. Inner roll value plus 600. He swam to a large tree that had been shaken by the floodwaters and brought down a little boy who was clinging to the trunk with a death grip and bawling his eyes out. The little boy was terrified and wrapped his arms and legs around Su Ming, who calmed him down while fighting to swim against the current to the meeting point. Ding! Successful rescue of a trapped child. Inner roll value plus 700. He even cooperated with his comrades from other shifts and used a safety rope to pull out a middle-aged man trapped in the water with half of his body crushed by a collapsed wall. Ding! Assist in the rescue of one seriously injured trapped person. Inner roll value plus 400. Time, in its intensity, flew by. 3 hours. 3 whole hours. Su Ming barely paused for a moment, when many of his comrades had to rotate to the assault boat or the rear to catch a little breath because of the huge physical exertion. Su Ming's figure, however, is still active in the first line of rescue. His raincoat had long been soaked through by the flood, clinging tightly to his body and outlining the lines of his lean, sturdy muscles. On his face and arms, a tiny cut was made by the debris in the floodwater, oozing blood, but he seemed to be unaware of it. The icy cold rain and flood water constantly washed over his body, taking away his body heat, but the light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter, because the inner volume value in his mind was wildly soaring at an unprecedented speed. Inner roll value plus 500. Inner roll value plus 600. Inner roll value plus 700. Inner roll value plus 400. Inner roll value plus 550. Every successful rescue was accompanied by a system beep and an increase in the inner roll value. This feeling was more direct and exciting than any Medal of Honor. When he got the sixth trapped person, an older woman holding the last bit of her family's possessions and refusing to leave the roof, into the rescue boat with some persuasion and some dragging, he himself was exhausted, with his chest rising and falling as violently as a bellows, and his arms so sore that he could hardly lift them. However, when he glanced at the numbers that were rapidly jumping on the system panel, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. That's 6. The first stage of the quest goal has been exceeded. 50,000 points of inner scroll value were in hand. There were only 4 more to go before the goal of 100,000 points. And at this time, the surrounding comrades and cadres who noticed his performance looked at him with eyes that had changed from initial surprise to deep shock and admiration. My God, is this guy Su Ming made of iron? How many people has he saved? I just counted. It seems like there are at least 6 of them, right? He's almost caught up with one of our classes with all the ones he saved alone. Too fierce. It's not even human. He doesn't seem to have rested at all. Even Chun Yu, the class president, during a brief encounter, looking at Su Ming's still hale and hearty appearance despite his exhaustion, couldn't help but open his mouth, but in the end, he just spat out 2 words in a complicated manner. Be careful. Su Ming nodded, and was about to enter the battle once again when a rush of whistles and shouts came from the command point. Emergency! Emergency! A communication soldier tripped deep and shallow through the water and rushed to Chief Captain Zhao Weiguo, his face filled with anxiety, reporting to the Chief Captain. Just received an urgent briefing from the local rescue team. On that mountain to the west, a tour group of about 20 people was found trapped. They went up the mountain to camp yesterday and were trapped by heavy rain and a sudden mudslide. Now the only road down the mountain has been completely washed out. And the weather department predicts that a secondary landslide could occur in that area at any time due to the continued rainfall. The situation is extremely critical. Chapter 49 Danger. Extreme danger. What? Trapped tour group? A secondary landslide is possible at any time? This news, like a huge stone thrown into the water, instantly stirred huge waves in the hearts of all those who heard it. Mountain rescue. Still in an area where a secondary landslide could occur at any time. The danger involved is self-evident. It's not just about fighting floods, it's about fighting nature. The slightest mishap could bury the rescuers themselves. Zhao Weiguo's face instantly became incredibly grim as he snatched the map and information from the communication soldier's hand and quickly examined it while decisively ordering, Li Jianjun, you continue to be in charge of the command here. I'll personally lead the team to the mountain. No way. Old Zhao, you're the commander. You can't take the risk. Li Jianjun immediately objected. This is not the time to argue about this. Zhao Weiguo was decisive. Time is urgent. The elite forces must be organized immediately. Squad leaders, immediately select the best physically fit and most experienced combat backbone to form a temporary assault and rescue team. Everyone else, continue to search and rescue downstream. Once the order was given, the squad leaders immediately sprang into action. The news of the trapped tour group also quickly reached the ears of Su Ming, who was fighting in the water. His heart, violently, missed a beat. A tour group? More than 20 people? Risk of secondary slippage? Danger. Extremely dangerous. But that's over 20 people. If we can get them all out. Su Ming's gaze was instantly directed to the silhouette of the mountain in the west that was hidden in the rain curtain and appeared unusually eerie and horrifying. His mind was racing, assessing the risks and benefits. The requirement for the Life Guardian mission is the cumulative number of rescues. The tour group of more than 20 people is simply tailor-made for his experienced baby. Once successful, not to mention the 100,000 internal scroll value, even the ultimate goal of 500,000 would most likely be achieved overnight. It may even be an outright overrun. That's 500,000 points of internal scroll value. And special titles, riches and riches. Opportunity often comes with great risk. If you want to get excess returns, you have to take excess risks. This is one of the true meanings of the inner volume. Class 2. Chun Yu. Zhao Weiguo's loud voice came out. Here. Chun Yu immediately responded loudly, tripping over the water and running to Zhao Weiguo. You pick 2 of the strongest warriors and follow me up the mountain. Zhao Weiguo ordered. Without any hesitation, Chun Yu quickly swept his gaze over the members of the second class. Right at this moment, a figure firmly stood out from the water, tripped through the waves and walked up to Chun Yu and Zhao Weiguo, his loud voice carrying an unquestionable determination. Reporting to the chief captain. Reporting squad leader. New recruit Su Ming, requesting to join the assault and rescue team, heading to the mountains for a rescue mission. It's him, Su Ming. Everyone's eyes were instantly focused on this young soldier who was soaked to the skin and still had bloodstains on his face, but his eyes were amazingly bright. Chun Yu was stunned, then a trace of complexity flashed in his eyes, but it was more of a realization. He knew that at a time like this, Su Ming would definitely not back down. Zhao Weiguo's sharp gaze fell on Su Ming and looked him up and down for a few seconds, as if assessing his state and determination. He saw the exhaustion in Su Ming's eyes, but even more so, he saw the burning battle intent and an almost fanatical persistence underneath that exhaustion. This new recruit, he's kind of interesting. The corner of Zhao Weiguo's mouth seemed to move imperceptibly. Then he asked in a deep voice, Su Ming, do you know what going up the mountain means? A secondary landslide can occur there at any time. It's a true life and death test. Are you sure you want to go? Report Chief Captain. Su Ming straightened his chest, his voice resounding and piercing through the rain. I'm sure, as a soldier, it is my duty to protect the lives of the people. Where there is danger, there should be us. I request to go. Where there is danger, there should be us. A trace of approval flashed in Zhao Weiguo's eyes, and without further words, he directly nodded his head. Good. Su Ming, count yourself in. Chun Yu, pick another one. Chun Yu glanced at Su Ming, then at his other comrades who were eager to try, and finally pointed at another veteran with equally outstanding physical abilities. Zhou Qiang, step out. Yes. The burly veteran named Zhou Qiang immediately answered and stepped out. Good. Second class. Chun Yu, Su Ming, Zhou Qiang, return to the line. Zhao Weiguo quickly ordered. Soon, a competent assault and rescue team of less than 20 people in total, including Zhao Weiguo himself, drawn from each squad, quickly assembled. They carried necessary mountain rescue equipment such as ropes, climbing tools, first aid kits, and lighting equipment. Others, continue with existing missions. Pay attention to safety. Zhao Weiguo gave a final exhortation, then waved his hand. Commandos, follow me. Target, west side of the mountain. Depart. Yes. More than 20 resolute figures, led by the squad leader Qingyu, under the personal leadership of the chief captain, bid farewell to the still chaotic flood battlefield behind them, and resolutely turned to the more dangerous and unknown, dark mountains. Su Ming tightened the equipment on his body, glanced back at the water rescue that was still going on behind him, and then glanced at the tantalizing mission rewards on the system panel, and finally, his eyes firmly looked ahead at the rain-shrouded, crisis-ridden mountain road. The rain poured down from the dimly lit sky like a downpour, hitting his face and bringing a cold sting. The mountain road, long since ceased to be a road, muddy, slippery, mixed with broken branches and rolling debris. Every step was deep and pulling it out was exceptionally laborious. Su Ming was carrying a heavy rescue bag, which was stuffed with ropes, shovels, first aid medicines and compressed foodstuffs, the weight of which made his shoulders a little sore, but he clenched his teeth. His eyes closely followed the figure in front of him who was also carrying a heavy load, but his gait was obviously more steady. Chun Yu, the squad leader. The mountain wind whistled through the rain, blowing people almost unsteadily on their feet. All watch your step, look before you land. Chen Yu's voice seemed a bit hoarse in the storm, but it was full of unquestionable power. Just then, two figures holding umbrellas, deep and shallow feet from the foot of the mountain chased up. It is the chief captain Zhao Weiguo and Counselor Li Jianjun who went and returned. Chun Yu, Su Ming. Zhao Weiguo's voice carried a characteristic majesty that pierced through the rain curtain. The situation on the mountain is more complicated than we expected. We just received a weather warning that there will be heavy rainfall in this area for the next few hours, and the risk of a secondary landslide is extremely high. You guys must put safety first. Keep an eye on the mountain at all times. Li Jianjun's gaze then fell more on Su Ming. The young counselor's face was filled with worry. Su Ming, your physical strength is greatly depleted, and the previous rescue has already brought you close to your limit. This mission is extremely dangerous. Don't try to be brave. Report back immediately if you feel something is wrong. Do you hear me? Chapter 50. There is a risk of large-scale landslides. Rainwater slid down Su Ming's young and resolute face as he wiped his face, straightened his chest, and responded with a loud voice. Report, Chief. Report to the counselor. We understand. Please don't worry about the leadership. Guarantee to complete the mission and also guarantee our own safety. Chun Yu also immediately picked up the conversation. I, Chief Captain, Counselor, will proceed with caution. Promise to bring the people back safely. Zhao Weiguo looked at the two soldiers in front of him who were soaked to the skin but had unusually bright eyes, especially that new recruit Su Ming. The fatigue in his eyes couldn't hide the impulsiveness, and his heart was also filled with mixed feelings. He heavily patted Chun Yu's shoulder. Good. Pay attention to the contact. Keep the communication open. We'll set up a temporary command point at the bottom of the mountain, ready to support at any time. Li Jianjun looked at Su Ming, wanting to speak, but in the end it just turned into a sentence. Stay safe. Yes. Su Ming and Chen Yu stopping, turned around, and resolutely continued to head deeper into the dark, hideous mountains. Zhao Weiguo and Li Jianjun stood at the same spot, watching as their figures were quickly swallowed up by the thick curtain of rain and swaying tree shadows, with an incomparably grave expression on their faces. Old Zhao, you say that this Su Ming, is it not a little too sparing? Li Jianjun couldn't help but open his mouth, his tone filled with worry. He's still a new recruit for this kind of mission. Zhao Weiguo was silent for a few seconds, his eyes looking deep into the mountains. It's a good piece of steel, just needs more polishing. This time is a real test for him. I hope he can pull through. The hills were getting steeper and the visibility was getting worse. The rain washed over the mountains, gathering into a murky torrent that rushed down past their feet. Su Ming's breathing began to become ragged. The equipment on his back was as heavy as a mountain, and every step he took to lift his leg required an enormous amount of strength. The mud didn't go past his military boots, and the cold and wet feeling penetrated straight to his heart, but he had no intention of slowing down. His gaze, from time to time, would sweep over the system panel in his head. Current mission, lifeguard, phase. Mission objective, cumulative rescue of people in distress. Current progress, 8/. Dynamically adjusted according to mission difficulty. Mission reward, large amount of inner scroll value. Special title, not unlocked. Hint, the mountainous environment is complex, so please act with caution, and actively utilize the environment for additional adaptive training, which will result in an endoscopic value. Su Ming's eyes flickered for a moment. Additional acclimatization? He glanced at the extremely difficult mountain path under his feet and felt the heavy load on his back. Isn't that, in itself, the best training? While others see it as suffering, he can see it as an opportunity for advancement. With a slight movement of his mind, he tried to adjust the rhythm of his breathing and control his core muscles to generate power, treating every stride as a weighted deep squat, and every time he kept his balance in the slippery mud as a core stabilization exercise. Detection of hosts undergoing extraordinary physical acclimatization in a hostile environment. Inner roll value +1. Inner roll value +1. Inner roll value +1. Subtle warmth coursed through the limbs and bones, weak but effective in relieving muscle soreness and fatigue. Su Ming's spirit was slightly lifted. It worked. The tougher the environment, the more fertile ground for involution. The pace of his feet seemed a little stronger. Chun Yu, who was walking in front, seemed to have sensed the change in Su Ming's state behind him, and glanced back, a hint of surprise flashing through his eyes. This kid's endurance seemed to be even better than expected. In this kind of environment, his breathing rhythm was actually able to remain relatively smooth. Well, can you still hold on? Chen Yu slowed down and asked, reporting to the squad leader. No problem. Su Ming's voice was still loud. Chen Yu nodded and continued to lead the way without further words. However, the evaluation of Su Ming in his heart had silently increased by another notch. After climbing upward for about another half hour or so, the terrain became more treacherous. Suddenly, Chun Yu, who was walking in front of him, stopped violently and raised his right hand, signaling Su Ming to stop. Wait! Chen Yu's voice was permeated with an unprecedented gravity. Su Ming immediately stopped, his eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Only a short distance ahead, a huge chasm stretched out in front of him. This gully was obviously washed out by days of torrential rain and flash floods, 7 or 8 meters wide, bottomless, muddy and turbulent. Muddy yellow water at the bottom of the gully issued a dull roar. More alarming is that the earth wall on both sides of the gully, covered with large and small cracks, the edge of the soil and stones look flimsy, seems to collapse at any time. The rain is still washing over the cracks, making a zipping sound. Chen Yu's face became unusually ugly as he turned his ears sideways and listened carefully for something. The experience of performing missions in the mountains for many years had given him a beastly intuition of danger. Something's not right, Chen Yu muttered, his eyes sharply scanning the hillside opposite the gully. The soil over here is too loose. Just now I seem to have heard the sound of dirt moving. Su Ming also held his breath and carefully observed. Although he didn't have as much experience as Chun Yu, his senses that had been strengthened by the system also allowed him to detect a hint of something unusual. The air was filled with an earthy odor that was even more dense than before, and moreover, it seemed that he could faintly feel an extremely slight vibration coming from the earth beneath his feet. Warning! We've detected an extremely unstable geological structure in the area ahead. There is a risk of large-scale landslides. Please stay away immediately. Almost at the instant that the system prompt rang out, Chen Yu turned back violently, his face pale, and roared sternly at Su Ming, who had just stepped onto the edge of the gully and was preparing to explore the situation. Su Ming, quickly retreat back. Dangerous. That voice, with a heartbreaking urgency and fear. Su Ming's pupils suddenly contracted. Almost in the same instant that he heard Chen Yu's roar, his body had already reacted. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Ming violently stomped on the ground, using all his strength. His body was like an arrow out of the string as he lunged towards a few relatively solid rocks at the back of the side. The instinct to survive caused him to explode with a speed and strength that far exceeded his usual speed and strength. Rumble dash. Just less than half a second after his body had just left the edge of the gully, an earth-shattering roar exploded in his ears like a heavy thunder. Su Ming only felt the earth beneath his feet shaking violently, as if the entire mountain was groaning and trembling. The position where he had just stood, along with the edge of the huge gully, and the slopes opposite the gully that didn't look too solid, instantly collapsed. Soil and rocks separating, trees breaking, large swaths of dirt and rock, like a dike-breaking flood, wrapped in destructive power, emitted toothsome friction and impact sounds, roaring and tumbling, pouring toward the deep ditch below. Waves of mud, smoke filled the air. The whole world seemed to collapse at that moment. Chapter 51, Life Guardian. Su Ming, Chen Yu's eyes were wide open and he let out a mournful cry. His heart, at this moment, seemed to be viciously clutched by a large, cold hand, and instantly sank to the bottom. Done. Something happened after all. This new recruit who had just shown unlimited potential. This young man who had taken the initiative and was so enthusiastic. Could it be that? The roar of the mudslide continued, mixing with the sound of rain and wind like a symphony from hell. Chen Yu recklessly tried to rush over, but the ground under his feet was still shaking, with debris constantly sliding down from above, and he was simply unable to get close to the area where the landslide had just occurred. Su Ming! Answer me! Su Ming! Chen Yu's voice was tinged with a crying tone, echoing in the empty valley, looking so helpless. Out of the division. Before they could find the trapped people, the soldiers they brought out first. A huge amount of self-blame and fear instantly overwhelmed Chen Yu. The rain blurred his vision, not sure if it was rain, or something else. Just as Chen Yu's heart and guts were cracking and he was almost about to collapse. Class president. A somewhat faint, but unusually clear voice came with difficulty from a short distance to the side. Chen Yu turned his head violently, only to see that a figure covered in mud was struggling to get up in the crevice of several boulders a dozen meters away from the edge of the landslide. The young face was covered in dirt and grass clippings, and a gash cut by debris was still oozing blood, but the eyes, washed out by the rain, were still amazingly bright. It's Su Ming, he's still alive. Chen Yu could hardly believe his eyes. The great ecstasy instantly washed away the despair and fear from earlier. Su Ming, how are you doing? Are you injured? Chen Yu rolled and rushed over, his voice trembling with excitement. Su Ming shook his somewhat dizzy head. When he lunged out just now, although he had dodged the main impact, he was still hit in the back and arms by some of the splashing mud and rocks. Fortunately there was a backpack buffer, plus he reacted fast enough to not be fatally injured. Detected the host successfully avoiding fatal dangers. Resilience improved. Internal scroll value plus 50. Slight impact injury detected on host's body. Slight increase in body's resistance to blows. Internal scroll value plus 10. The system's beep sounded in his head, but Su Ming didn't have the heart to look at it carefully. He stood up propped against the rock, wiped the muddy water from his face, and without bothering to check the injuries on his body, he said sharply to Chen Yu who rushed over, "Squad leader, I'm fine. Minor injuries." After a pause, Su Ming's eyes brightened violently, pointing in the direction of a depression obscured by dense vegetation above the side of the landslide area, his tone carrying a hint of excitement and certainty. "Squad leader, just now when the landslide happened, I hid here and heard it." That's right, it was a cry for help. It came from over there. There seemed to be a lot of people in that close call just now. In the midst of the huge roar, he caught a trace of an extremely faint, but definitely human cry with his system-enhanced hearing. It was just above the direction he was dodging from. When Chen Yu heard this, he was first stunned, and then an incredulous ecstasy appeared on his face. He's alive, and he found the location of the trapped tourists? Really? Are you sure? Chen Yu grabbed Su Ming's arm and asked eagerly. Okay, it was a small voice, but I heard it clearly. It's the sound of help, Su Ming said decisively, his eyes incomparably firm. Good boy. Chen Yu excitedly patted Su Ming's shoulder, not caring that he was covered in mud. If you don't die from a great calamity, there will be a blessing afterward. You kid, are truly blessed. A life out of desperation. The darkness of the willows, the frightening moment just now had brought unexpected rewards. Chen Yu quickly calmed down and observed the direction Su Ming had pointed. The terrain there was relatively high and the vegetation was dense. If the tourists took refuge there, it was indeed possible to escape the landslide just now. Go, let's go over there. Chen Yu no longer hesitated, pulling Su Ming up, briefly identifying the direction, avoiding the area that had just slipped and was still extremely dangerous, and looking for a relatively solid route from the side, heading towards the direction of the depression that Su Ming had pointed out, and quickly advancing. The rain is still falling, the mountain road is still muddy and difficult to walk, but at this moment, both of their hearts are lit up with the fire of hope. The goal, just ahead, the trapped 20-odd tourists, and the tantalizing, Life Guardian, quest reward. As Su Ming felt the slight pain coming from his body, and glanced at the inner volume value that was once again pulsing on the system panel, the corner of his mouth, once again, hooked up into an arc full of challenge and anticipation. It's a damn inward roll. That's exciting. Su Ming and Chen Yu trekked deeper and deeper into the muddy hillside. Each step was exceptionally difficult. The frightening slide just now, although they had managed to avoid it, had left both of them with palpitations in their hearts. The ground underfoot is soaked with rainwater and is as soft as a swamp, and the slightest mistake could trigger another landslide. Squad leader, right up ahead. The sound is coming from that direction. Su Ming wiped off the rainwater that continued to flow down his face, and once again listened with his ears, pointing to a steeper and denser area in front of him. The system-enhanced hearing was now like radar in the darkness of the night, firmly locked onto the source of the faint but persistent cry for help. Chen Yu's face was grave as he carefully scouted the path while using hand signals to signal Su Ming to follow closely while remaining vigilant. Watch your step. The soil here is very unstable. Chen Yu roared lowly, his voice broken by the wind and rain. The two trudged on for another dozens of meters, skirting around several huge, unaccountably tumbled boulders. Suddenly, Chen Yu stopped violently, his pupils contracting slightly. Su Ming followed his gaze, only to see a mess at the bottom of the hill not far ahead. Several large uprooted trees with shattered branches fell across the landscape, and a large amount of dirt and debris mixed together to form a shocking trail of mudflow that snaked all the way down. And at the edge of that wreckage, a massive tour bus rolled over on its side on the slippery slope at an extremely bizarre angle. The body of the bus was badly warped and several windows had been completely shattered, revealing the dark interior. The front of the car was facing downward, the rear end was high up, and half the body was hanging over the edge of the slope and canyon, as if at any moment it might continue to slide down and fall into the deeper gully below. The rain washed over the car mercilessly with a dull thud. Found it! Su Ming's heart shook. It was a sight that was worse than he could have imagined. Detected the host discovering a major accident scene. Life Guardian mission objective is clear. Mission urgency is increased. Willpower is increased by a tiny amount. Scroll value plus 10. The system beep sounded at the right time. What made the two men's minds even tighter was that there were only a handful of 3 or 5 figures around the bus. They were mostly middle-aged and elderly, soaked to the skin and in a sorry state. Someone with a crooked umbrella anxiously shouted into a cell phone with no signal. Some people stood bewildered in the rain, their faces filled with terror and helplessness. There was also a young woman in a blue tour guide vest who was anxiously calling out something toward the bus compartment, but her voice was insignificant in the storm. Chapter 52 Rescue Operation officially begins. Hurry! Su Ming! Save them! Chen Yu only froze for half a second and immediately reacted with a stern voice. He quickly scanned his surroundings, judging the terrain. I'll go to the car. You count the number of people out there. Keep a lookout, and find a relatively safe exit route. Chen Yu spoke extremely fast and gave orders while already rushing towards the overturned bus. Years of experience had taught him that time was of the essence in this situation. One must fight for every second. Squad leader. Without hesitation, Su Ming followed closely behind. Approaching the bus, a strong odor of diesel fuel mixed with the fishy smell of dirt hit me. Inside the carriage, it was dim. Through the faint skylight coming in through the broken windows, one could see that it was even more chaotic inside. Seats were tilted to the side and luggage and miscellaneous items were strewn all over the place. Even more alarming was the fact that most of the seats were askew with figures on them. Many were clearly in a comatose state, not moving. Others let out moans of pain, obviously injured. The whole wagon was like a tilted canister full of wounded men. Anyone? Wake up! The PLA is coming to save you. Chen Yu's voice was loud and steady, carrying a reassuring power that echoed in the narrow carriage. He took the lead and climbed into the carriage, moving with agility and care, trying to avoid stepping on the wounded or causing the carriage to sway. Su Ming followed closely behind and stepped into this mess. Detected the host entering the interior of a dangerous overturned carriage to perform a rescue, exceeding the base rescue range. Inner roll value plus 30. Guardian of Life mission. Rescue operations have officially begun. For each trapped person successfully rescued, the corresponding scroll value and mission contribution will be awarded according to the condition of the injuries and the difficulty of the rescue. The system's prompts refreshed again. Su Ming took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart. The scene before us was more real and more brutal than any maneuver. This is the battlefield. No smoke, but the same life and death. Lily, how are you? Chen Yu quickly found the young woman wearing a tour guide vest. Her name was Lily. She was in her mid-20s. She was pale, had a scratch on her forehead and was bleeding, but was conscious. She just seemed to be in a great deal of shock. Seoul, Comrade Liberation Army, you finally arrived. When Lily saw Chen Yu and Su Ming, who were wearing military uniforms, she was like grabbing a life-saving straw, and her tears instantly gushed out. Great! Quickly save everyone. So many people are hurt, and people are stuck. Her voice took on a sobbing tone as she pointed to the interior of the carriage. Don't be afraid. We're here. Chen Yu patted her shoulder to stabilize her. Can you still move? Come out with me first. It's safer out there. Judging that she was not seriously injured, Chen Yu intended to take her away from the danger zone first. No, I'm fine. Lily shook her head stubbornly and wiped the tears and blood from her eyes. I'm the tour guide. I have to stay and help. I know who's hurt bad. Her eyes were terrified but with a hint of determination. Chen Yu glanced at her and nodded. Good. Then you take care of yourself. Su Ming, here. Check the wounded. Prioritize the seriously injured and unconscious. Move fast. Steady. Chen Yu ordered. Yes. Su Ming immediately took action. He weaves between the tilted and twisted seats, carefully checking each trapped traveler. This tour group, as judged by the faint cries for help heard earlier, was mostly middle-aged and elderly. Their bodies are already relatively fragile and their injuries are generally more severe in such a violent rollover accident. "Wake up, old man! Wake up!" Su-ming gently patted the cheek of an unconscious old man. The boss groaned and didn't respond. Su-ming quickly checked his breathing and pulse. Breathing weakly, pulse still present. He immediately undid any clothing on the old man that might be causing compression, cleaned off any dirt near his mouth and nose, and kept his airway open. Rapid bandaging, elementary, a system-assisted skill that allows for rapid cleaning, hemostasis, and bandaging of wounds, with results superior to those of conventional operations. This thought flashed through Su-ming's mind. Although there wasn't this explicit skill exchange, the system seemed to be subconsciously optimizing his movements. He took gauze and bandages out of his first aid kit and moved nimbly to bandage an older woman whose forehead was bruised and bleeding profusely. His movements were fast and steady, each step clear and precise, as if he had rehearsed it countless times. Detected the host using standard first aid procedures during rescue operations. Proficiency increased. Introspection value +2. "Ah, my leg. It hurts." A middle-aged woman moans in agony, her leg caught in the deformed seat. Su-ming immediately stepped forward to check. Cannot be towed by force. Secondary injuries may result. He calmed the woman as he tried to move the seat. "Don't be afraid, Auntie. We'll get you out in a minute." Lily, who was next to her, came over to help, being more familiar with the interior of the car. "Here, this place can be wrenched." Lily pointed to a connection in the seat. Su-ming wrenched hard, and the seat that was stuck to the woman's legs loosened a bit. "Slow down, slow down." The woman huffed in pain. Su-ming carefully moved her leg out and did a simple fixation. Successfully rescued one stuck casualty. Life Guardian mission contribution +5. Scroll value +15. Meanwhile, Chen Yu was on the other side of the rescue. With his experience and judgment, he quickly assisted, or half-carried, several conscious and less injured tourists out of the car. Lily, on the other hand, shuttled back and forth between Su-ming and Chen Yu, identifying the condition of the injured and passing on items, playing an important supporting role. One by one, trapped tourists were rescued from the overturned bus. The number of people in the temporary safe area outside gradually increased. Chen Yu carried the last conscious old lady out of the carriage and handed it over to the personnel receiving outside, wiped the rainwater on his face, and just breathed a sigh of relief. Right at this moment, a middle-aged man who had just been helped out by Su-ming, about 50 years old, with thinning hair, wearing a soaked designer t-shirt, staggered to a steady stand and then suddenly changed his face drastically. My bag is still in the car," he yelled in panic, his voice shrill. Su-ming was just about to assist the next wounded man when he stopped at those words. "Hold your horses, comrade, it's dangerous in there, let's wait until we get everyone out." Su-ming tried his best to pacify in a calm tone. "No way, my bag is important, it has my wallet, cell phone, and all my papers in it. If I lose it, I'll be in trouble." The middle-aged man was agitated and would not listen to advice at all. He glanced at the rickety bus, then at the deep gully down the slope, and stamped his feet impatiently. "I have to go back and get it, right now." With that, he actually did turn around and was about to sprint back and try to climb into that dangerous compartment again. Chapter 53, Not Good. Mudslide. Comrade. Danger. Su-ming's face sank, and he immediately took a step forward, stretching out his arm and stopping in front of him. "It hasn't cleared inside, and it could slide again at any time. You can't go in there." Su-ming's voice turned serious. The duty of the military is not only to rescue, but also to prevent civilians from taking risks and avoiding unnecessary casualties. "You get out of the way. My stuff is inside. You'll pay for it if you lose it." The middle-aged man's eyes turned red with anxiety, and he even reached out to push Su-ming away. His strength was not small, and he carried a brute force. Su-ming's brows were tightly locked, and his lower plate was calm and unmoving, but he couldn't fight back. Troops have the discipline not to lay hands on civilians, no matter what. Detected the host encountering obstruction during a rescue mission. Face irrational behavior. Maintain restraint and calmness. +10 in scroll value. "Hey, what's wrong with you people?" Just when the scene was a bit stagnant, an older woman next to her who had just been rescued and was in shock couldn't help but speak up. She was also soaked to the skin and had scrapes on her face, but at the moment she was furious. "The PLA comrades risked their lives to get us out, and you don't know how to be grateful, but you want to go back and add to the chaos?" "Exactly." Another older woman chimed in, pointing at the middle-aged man. "Is money or life important? Comrade People's Liberation Army is doing this for your own good. If it wasn't for this little comrade pulling me out just now, I'd still be stuck in there. Good for you. You just came out and are going to rush back. Look at this car. It's going to fall off at any moment. Are you going in there to die?" if you keep this up, we'll leave you alone later. Let the PLA comrades save the others first. There was a chorus of accusations. These Moncler outlet store just went through a life and death test. Although shocked, but the basic right and wrong is still distinguishable. They had seen with their own eyes how Su Ming and Chen Yu had risked their lives to rush into the car to save the people, and they were filled with gratitude for these two young soldiers. Now seeing this middle-aged man being so ill-advised that he even tried to push the rescuer, the crowd was in an uproar. The middle-aged man was said by the crowd face a burst of red and white. Look at the crumbling bus, and look at the surrounding angry crowd, especially those Amazons. If you do not do so, will not save you. Threat. Finally a little afraid, he resentfully retracted his hand, muttering, my money, my cell phone. But he didn't dare to rush forward again after all. He just stood still unwillingly, staring blearily at the overturned bus. Su Ming secretly breathed a sigh of relief, casting a grateful look at the Moncler jackets for sale. The surrounding Moncler jackets for sale who helped to speak. The power of the people is sometimes more useful than discipline. He stopped paying attention to the man and turned to walk to the bus again. There are still several unconscious and seriously injured tourists inside that need to be moved out as soon as possible. Chen Yu also saw the situation over here and nodded to Su Ming, signaling him to continue. Rescue is urgent. The rain is still falling and the wind is still blowing. The rescue operation was going on in a tense and organized manner on the muddy hillside. Su Ming felt the slight soreness coming from his arm, which was the mark left by the blocking and assisting just now. He glanced at the system panel. Progress on the lifeguard mission, 8. The jump in numbers is a danger and an opportunity. Su Ming's eyes became sharp once again. There were people waiting for him to save them. It's not over yet. This damn enroll. The rain was like beads on a broken string, smashing densely on the muddy hillside and on everyone's heart. The overturned bus is like a dying beast, skewed on the edge of the steep slope, as if the next second will completely fall into the bottomless gully. Inside the carriage, it was empty. All the tourists that could be found, regardless of the severity of their injuries, were transferred by Su Ming and Chen Yu, as well as a few comrades who followed up and rushed to meet them, to a small piece of relatively gentle open space outside the car. But this open space is only relatively safe. Overhead is a loose and slippery mountain that has been continuously washed away by torrential rains, and underfoot is a muddy slope that could collapse at any time. The cold rain poured relentlessly on everyone, and the survivors, mostly wounded and stunned, huddled together shivering, their faces a mixture of rain, mud and fear. Chen Yu wiped his face as rainwater slid down his rigid cheeks. He scanned his surroundings with a sharp gaze, eventually pointing to a trail in front of him on the side that had been made even more blurry and indistinguishable by the rain. This way. Follow me. Chen Yu's voice pierced through the rain curtain with unquestionable power. This road is a little more relatively stable. We must move to a safer place as soon as possible. Su Ming looked in the direction Chen Yu pointed. It was not so much a road as a gully barely washed out by a flash flood. Slippery dirt mixed with gravel of varying sizes, wide enough for just one person to barely pass sideways. On one side of the road is a steep, slippery mountain wall, and on the other side, a steep slope dozens of meters deep, under which is a tumbling, roaring, muddy flood. Taking this path is fraught with danger in itself, but staying here is much more dangerous. Everyone listen to me. Chen Yu raised his volume to make sure everyone could hear. Now, everyone form a line, one after the other. Don't panic, don't crowd. I'll walk at the front to scout the way. Su Ming is responsible for breaking the back. The tourists in the middle help each other with the injured. Is that clear? The surviving tourists looked at each other, at the treacherous path and at the bus behind them that seemed to be ready to fall at any moment, and fear gripped them once again. Line up? What's this way? Someone muttered in a low voice. Yeah, what if we fall? The other voice was tinged with sobs. Squad leader. Su Ming spoke in a deep voice and walked over to Chen Yu. This won't work. They're emotionally unstable and with so many wounded. This road is too dangerous. Chen Yu's brows were locked. He also knew the danger, but there was no better option. I know, but we don't have time. This place could slide again at any moment. Just then, Lily, the female tour guide standing in the middle of the group, who had been trying to calm everyone down, was about 27 or 28 years old, wearing a tour guide's uniform that was already completely soaked and covered in muddy spots, and spoke anxiously. Everyone listen to me. Please trust the PLA comrades. They are professionals. Only by following them can we survive. Lily's voice had a hint of a tremble to it, but it was firm. She was the backbone of the group of tourists, and her statement helped a little as the crowd quieted down a little. Good. Depart. Chen Yu no longer hesitated and took the lead in taking the first step, carefully stepping onto the muddy path, treading solidly with each step, carefully testing the road surface. The tourists hesitated for a moment and began to follow suit. The group moved forward slowly. The rain shows no sign of abating. The dirt road underfoot was unusually slippery, mixed with rain and gravel, and deep. The moans of the wounded, the nervous gasps of the people, The sound of the rain hitting their bodies and the leaves of the surrounding trees mixed together. Su Ming walked at the end of the group, his eyes vigilantly scanning the rear and above, one hand ready to deal with unexpected situations. His military boots sunk deep into the mud, and each step was unusually heavy. Escorting missions in hostile environments, maintaining high alertness, +1 to roll value, aiding the wounded in their march, +1 to roll value. The system's beep sounded in his head, but Su Ming had no time to care. Suddenly, whoa dash, a modest stream of mud, carrying debris and broken branches, rushed violently down the hillside above the side of the group. It was small enough that it didn't directly impact the group, but the sound and sight of that mudslide moving instantly ignited the crowd's pent-up fear. Chapter 54. Either follow orders, either that, or we all die together. Ah, a landslide. Screams erupted from the ranks. Run! I don't know who shouted. The order that was barely maintained instantly collapsed. The instinct to survive overwhelmed all reason. Those near the front of the group subconsciously tried to push forward, wanting to leave this dangerous area as soon as possible. The people in the back of the room surged forward with them. Don't squeeze, don't push. Lily's shrill voice was drowned out in the chaos. Ah, an older woman, who had already suffered a leg injury, was pushed from behind and her foot slipped, and she screamed as she fell into the mud. My foot! My foot! When she fell, the people behind her were caught off guard and tripped and fell with her. Put! Ouch! Instantly, the middle section of the line was in disarray. Several people fell to the ground, splashing mud all over their bodies, and the injured tourists let out moans of pain. Even more frightening was the fact that this confusion caused the line to come to a complete standstill, to the point where some people were so crowded that they staggered and almost slid down the steep slope beside them. All stop! Don't move! Chen Yu snapped at the front, trying to stabilize the situation, but he was too far away from the center of the chaos. Muddy water was still trickling down from above, and while no massive landslides had formed for the moment, no one knew what would happen next. Panic is spreading, like the plague. The scene was out of control as those who had fallen tried to get up and those who were standing tried to move forward. Just in the nick of time, a cold light flashed in Su Ming's eyes. He jerked forward a few steps, squeezing out of the way and ripping the megaphone from the waist of Lily, the panicked tour guide, as soon as he could. Lily froze for a moment, not yet responding. Su Ming had already turned on the speaker switch and turned the volume up to the maximum. All of you be quiet. A roar, augmented by a megaphone, exploded in everyone's ears like flat thunder. The voice held an undeniable majesty and power that instantly overpowered all the screams, moans and rain. The chaotic crowd looked as if they had been cast to stasis. Their movements were violently stalled, and they subconsciously looked at the source of the voice, the young soldier who stood at the back of the group, soaked to the skin, with mud and water on his face, but his eyes as sharp as a knife. Su Ming held the horn in his hand, his icy gaze sweeping over each and every face twisted with fear. Look at you guys now. What's the panic? His voice carried through the speakers throughout the valley with an air of irony. That little bit of mud and water just now got you guys to mess with yourselves? Look at your feet. Look beside you. The ones who have fallen. The ones who are injured. Are you trying to get everyone killed here by pushing each other like this? The road is that wide over there. Only one person can pass at a time. Can you guys just squeeze forward and fly through? I tell you, there's only one way now. That is line up in line. Listen to the instructions dash. Su Ming spoke with a single word and his voice was decisive. If you want to live, stand still. One by one. Go! Whoever dares to push forward again, whoever dares to create confusion and cause the group to be unable to move forward, then we will all stay here together and wait to be buried alive by the mudslide. Either follow orders and leave safely, one by one, or we all die together. It's your choice. Cold and cruel words, like a basin of cold water, poured hard on the head of every panicked person. The desire to survive terrified them, but Su Ming's words made them see a more direct and terrifying consequence. Everyone could not be saved because of their own chaos. On the hillside, for a while, the only sounds left were the rain and the ragged gasps of people. No one dared to move again. Those who had fallen, with the help of the people next to them, also struggled to stand up slowly, and although they were in pain, there was much less panic in their eyes, and more of a hint of bewilderment and afterthought. Comrade Liberator is right. A voice trembled from the crowd. We can't mess with. Listen to the PLA. The female tour guide Lily also reacted, and hurriedly took the half-talking head that Su Ming handed back, and shouted into the loudspeaker with a voice that was tinged with sobs but tried to remain calm. Everyone calm down. Listen to this PLA comrade. Get in line. We'll definitely get out. Give each other a hand. Help the fallen ones up first. Hurry. Under Su Ming's powerful shock and Lily's pacification, the chaotic scene was finally slowly brought under control. People began to spontaneously help each other and reformed into a crooked but always a line. While fear remains, order, with difficulty, is being restored. Su Ming's taut nerves relaxed a little, detected that the host took the initiative to assume command in a critical situation, stabilized the chaotic situation, exceeded the scope of duty of an ordinary soldier, and demonstrated excellent leadership and decisiveness. Plus 50 introspection value. The system beep sounded again, and this time, the value caused Su Ming to raise his eyebrows slightly. It seems that this kind of behavior, which saves the day, is highly involutional in the system's judgment. He took a deep breath as the rain filled his nostrils with the fishy smell of dirt. He turned his attention to the group once more, his voice going through the speakers, becoming calm but still undeniable. Very well. Now, keep this in order. Those in front, watch your step and stay close to the squad leader. Those in the back, watch those in front. The wounded take care of each other. Let's keep moving. The procession resumed its slow and orderly movement. Chun Yu, who was walking at the front, looked back. He didn't say anything, but there was approval and a hint of surprise in his eyes. Su Ming's performance just now was decisive, calm, and full of power, completely unlike a new recruit who hadn't been in the army for long. That grit in the face of danger and the ability to take control of a situation is even better than some veterans. The corners of Chun Yu's mouth rose slightly. This kid, as expected, is not wrong, courageous and responsible. Chun Yu turned his head back and focused even more on driving in front of him. After the lesson they had just learned, the tourists became cautious and more cooperative. Although the road was still treacherous, muddy and slippery, the team traveled a little faster and a lot more steadily than before. Su Ming continued to break the back, alerting the surroundings while occasionally uttering a reminder, or stepping forward to offer a hand to help those who were staggering. Continuing high-risk escort missions, plus 1 inch scroll value, correcting the team's marching posture, plus 1 to scroll value, observe and eliminate potential rockfall risk points, plus 2 to roll value. The involution value is growing slowly but steadily. Time passes by. The rain seemed to have lessened slightly, but the sky was also more overcast. Finally, under Chen Yu's leadership, the large troop trickled through the muddy section that was the narrowest, most dangerous, and adjacent to a deep ditch. A relatively open and slightly gentler forest clearing appeared ahead. It was still muddy, but compared to the trail of death earlier, this was like heaven. Chapter 55. What? One less person? Well, it's a little safer here for now. Chen Yu stopped and wiped his face, his voice carrying a hint of fatigue, but more than that, it was relaxation. Everyone, let's take a little break here and take a head count. The tourists who had gone through a life and death test finally breathed a huge sigh of relief at this moment. Many of them sat on their asses on the muddy ground, gasping for air, their faces showing a sense of celebration after the robbery. Lily, the female guide, was also exhausted, but steeled herself, pulled out her small, mud-soaked notebook, and began taking names. Master Zhang, Ugh, In, Auntie Li, In, At, Lu, Sister Guide, I'm here. One by one, names were read and responded to. Lily nodded as she scratched with her pen on the wet book. Her face, as the roll call drew to a close, gradually became a little off. Her eyes began to scan back and forth through the crowd, her brow furrowing more and more. When she reached the last name, she paused and looked over the crowd again. Then she jerked her head up, her face white, her lips quivering, her eyes full of incredulous panic. Her hands were shaking as she held the book. No, is not right. Lily's voice was tinged with sobs, almost breaking down. One less person. One less person. She fiercely looked at Chen Yu and Su Ming, her voice shrilly cutting through the temporarily quiet clearing. Auntie Wang Guifang is gone. Lily's shrill cry pierced the brief calm of the forest clearing like an ice pick. The tourists, who had just relaxed, instantly froze, the celebration of their lives on their faces, and panic spread again like a plague. What? Auntie Wang is gone? It was there a moment ago. Did you fall and not keep up? Gosh, that road is so dangerous. The crowd stirred again. Buzzing chatter mixed with fear, adding to the already oppressive atmosphere. Chen Yu's brows tightened as he took a step in front of Lily, his voice calm and steady, carrying an unquestionable power. Comrade Guide, are you sure? Point it again. Make sure it's clear. His gaze was sharp as a knife, sweeping over the faces of every tourist. Lily shivered as she was subdued by Chen Yu's aura, but forced herself to be calm, picking up the soaked roster once more, her fingers trembling as she rechecked them one by one. Her lips parted and each name she pronounced was accompanied by a low response from the crowd. The air seemed to freeze. All eyes were on Lily and the roster in her hands. Sweat and rain mixed together and slid down the corners of Lily's forehead. Zhang, Master Zhang, In, Li, Auntie Li, found on. Roll call again. This time, it was slower and more tense. When Lily called out Wang Guifang, she subconsciously paused, her eyes darting around the crowd. Auntie Wang, an old woman with gray hair, wearing a red punching bag and mud spots on her face, but still in good spirits, raised her hand, her voice a little weak but clear. Ugh, I'm here. Lily girl, I'm fine. The crowd erupted in small cheers and relief. Great. Auntie Wang is fine. Scared the hell out of me. Lily also took a long breath and nearly went limp. However, Chen Yu's frown did not loosen. He stared at the roster in Lily's hand. Not done ordering. His voice was calm, but it made the newly relaxed atmosphere tense up again. Lily froze and looked down at the roster. Yes, there is another name. She had missed the last person to register earlier due to excessive panic and some blurring of the book's wet handwriting. She recognized it carefully, and then her face swished white again, even more so than a moment ago. She raised her head and looked at Chen Yu and Su Ming, her lips trembling so much that she couldn't speak. Who the hell is missing? Chen Yu pursued the question, his tone aggravated. Lily took a deep breath, as if it took all her strength, and her voice was hoarse. Yes, is the driver, Master Zhang who drove the car. Zhang Jianguo Master. He is not here. Driver? The crowd was quiet for a split second, then erupted into an even bigger clamor. Master Driver? Doesn't he always follow? I remember he hurt his arm. Yes, when the PLA comrades helped him out of the car. Su Ming's pupils shrunk violently. Memory instantly goes back to the scene of the bus rollover. The middle-aged driver, surnamed Zhang, was probably in his 40s, with a slightly chubby figure and a pale face. At that time, Su Ming checked, he was stuck in the arm by the deformed car door, cut a not shallow slit. Blood flowed, but he was conscious, just suffered from shock and pain. Su Ming and Chen Yu combined their efforts, breaking the warped car door open a bit and dragging him out of the driver's seat. After a brief bandage treatment, the driver was placed in the middle of the group, supported by two young, strong male tourists. How come it's gone? Su Ming immediately searched through the crowd. No, the middle-aged man in blue coveralls with a bandaged arm really wasn't on the team. I remember him, a young lad shouted. At first he was following, but then that part of the road was too slippery, and he was injured, and it seemed like he just fell behind. It was so chaotic, everyone was just running forward on their own. Another voice added, yeah, and then the mudslide came down that way, and the line was in complete disarray. So who cares who? Guilt and afterthought spread through the crowd. Chen Yu's face became extremely ugly. As the soldier leading the team, he had lost a wounded man on his watch. This is an absolutely intolerable dereliction of duty. Squad leader, Su Ming took a step forward, his voice decisive. I remember Master Zhang's condition. He had an injured arm and was having trouble moving. He may have fallen out of line in the confusion or slipped somewhere else. I'll go get him back. His tone was calm, but carried an undeniable determination. Chen Yu looked at Su Ming with complicated eyes. Going back? They had just experienced firsthand how dangerous that stretch of road was. It's muddy, slippery, and could slide again at any time. Letting a new recruit go back and risk his life alone? Available at. Not going back? Leaving a wounded civilian on a mountain to die? That's even less likely. The rest of the way to the temporary settlement at the bottom of the hill shouldn't be that difficult. Chen Yu made a quick decision, his voice decisive. I have to get these tourists down safely first. There are still injured people in them. There can't be any more accidents. He patted Su Ming's shoulder, and the strength in his hand was heavy. Su Ming, go back and look. Be sure to pay attention to safety. Once you realize the situation is not right, retreat immediately. Understand? When you find someone, if you can't bring them back immediately, find a way to signal. We'll organize a rescue team to come up as soon as possible. We'll take the brigade down the mountain first and meet you at the rendezvous point at the foot of the mountain. Go and return quickly. The order was clear, with trust, and with a heavy mandate. Yes. Su Ming straightened his spine and his voice was loud. Promise to get the job done. Chapter 56 Triggering a single-person high-risk search and rescue mission. Ding! Detected the host taking the initiative to undertake a high-risk solo search and rescue mission that exceeds regular duties, targeting injured civilians, in a hostile mission environment that meets the criteria for in-depth involution. Mission, recover missing driver Zhang Jianguo. Difficulty of task, high. Mission reward, a large amount of inner scroll value. Settled depending on mission completion, efficiency and risk-taking. Extra reward, random skill or attribute points. Acceptance/rejection? Accepted. Su Ming recited silently in his heart, without the slightest hesitation. He turned around, no longer looking at the team behind him or Chen Yu's worried gaze. His figure, like an arrow off the string, once again rushed into the stormy and muddy mountain forest, in the opposite direction of the advance of the larger force. Performed solo high-risk search and rescue mission. Scroll value +5. Quick turnaround in bad weather and complex terrain. +2 to rolls. The rain slapped against the camouflage uniform. Cold and stinging. The mud underfoot was deeper and stickier than it had been on the way in, and every step felt like it was being tugged by the earth in a death grip. Su Ming adjusted his breathing and pushed his system-enhanced physical ability to the extreme. He was so fast that he walked like a man on the slippery mountain road, leaving deep footprints that were quickly filled with rainwater. His mind was racing as well. The driver, Mr. Zhang, has an injured arm and is physically weak. The most likely place to fall off is that most confusing, narrow section of road that abuts a deep ditch. It's also possible that when the group stopped temporarily, they slipped on their strength and rolled down the side slope. Su Ming's gaze was like a falcon, sharply scanning both sides of the road. Enhanced hearing caught any unusual sounds beyond the sound of wind and rain. Enhanced vision pierced through the rain, recognizing any suspicious traces. Continuous high-intensity searching, +1 scroll value. Analyzing potential disappearance sites, +1 scroll value. Time is of the essence. It was getting darker and darker, and although the rain was lighter, visibility in the mountains was extremely low. If we don't find someone soon, the search and rescue difficulty will increase geometrically once it gets dark. Finally, the overturned yellow bus appeared up ahead. It looked like a wounded and dead beast, half sunk in the mud, its windows shattered and its body twisted, and it looked hideous in the dim sky. This is where the accident started. It's also where the driver, Mr. Zhang, was injured. Master Zhang. Su Ming let go of his voice and shouted, his voice piercing through the rain. Old Zhang, Zhang Jianguo. All that responded to him was the sound of crashing rain and the whine of the wind blowing through the trees. Su Ming's heart sank for a moment. Did it really slip into some ditch? He searched carefully around the bus. Front end, rear end, bushes on both sides of the road, slopes where you may slide down. Every nook and cranny is left untouched. No footprints. There's no sign of a struggle. There's no blood. There was nothing but the wreckage of the bus itself and the messy trail left by the rescue. Su Ming frowned. It's not right. It's too clean. Even if you fall off the wagon, you should leave some kind of clue. Unless, an absurd yet not impossible thought leapt into Su Ming's mind. He jerked to a halt, his eyes fixed dead on the overturned bus. The door had been damaged and was open, revealing the blackened interior of the compartment. He held his breath and once again pushed his enhanced hearing to its limit. In the sound of wind and rain, it seems that there was an extremely faint, suppressed, breathing sound from the interior of the compartment. Su Ming's pupils suddenly shrunk. He rushed to the car door in a single bound, ignoring the sharp shards of glass and twisted metal, and peered in. The wagon was a mess. Seats were tilted to the side. Luggage was strewn about. Broken glass mixed with muddy water. The light is dim. Through the remaining light of the sky, Su Ming saw that near the original driver's seat position, near the corner of the inner side of the carriage, there was a blurry silhouette curled up. It was the familiar blue coveralls. Master Zhang, Su Ming snapped, his voice carrying shock and disbelief. The huddled figure shuddered violently and slowly raised its head. It was the missing driver, Zhang Jianguo. His face was as white as paper, his lips were dry and cracked, and his eyes were hollow with despair and death. He didn't look at Su Ming, but just stared blankly at the roof of the carriage, as if his soul had left this body. He actually ducked back into the car? Su Ming couldn't believe his eyes. After all the trouble they had gone through to get him out, he had burrowed himself back into this iron coffin that could be buried twice by a mudslide at any time? Master Zhang, what are you doing here? Su Ming suppressed his anger, and more than anything else, it was an unfathomable anxiety. Come on out. It's too dangerous here. We're all looking for you. Zhang Jianguo slowly turned his head, and his empty gaze landed on Su Ming's face that was covered in mud and water. The corners of his mouth pulled out a smile that was worse than tears, his voice hoarse as a broken gong. Liberation Army, comrade, don't bother. Let me hear. Pretty good. Good, what good? Su Ming growled and took a step into the carriage, carefully avoiding the debris under his feet. Come with me. Everyone is waiting for you. Zhang shook his head, and the deadness in his eyes intensified. He looked down at his injured arm, the skimpy bandage on it already stained red and soaked with mud and water. It's not working, he muttered as if he was speaking to Su Ming, and as if he was speaking to himself. Car wrecked. An accident of this magnitude must cost a lot of money. I'm just a driver. Where can I get that kind of money to pay for? Su Ming froze and vaguely understood something, only to hear Zhang Jianguo continue to speak in that desperate tone. The family is poor, and the wife is not well, and the daughter is still in school. When I have an accident with this car, the insurance company doesn't pay enough. The rest, I have to bear the burden myself. How much is this going to cost? I can't pay it back in my lifetime. I can't hold them back. His voice choked up, muddy tears mixing with the muddy water dripping down his face. I might as well just die here, dying in an accident. Company will have a death benefit. This way, my wife and daughter, they still get a fortune. They will live. Zhang Jianguo raised his head and looked at Su Ming with a heartbreaking plea in his eyes. Comrade Liberator, You are a good man. Please, just pretend you didn't find me. Let me stay here. He went so far as to fight for his life and hid back in this dilapidated bus. Trade your life for that possible death benefit so that your family can live. Suming's heart felt like it was being viciously clutched by a large invisible hand. A wave of unspeakable sourness and anger shot up to the sky. He looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, who had been crushed by the burdens of life and had chosen to take responsibility in the most extreme way, and for a while he was speechless. Outside the wagon, the storm continued. Inside the carriage, it was suffocating despair.